Make France great again. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401, Theosynergy. In the face of Prince Metternich's almost provocative words, Jerome Bonaparte was not angry at all, but answered Prince Metternich in a peaceful but condescending tone. Mr. Metternich, it's not decades ago. The Second Empire is not the First Empire, so there's no need to imitate it. Times are changing, and so are the relationships between nations. I admit that I don't have the superb commanding ability like my uncle, but I also won't provoke wars all over Europe like my uncle. Jerome Bonaparte paused, then continued, the French Empire just wants to regain its lost glory and status, and the war between us and the Russian Empire is also to achieve peace in the whole of Europe. An aggressive the empire was a great disaster for the whole of Europe. Point is the current Austrian Empire really willing to defend the interests of the Russian Empire as it did decades ago? Are the interests of the Russian Empire really the same as those of the Austrian Empire? As far as I know, the Russian Empire is deliberately planning a revolt of the Slavs in the Ottoman Empire against the Ottoman government. If the Russian Empire also uses this method to provoke the Ukrainians, Bohemians, and Slovaks in the Austrian Empire, then what method should the Austrian Empire use to resist them? You are a wise man, and you probably don't want to see the Austrian Empire fall into the Ottoman Empire step by step. Jerome Bonaparte's words are like a knife that kills without blood, directly open cutting Metternich's belly and showing Metternich's inner thoughts. It is impossible to say that Metternich is not pro-Russian, but Metternich's pro-Russian premise is that the Russian Empire does not penetrate into the Balkans. Once the tentacles of the Russian Empire penetrated deep into the Balkans, the Austrian Empire would fall into the Russian siege, and the worst outcome would be a second Ottoman Empire. Therefore, Prince Metternich's attitude towards the Russian Empire throughout his life was to pull and fight, using Britain to contain Russia, using Russia to suppress France, and then using France to threaten Prussia, forcing Prussia to coordinate actions with Austria. Under this theory, the Austrian Empire acted as a coordinator, preventing either party from becoming too powerful to threaten the Austrian Empire. Who knew that a sudden revolution would destroy all his abacus? The threat of nationalism and the establishment of the Second Empire made the old man aware of the danger of the empire. Based on the enthusiasm of the patriots and the desire for power, he worked tirelessly to run back and forth, with the aim of giving the Austrian Empire a space for mediation. Now it seems that the Austrian Empire may really have little chance of mediation. Prince Metternich's face turned pale, and after a while, he said, Your Majesty, I believe that the cornerstone of peace in Europe lies in the balance of power between great powers. You are destroying the order of the entire Europe. No, Monsieur Metternich, if the protection of the European order is just doing nothing, or even compromising with certain countries, then I think it is pushing the whole of Europe into a bigger war. New Bonaparte suddenly raised his head and said with high fighting spirit, some countries will not be satisfied by a temporary compromise. They want more. The Vienna system you have designed can no longer effectively guarantee the order between the whole of Europe. The cornerstone in your mouth is precisely the culprit that undermines the European order. We must act to protect what is left of Europe. Keep them safe from the Russian Empire. Both the Austrian Empire and the French Empire are big Catholic countries, and we should join hands to protect the nation's faith. What an outrageous tyrant. Jerome Bonaparte's words successfully left an image of disrespecting God in Metternich's heart. Thinking about it, as a qualified political figure, his heart has long been filled with interests. How could he still leave God behind? What space? Your Majesty, what do you mean? Prince Metternich asked Jerome Bonaparte again. Since the Vienna system has ended, it is time to build a brand new system. Jerome Bonaparte immediately said, I think the French Empire has the ability, and also the responsibility, to build a brand new system. In the system, all countries are mutually inclusive, mutually beneficial and win-win. Can the Austrian Empire also join it? Metternich asked suspiciously, as a big country with a long history, the Austrian Empire can of course join it. Jerome Bonaparte said to Metternich without hesitation, in this system, we can coordinate with each other. as much as possible by eliminating differences among countries. Major countries can even help each other for mutual benefit and win-win results. Jerome Bonaparte's description of the future system is no different from the Vienna system dominated by Metternich before, except that the leading country of the Vienna system is the Austrian Empire. The leader of the new system in Jerome Bonaparte's mouth is the French Empire. As Jerome Bonaparte said, the French Empire is more qualified to be the leader of the system than the Austrian Empire. The Austrian Empire, which has experienced the Second Revolution, has fully displayed its weak side in front of the European powers, not to mention the three great powers of Britain, France, and Russia. Even countries like Prussia look down on the current Austrian Empire. In terms of national strength, the current Austrian Empire is only one line stronger than the Kingdom of Prussia. This line is still the face saved after the Hessian War. How can a country like this be able to secure its position as the leader of the system? Old. Prince Metternich shook his head and sighed to himself. The future is yours, I can assure you. As long as I'm the supreme ruler of the French Empire, I will never do anything to the Austrian Empire. Jerome Bonaparte said to Prince Metternich, as I said just now, in that case, the French Empire and the Austrian Empire, which are big Catholic countries, should join hands to help each other, instead of acting independently, so that the prestige of God gradually declines. Jerome Bonaparte's speech caused a smile on Metternich's face. Although Metternich didn't know how sincere Jerome Bonaparte's words were, at least at this stage in France the empire did not want to be an enemy of the Austrian Empire. The Austrian Empire is also willing to cherish the friendship with the French Empire, and is willing to join hands with France. Prince Metternich also responded to Jerome Bonaparte with standard diplomatic language. Both Richard Metternich and de Roos knew that Jerome Bonaparte and Metternich had basically reached a consensus on the issue of the Russian Empire. Next, it is the question of whether the Austrian Empire should join the Anglo-French alliance to declare war on the Russian Empire. On this issue, Prince Metternich still maintains a posture of ignoring rabbits and eagles. He repeatedly refused to declare war on the Russian Empire on the grounds that the Austrian Empire could not betray the Russian Empire. He was only willing to remain neutral in this war, even if Gerald M. Bonaparte made the condition that the two duchies of the Danube should be divided into the territory of the Austrian Empire, and Metternich also refused. Mr. Metternich, your neutrality also arouses Russia's hatred. Instead of this, it's better to join the war against Russia. Jerome Bonaparte persuaded. Your Majesty, the Austrian Empire has always adhered to the principle of peace. Our Majesty is unwilling to break with the Russian Empire. Prince Metternich was obviously unwilling to declare war on the Russian Empire, or declare war on the Russian Empire immediately. If we declare war on the Russian Empire now, the Austrian Empire will inevitably suffer the mad revenge of the Russian Empire. Only when the French Empire achieved a staged victory over the Russian Empire, the Austrian Empire could issue a pass to the Russian Empire. In this way, the Austrian Empire would be able to take the Danube Duchies effortless. Jerome Bonaparte, who had tried many times to no avail, could only give up the idea of entice the Austrian Empire to declare war on the Russian Empire in advance, and could not help but curse at an old fox. Even though the current Prince Metternich is 80 years old, his wisdom has not decreased with age, but has become more sophisticated. Not at all like a guy who could face Alzheimer's at any time. After the topic of the declaration of war was terminated, the whole conversation developed in the direction of small talk. Prince Metternich once again took the lead in the topic. Jerome Bonaparte and others quietly listened to Prince Metternich's talk about the Great Revolution and the Napoleonic Wars. The stories of the period. The protagonists of these stories are Emperor Napoleon. Riyadh1.com. There are also Talleyrand and the whole leaking Alexander I. The current Metternich can only get back the style of the past through some memories of the past. Metternich told stories one after another, and the sky gradually became late. When Metternich noticed the time again, it was already 7 in the evening. Oh, I'm old. Now there are only memories left to tell. Prince Metternich, who had finished telling the last story, shook his head gently, sighing once again for the passing of time. Then, Prince Metternich and Richard Metternich said goodbye to de Roos and Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte and de Roos personally sent Richard Metternich and Prince Metternich to the carriage, and instructed the coachman to deliver Metternich and his son safely to their destination. Seeing the figure of the carriage disappearing into the question, Jerome Bonaparte also sighed slightly and said, "Metternich is still old after all, yeah." Exclamation mark. We may have to witness the death of a legend. D. Lewis also sighed with emotion. However, the future belongs to our era. Chapter 402, Paskovich, Danube troops, don't move. Just when Jerome Bonaparte and Metternich had a secret meeting in the imperial village on the outskirts of St. Petersburg, thousands of miles away, a meeting concerning the life and death of the entire Balkan region was being held secretly in the Ekaterina Palace. Attending the meeting were Tsar Nicholas I, Count Orlov, head of the 3rd section, Prince Menshkov, and Prince Paskovich, who hastily returned from the 2 principalities of the Danube Point, and what they want to discuss is about the measures and punishments that the Russian Empire should take against the Ottoman Empire. Since the 25th of last month, the Ottoman Grand Council sternly rejected all proposals put forward by Menshkov. The relationship between the Ottoman Empire and the Russian Empire immediately fell into a freezing point. At the same time, Canning, the British ambassador to the Ottoman Empire, also came to Menshkov and warned Menshkov that during the negotiation, the Russian Empire should respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Ottoman Empire and should not treat some unequal treaties imposing on the head of the Ottoman Empire. Otherwise he will send the British Mediterranean fleet to the vicinity of the Bosphorus to ensure the security of the Ottoman Empire. In the face of Canning's naked threat of war, Menshkov, who has always been indifferent, panicked for a while. He could only reassure Canning that the Russian Empire was only for the interests of the Orthodox Christians and had absolutely no intention of annexing the territory of the Ottoman Empire. Canning was reluctant to believe anything about Menshkov's assurances. Based on the need for procrastination, he could only pretend to believe in Menshkov's guarantee and at the same time remind him that he could relax the conditions appropriately and then talk to the Ottoman Empire. Facts have proved that the Russian Empire also has no confidence and at the same time provokes Britain and France, the 2 continental powers, to fight them. Canning's tactical fraud was successful and Menshkov began to take a small step back on the basis of the original conditions, and then gave the Ottoman Grand Council nearly 2 weeks to think about it. On June 10th, the Ottoman Empire's Grand Council began again. This time, the hardline members led by Red became tougher under Canning's suggestion, and some members of the appeasement faction also acquiesced to Muhammad Canning. It began to move closer to the hardliners. The entire Ottoman Grand Council has become the world of the hardliners, and in the end the hardliners of the Ottoman Empire smashed the appeasement members with an overwhelming advantage and controlled the empire's diplomatic strategy. In order to show support for the hardliners, the leader of the appeasement Muhammad Ali was replaced by the Ottoman Sultan and replaced by Red. Foreign Minister Rifat Pasha was also replaced by the French-friendly Fouad Effendi at the request of Valouski's robbery. The original Prime Minister of the Ottoman Empire, Muhammad Ali, was appointed by the Sultan as the army commander again, and he became a member of the main war faction. When the Ottoman Empire handed the deliberation documents of the Great Council to Menshkov, Menshkov realized that he was like a clown being toyed with. Such humiliation caused Menshkov to curse at the Ottoman government officials, Ambassador Canning, and Ambassador Walewski. He accused them of complicity and blasphemy against Britain and France. After the abuse was over, Menshkov could only issue an ultimatum to the Ottoman Empire. If the Ottoman Empire does not change its diplomatic strategy by June 14th, the Russian Empire will withdraw its embassy in Constantinople. After 2 days passed quickly, the Ottoman Empire showed no signs of wavering. Instead, the anti-Russian actions within Constantinople intensified under the instigation of the religious leaders of the pacifist religion and the official connivance. The outside of the Russian embassy in the Ottoman Empire has been filled with sticky egg liquid, and the walls of the embassy are also covered with words such as "Russian invaders get out" and "God will destroy the infidels." If it wasn't for the official bloc, the incited citizens would have rushed directly into the Russian embassy and smashed rotten eggs on Menshkov's face. The current Ottoman Empire has been kidnapped by fanatical patriotism and religious love, and no one dares to say a good word for the Russian Empire at this time. Those citizens who greeted Menshkov's ethnic minorities in Constantinople on a rainy day were also found out by someone with a heart, and the ancient lynching was resurrected in this semi-modern city. Overnight, the shops of ethnic minorities and orthodox beliefs were looted, and the shop managers were brutally killed. The brutal racial and religious vendettas were staged again. On June 15th, Menshikov, who had completely lost patience with the Ottoman Empire, left in chaos, along with the Russian ambassador to the Ottomans and the staff of the embassy. The Russian national emblem that once hung on the Russian embassy in Constantinople has also been removed, which means that the Russian Empire and the Ottoman Empire have completely become two countries with no diplomatic key. Waiting for them only to war this way can go. Menshikov left Constantinople aboard the steam battleship Thunder and arrived at the Odessa naval base that night. Menshikov, who arrived at the Odessa naval base, did not make too many stops, but took the night bus to return to the imperial village of St. Petersburg. He wanted to personally report the news to Nicholas I, taking into account the safety of Prince Menshikov. Lieutenant General Kornilov urgently dispatched a group of Cossack cavalry to the safety of Menshikov in the middle of the night. After 2 days and 2 nights of uninterrupted running, the carriage finally arrived at the imperial village on the outskirts of St. Petersburg on the afternoon of the 17th. When Menshikov reported the news to the Tsar, he was first abused by Nicholas I, who after a while stopped the abuse and pondered whether the Russian Empire should take military action. That is, under such hesitation, Nicholas I called Paskovich and others on June 18th. "Tell me, what do you think?" When Nicholas I told all the people present about the experience of Menshikov, he subconsciously glanced at Paskovich, who was the commander of the Danube, and then returned to. He looked around and asked, "Your Majesty, there is no doubt that the Ottoman Empire made such a reply out of provocation to the empire. I suggest that war should be declared against the Ottoman Empire immediately. Only by teaching those fanatical heretics hard can they recognize their position. So I don't dare to do anything to provoke the Russian Empire again." The first one who jumped out was Count Orlov, the 3rd Division, who was good at figuring out the holy will, and said to Nicholas I immediately. Nicholas I glanced at Count Orlov and slightly, as if to affirm Count Orlov's words. Subsequently, Nicholas I turned his attention to Paskovich, the commander of the Danube Principality. Seeing this, Paskovich had no choice but to say, "I think the empire should be more cautious at this stage. Behind the Ottoman Empire stands Britain and France. If you are not careful, you may face the combined force of the whole of them." Siege. Paskovich's voice just fell, and he found that Nicholas I was staring at him with an unpleasant expression, as if he was observing the enemy. However, Nicholas I did not refute Paskovich, but asked the client Menshikov to talk about his views. Prince Menshikov, who did not want to offend Paskovich too much, first agreed with Paskovich's cautious thinking, and then changed the subject, and criticized the Ottoman Empire as best he could. In his mouth, "Oh fight, your country has become a heinous country, and the Russian Empire should destroy them on behalf of justice." According to Menshikov, as long as the fleet at the Sevastopol naval base of the Russian Empire annihilates the fleet of the Ottoman Empire, the fleets of Britain and France will no longer be entangled with the Russian Empire, and the Russian Empire can take Constantine calmly. Dinborough. Nicholas I also felt a little unreliable for Menshikov's military plan that was close to the shower staff. Immediately, he turned his attention to Prince Paskovich again. "Paskovich, what is your reason?" "Your Majesty, once the Russian Empire crosses the border to attack the Ottoman Empire, it is very likely to lead to a war that affects the whole of Europe. The Austrian Empire and the Kingdom of Prussia are likely to be forced to attack the Russian Empire under the pressure of Britain and France." Skevich raised his concerns. "Impossible. It is absolutely impossible for the Austrian Empire to attack the empire." "Paskovich, you are overthinking it," Nicholas I said to Paskovich immediately. Nicholas I's confidence in his personal relationship with Austrian Emperor Franz Joseph. In addition, he also solved the Hungarian problem for Austria in 1849, and he believed that Franz Joseph would join him. From now on, join the military threat to Turkey www.riyadh1.com and if necessary, also participate in the partition of the Ottoman Empire. He believes that if Austria were on his side, there would be no European war and the Turks would be forced to admit defeat. And the regent of the Kingdom of Prussia, William, will also follow the Austrian Empire to fall to the Russian Empire. However, he did not know that the Austrian brother he was thinking of had sent someone to the French Empire to discuss betraying the Russian Empire. In the face of the self-confident Tsar Nicholas Paskovich could only change his strategy. He reported to Nicholas I that he sent personnel to the Ottoman Empire scene to promote Pan-Slavism in an attempt to use Pan-Slavism. The fantasies of ideology moved Tsar Nicholas I to suspend his actions against the Ottoman Empire. In Paskovich's vivid words, Nicholas I seemed to see the picture of thousands of Slavs charging and breaking Constantinople under the call of the Tsar's banner, and finally he agreed with Paskovich. Strange advice. Nicholas I issued an order to Paskovich to suspend the attack on the Ottoman Empire, and at the same time, issued an order to the two principalities of the Danube to stop paying tribute to the Ottoman Empire. Chapter 403, Coercion of the Russian Empire. When Paskovich returned from the imperial village outside St. Petersburg, to be stationed at the headquarters of the Danube principalities, the time had quietly come to around June 24. Although it is now the season of midsummer, the temperature of the two principalities of the Danube has not changed, and there is still a relatively large temperature difference between day and night. The maximum temperature at noon can reach about 24°C, while the minimum temperature at night is suddenly dropped to about 12°C. Under such a temperature difference between day and night, the simple and messy military camp has suddenly become a high incidence area of colds. Every day, hundreds of soldiers suffer from colds and fevers. As the soul of this army, it is Russia at all levels. The officers did not care about it in the slightest. In their eyes, the lives of those serf soldiers are not worth a ruble at all, and the meaning of their existence is only to help these officers and hang a few more signs on their shoulders. In the previous several battles, the officers were all in order to meet the strategic goals of Z, and they did not care about the reality of the Russian army. As a result, the sacrifice of a large number of soldiers of the Russian Empire was meaningless. It can be said that the division of superiors and inferiors in the Russian Empire's army is even more severe than that of the French Empire before the reform. Even a few officers who really wanted to care about the living conditions of the grassroots soldiers in the Russian Empire would be forced to give up their ideas because of various problems. It is probably because the Russian Imperial Army is divided up and down. The logistics support system of the army, the basic medical equipment of the field hospital, etc., are all equally unqualified. Many of the medical equipment on the books has not yet been put into storage because it is completely divided by the upper and lower officers, and the entire field hospital is at best just a decoration. The doctors in the field hospitals are also mostly unqualified. Many of them are engaged in the professions such as rural doctors and veterinarians before they become doctors. There is no standardized doctor system at all. The treatment of soldiers is often based on a set of plans by Dr. A in the morning, another set by Dr. B in the afternoon, and a different plan by Dr. Ding again the next day. Under the three sets of plans, even if the soldiers don't die, they need to shed a layer of skin. In the Russian Empire Army, some soldiers died on the battlefield. Some soldiers died in hospital beds, and some soldiers died under the torture of doctors. Even if the doctors of the field hospital are often killed, there are still many soldiers who cannot enjoy this benefits, and only those officers can enjoy the benefits of doctors. In the case of logistics, medical care, and military hygiene, that cannot pass the customs. The entire military camp is a huge slaughterhouse and a virus petri dish. With just a tiny bit of Mars, the entire army of the Russian Empire can become a walking pathogen. Just when the cold and fever ravaged the Russian Empire's military camp, Paskovich, the supreme commander of the two Danube principalities, and the deputy commander, General Mikhail Gorchakov, were standing in the middle of a part of the Principality of Wallachia. The built castle entertains guests, and the guests they want to invite are none other than the Grand Duke of Moldova and Wallachia. The two Grand Dukes, who had been occupied by the Russian Empire for nearly half a year, did not hesitate after hearing Paskovich's invitation. Came to the castle to make an appointment. Now Moldova and Wallachia are completely under the control of the Russian Imperial Army, and Paskovich, who is sitting under the control of the Russian Imperial Army, has naturally become the great emperor on top of the two Grand Dukes. Fortunately, this supreme emperor is a reasonable person, and his army has never done anything out of the ordinary except for the occasional burning, killing, and looting. The Dukes of Moldova and Wallachia can be regarded as relieved, and their rule is relatively stable without the widespread public outrage caused by the Russian Imperial Army. Now, they only need to obey the Russian Imperial Army while paying tribute to the Ottoman Empire, and they can continue to ride the wall without offending both sides. Of course, the two Grand Dukes knew that the reason why Paskovich called them both was to convey the order of Tsar Nicholasai to prevent the possibility of the Danube Duchies continuing to ride the wall. 2. Grand Dukes, it's really hard for you to come from afar. Paskovich, who was sitting at the main seat of the dining table, smiled and said to the Grand Dukes of the two duchies, "I represent His Majesty Tsar Nicholas. I thank you. Thank you for the help you have provided to our army of the Russian Empire for so many days. Our Majesty is a gracious monarch who once told me, when he was leaving, that Moldova and Wallachia is the most important ally of the Russian Empire. We have an obligation to preserve the integrity of their territory and sovereignty." Paskovich eloquently said a lot of scenes. The core meaning is that he hopes that Moldova and Wallachia will completely break away from the rule of the Ottoman Empire and become the most loyal allies of the Russian Empire. Subsequently, Paskovich assured the monarchs of Moldova and Wallachia, once they are all out of the control of the Ottoman Empire, the Russian Empire will surely serve as their solid backing point. The two monarchs were reluctant to believe Paskovich's words of maintaining the sovereignty and integrity of the two duchies rather than the lie that the Russian Empire tried its best to ensure the sovereignty and integrity of Moldova and Wallachia. They were more willing to believe that this was an expedient measure of the Russian Empire's last resort point. As long as they dared to break away from the Ottoman Empire, they would not be able to escape the peeping of Nicholasai. After all, their position is too important. It is so important that every time the Russian Empire takes action against the Ottomans, the two principalities of the Danube will be stabbed. If the Russian Empire really has a chance, it will not let this fat go unchecked. The Russian Empire is as greedy as their masters. The Mongols, the Romanov dynasty, can be said to have perfectly inherited the two characteristics of the Golden Horde's barbarism and greed. As the saying goes, people are knives, and I'm fish. The Archdukes of Moldova and Wallachia could only smile at Paskovich while euphemistically expressing their difficulties to Paskovich. They did not want to fall out with the Ottoman Empire now. Faced with the idea that the monarchs of the Danube duchies want to continue to ride the wall, Paskovich, who served as the governor of Poland, can indeed understand the sorrow of the small country. However, understanding is understanding. Paskovich must still resolutely carry out the task that Tsar Nicholasai gave him. "Your Excellency the two Grand Dukes, don't you think you are unwilling to stand with the Russian Empire?" Paskovich asked in a bad tone. Sitting next to him, General Mikhail Gorchakov also showed hostile eyes and said, "Does the Grand Duke think that we can't win the victory over the Ottoman Empire?" The questioning between Paskovich and Mikhail Gorchakov made the two archdukes clearly feel what it means to be a storm. Now the restaurant is no longer a restaurant, but a battlefield. An invisible battle is starting in the restaurant. The main attackers, Paskovich and Gorchakov, used the strong military power of the Russian Empire behind them to launch an attack on the principalities of Moldova and Wallachia, which were originally at a disadvantage. The next Grand Dukes of Moldova and Wallachia could only be forced to challenge during the challenge, for fear of hurting Master Woodju, because of one of his own carelessness. It's not that we don't have confidence in the Russian Empire. We stayed in the Ottoman Empire and paid tribute to the Ottoman Empire precisely because we had full confidence in the Russian Empire. We believe that the Russian Empire will be able to remove Moldova and Wallachia from the Ottoman Empire, freed from the clutches of the empire. The Archduke of Wallachia said humbly to Paskovich, "Why do you still pay tribute if you are confident?" Paskovich to the Archduke of Wallachia. Riyadh1.com. If we stop paying tribute to the Ottoman Empire and pay tribute to the Russian Empire, then we will. It means that Moldova and Wallachia completely cut off relations with the Ottoman Empire, and the Ottoman army in Bulgaria is bound to go to war. We hope that the Russian Empire can challenge the Ottoman Empire in a sufficient state. The Archduke of Wallachia racked his brains to think of this reason. That is not a reason, and its reason is comparable to the Pan-Slav alliance in Paskovich's mouth. It's just that Paskovich is facing Nicholasai, who is full of Constantinople and Slavic, while the Archduke of Wallachia is facing Paskovich, His Excellency the Grand Duke. Tell you the truth, this time I called you here to order you to stop paying tribute, not to discuss with you Paskovich ordered the two Grand Dukes with a strong attitude. If something is irrelevant, if there is an important matter, I will discuss it with you and resolve it. And there is no room for discussion on this matter. Before I left the Imperial Village, His Majesty Nicholas I issued a death order to me, and I must urge Wallachia stop tribute with Moldova. Point. If you have any complaints, then go to St. Petersburg to talk with His Majesty Nicholas I. As long as your majesty allows you to pay tribute to the Ottoman Empire, then I will no longer order you to stop paying tribute. Up to now, the Archdukes of Moldova and Wallachia understand that, since they stepped into the banquet, their fate has been completely doomed, and everything they have done is just in vain. The banquet fell into dead silence for a while, and after a long time, the Grand Dukes of Moldova and Wallachia said in unison, "I understand." Chapter 404. Paskovich in conflict. The submission of Moldova and Wallachia made Paskovich smile, and he raised his glass again, to invite the great public of Moldova and Wallachia to drink. The same wine has different tastes in the mouths of wine tasters with different mentality. For the Grand Duke of the Danube, this glass of wine is the most bitter and unpalatable wine in the world. For Paskovich, the wine was full of sweetness after a glass of wine. The invincible Archdukes of Moldova and Wallachia left the castle. Standing at the window on the second floor of the castle, watching the Archdukes of Moldova and Wallachia being helped onto the carriage, Paskovich showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Gorchakov, who was standing behind Paskovich, also asked Paskovich at this time if he wanted to send someone to monitor the two Archdukes, to prevent them from making unwise actions. Facing Gorchakov's request to monitor, Paskovich immediately refused. "No." Then, he added, "if they don't choose to tip off the news, the next scene will be difficult to stage." "Your Majesty, what do you mean?" Gorchakov asked Paskovich with a puzzled face. Paskovich did not answer Gorchakov's question, but instead asked, "Gorchakov, what do you think of the current state of the Imperial Army? It's barely a fight." Gorchakov replied after thinking for a while, "What? If we let this army fight against the French army?" Paskovich said quietly, "Your Majesty, the Imperial Army is a lot worse than France in terms of equipment and logistics. The only advantage we have over France is that we have more people than them." Gorchakov told Paskovich replied. Although Gorchakov is reluctant to admit that his army is inferior to that of France, he cannot deny that the quality of the Russian Empire's army is indeed much worse than that of France. A lot of people. Is it useful to have a lot of people? Paskovich asked back, "Do we have enough guns and ammunition? Do we pay enough for our army? The subordinate officers and soldiers are really willing to fight the Russian Empire. If we can't guarantee or understand even these, we can't defeat the French Empire at all. Besides, the French Empire has a British kingdom beside it. Your Excellency, I heard that the Empire is negotiating with the Kingdom of Great Britain. It is very likely that the Kingdom of Great Britain will not join it." Gorchakov still had certain illusions about the foreign policy of the Kingdom of Great Britain. Not only Gorchakov, but also Nicholas I was confident in winning over the Kingdom of Britain. Even if Ambassador Canning opposes the Russian Empire, as long as the royal family does not show hostility to the Russian Empire, and as long as Lord Aberdeen maintains a friendly attitude towards the Russian Empire, then the Russian Empire still has a chance to win over the Kingdom of Britain. It has to be admitted that Lord Aberdeen, as a pro-Russian Prime Minister, is indeed doing his best to maintain goodwill towards Russia. In order to show his goodwill towards Russia, he even replaced Lord Russell and Palmerston of the main war faction with members of the main peace faction. Although the coalition government had become shaky without the warring faction, they also convinced Nicholas I, who was not well versed in Britain's internal political structure, that Britain wanted to keep the peace in good faith. Except for a few far-sighted ministers and ambassadors, the vast majority of ministers have been confused by the British Kingdom's operation. However, these ministers did not know that the British Kingdom had started a limited war reserve at this time, and when the time was right, Britain would be dispatched immediately. "Do you really think Britain will be on the side of the Empire?" Paskovich said again. This time Paskovich's tone was a little dejected. "At the very least, they shouldn't stand with France." Gorchakov then said to Paskovich, "Deputy Commander Mikhail Gorchakov." Paskovich solemnly called out Gorchakov's full name and position. "Yes." Gorchakov hurriedly responded to Paskovich. As an army, we have to take into account all possible situations. We must not pin our hopes on others, understand? Paskovich raised his voice and spoke sternly to Gorkakov said. Understood. Gorkakov hurriedly responded to Paskovich. I have a hunch. It is very likely that the French Empire and the British Kingdom will join forces. At that time, we may be in a dilemma. Paskovich said to Gorkakov worriedly. Paskovich is now in an unusually contradictory state. While he hopes that the Imperial Army can act as soon as possible and cooperate with the local Orthodox Christians to reach Constantinople, he keeps telling himself in his heart that once the Russian Empire wants start action, France and Britain will definitely take action, then the entire empire is likely to face extinction. Under this extremely contradictory mentality, Paskovich made some unimaginable layouts to outsiders. Your Majesty, are we responsible for liaison with Serbia and Bulgaria? Gorkakov asked Paskovich if he should withdraw. No. Just let them keep in touch. Paskovich stopped Gorkakov from withdrawing the liaison point in his heart. He could not help but hope that through these liaisons, there would be a great uprising in the Balkans. In this way, the Russian Empire could use the power of the uprising to spy on Constantinople. On June 26, the Grand Dukes of Moldova and Wallachia sent personnel to their suzerain the Ottoman Empire to issue a declaration of seceding from the Ottoman Empire. The statement emphasized, Moldova and Wallachia will no longer pay tribute to the Ottoman Empire from this year, but will instead pay tribute to the Russian Empire. After the Moldovan and Wallachia messengers crossed the border area, they were immediately caught by the Turks patrolling the border area. After some cross-examination, the ambassadors of Moldova and Wallachia were taken to the Pasha camp stationed at the border. Immediately, the Moldovan and Wallachia ministers explained their intentions to the Pasha. After hearing the news that Moldova and Wallachia would no longer pay tribute to the Ottoman Empire, Pasha's face changed drastically. He severely reprimanded the two envoys for their betrayal and claimed that God will surely punish them for disrespecting His Majesty the Sultan. People. Of course, Nicholas I of St. Petersburg and two of his accomplices will be punished. Regarding the position of Pasha, the minister could only smile and say that Moldova and Wallachia had to obey the orders of the Russian Empire because of the disparity in their strength. They hoped that His Majesty the Sultan would understand their suffering and forgive their crimes. You need to go to Constantinople in person to meet His Majesty the Sultan. Pasha, who was stationed in the border area, responded to the envoy. You are right. We are going to go to Constantinople to indict His Majesty the Sultan in person. The two envoys responded humbly. Afterwards, Pasha sent the two envoys out of the camp and instructed the officers who received them to prepare a carriage for them to go to Constantinople. The two envoys thanked the Pasha and took the carriage to Constantinople. After a long journey of 2 days and 1 night, the envoy and the carriage finally came to the outskirts of Constantinople. When the carriage reached the outskirts of Constantinople, the two envoys were shocked by what they saw. I saw that the outskirts of Constantinople were filled with a large number of camps and soldiers of different nationalities, including but not limited to Arabs, Kurds, Tatars, Egyptians, Tunisians, Albanians, Greeks, Armenians, etc. When the minister saw this, he immediately stopped his horse and asked the soldiers who were in a mess to inquire about the situation. After some inquiries, I found out that most of these people were from the Ottoman Empire and were recruited by the Ottoman government to defend Constantinople in the name of jihad. Due to the different economic strengths of various ethnic groups, their clothing and equipment are quite different. Among these people, the best equipped were soldiers from Tunisia and Egypt, especially the Egyptian army, as the number one rebel in the Ottoman Empire. Riyadh1.com. Their equipment is better than the Ottoman troops stationed in the Bulgarian border area, and the quality of personnel and combat effectiveness are naturally a lot better than the Ottomans. Just like a little Prussia in the Middle East. When the two envoys entered the city of Constantinople, they were greeted by 20 or 30 black cavalrymen on horses. They were black cavalrymen from Bashpazark. These black cavalrymen wore turbans and shawls, armed with pistols, Turkish machetes, sabers, and other strange decorations, and some of them also carried spears with flags. 20 or 30 black cavalrymen were divided into 3 squads, each with its own color and snare drum, which seemed to have been used by their ancestors during the siege of Vienna. In the eyes of the two envoys, the whole of Constantinople has become a huge military camp point. Every resident who lives here has the potential to become one of the soldiers guarding Constantinople point. If the residents here can be united, and the soldiers work together, it may be difficult for the Russian Empire to conquer this historical ancient city point. But can the inhabitants of Constantinople really be united? Can soldiers really work together? I'm afraid that these are difficult to achieve. Point. The two envoys walked along the bustling streets of Constantinople and soon reached the very center of Constantinople, which is the palace of the Ottoman Sultan Majid-i Fuad Efendi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. First received the two ministers and then introduced them to Majid-i. I know the difficulties of Moldova and Wallachia, so I forgive your crimes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405, Ottoman Compromise. Fall in love with Yalkanshu.com. Make France great again. In the main hall, the Ottoman Sultan Abdülmecid pardoned the crimes of the Principality of Moldova and the Principality of Wallachia with a magnanimous attitude, which shocked the ambassadors of the two principalities. Merciful Your Majesty, your kindness is as hot as the sun. The Minister of Moldova Principality immediately praised the Sultan, and the Wallachia Principality on the side also touted the Minister of the Principality of Moldova to the Minister of the Principality of Majid-i. Kindness. Majid-i's understanding of the two principalities of the Danube made it possible for Moldova and Wallachia to continue to ride the wall. The ministers and emperors present laughed heartily at the praise of the ministers of Moldova and Wallachia. Point. After the envoys of the two duchies ended their nasty touts, the Ottoman Sultan said again, the fact that the Grand Dukes of your two countries can send you to explain to me is enough to prove your two countries' loyalty to the emperor. This loyalty is something that no amount of money can buy. Since the Russian Empire wants to be greedy for even this money, then you hand it over to them. As long as you can continue to maintain your loyalty to the Ottoman Empire, that's enough. Don't worry. Even if we are forced to join the Russian camp, our hearts will still be with the Ottoman Empire. The ministers of the two principalities repeatedly assured the Ottoman Sultan. If that's the case, then I'm relieved. Abdülmecid smiled, and then clapped his hands gently. 6 people in naval costumes and black veils hung on their faces. Dancing girls appeared in the palace, each of them holding a small beautifully carved box in their hands. Your Majesty, this is? The Moldovan envoy asked suspiciously. Open. Abdülmecid commanded the dancing girls holding small boxes in a high-pitched tone. Point. The dancing girl came to the front of the two principality ministers and opened the box. The golden bricks and bright sapphires radiating light appeared in front of the ministers. The 2 gems in the box are the continuation of what I gave you, and the 2 gold bricks are my gift to you. Abdülmecid's voice came from the throne to the ears of the envoys of the two countries. Side. Your Majesty, this gift is too precious. We have no luck at all. Although Abdülmecid, the minister of the Principality of Moldova, said righteously, his eyes never left the dancer's hand. Brick. Point. Judging from the appearance and thickness of the gold bricks, these 2 gold bricks should be at least about 2 kilograms. The continuance that Abdülmecid bestowed upon them was not unheard of. Point. But the Moldovan and Wallachia ministers understand that the more valuable the gift, the more difficult it is to do. Take it. If you don't accept it, then I will let people throw these things out. Abdülmecid responded domineeringly. The things sent out from my hands, there is absolutely no possibility of taking it back. Since that's the case, then we'll accept it. The Wallachia minister couldn't stand the temptation. He looked at the Moldovan minister and asked. Point. The Moldovan minister similarly swallowed and said, I accept it. I accept it. That's enough. Abdülmecid laughed, and the ministers in the palace also laughed together. Your Majesty, I don't know what you want us to do. Since it has received a gift from the Ottoman Sultan, Moldova naturally needs to do something for the Sultan. I hope that after you return, you will be able to report to us the number, and equipment of the Russian troops stationed in Moldova and the Principality of Wallachia. We need to know the details of this army. It's embarrassing to say, the Russian Empire has been stationed in the Principality of Wallachia for half a year, but they have never understood the types of troops of the Russian Empire and the specific number of troops. The arrival of the ministers of Moldova and Wallachia has enabled the Ottoman Empire to better understand the Russian Empire. Yes. The Wallachia minister responded immediately. Anyway, the Russian Imperial Army is stationed in Wallachia, and with a little bit of means, you can smoothly find out what your Ottoman court wants. At the highest level, there is also a list of territorial liaison officers who infiltrated the Ottoman Empire from the Russian Empire. I want to know who is colluding with Russia in an attempt to destroy the empire. Abdul-Mejid suddenly thought of what Walewski once told after hearing the news, that he had dispatched a liaison officer from the Russian Empire. He immediately said murderously, "Your Majesty, we can't guarantee whether we can actually get the list of liaisons, but I can guarantee that I will do my best." The Moldovan minister responded to Abdul-Mejid, "As long as you can do your best in the empire, I will keep your credit in my heart." Abdul-Mejid nodded slightly to the ministers of the two duchies. Afterwards, Abdul-Mejid talked with the minister of Wallachia Principality about whether the Russian Imperial Army has any recent movements, and whether a large number of logistics materials have been delivered to the Principality of Wallachia. After receiving a negative answer from the Principality of Wallachia, Abdul-Mejid breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from the current situation, it is absolutely impossible for the Russian Empire to conduct large-scale military mobilization. Every military mobilization must be fully prepared before, otherwise, it will face the embarrassing situation that the logistics supply cannot be maintained. If we talk about the age of cold weapons, this situation is only a matter of food. Just learn how the Mongols plundered all the way. In the era of hot weapons, bullets, solid shells, and great bullets are the key to a war. Since the Russian Empire did not have a large-scale logistical mobilization, it would be impossible for them to start operations. To be honest, the Ottoman court is also puzzled by the current behavior of the Russian Empire. The negotiations have broken down, and the threat of war has been issued, and the Russian Empire has not yet started to act, which is really unbelievable. After asking the ministers of the two principalities a lot about the Russian Empire, Abdul-Mejid ordered his attendants to send the two ministers out of the court and find a place for them to settle down. After the envoys of the two duchies left, Abdul-Mejid gradually put away his generous smile, turned to show a dignified expression and said, "Minister Effendi, how was my acting just now? Your Majesty, you did a great job. There was no sense of disobedience at all." Fuad Effendi bowed his knees and saluted Abdul-Mejid. "Very good." Abdul-Mejid was also nodding for the perfect acting skills, and then he showed a contemptuous expression and fry his own rice. These two idiots and the Grand Duke behind them are still thinking about it. They are trying to find a balance between the Empire and Russia, and they don't even look at what time it is. You're right. People on both ends of the snake and rat will definitely be severely punished. Fuad Effendi nodded and responded to Abdul-Mejid. Speaking of which, Abdul-Mejid had an unnatural look on his face, as if he had been screwed hard. Not long after, Abdul-Mejid asked again, "Minister Effendi, how do you answer me?" "Your Majesty, please tell me." Fuad Effendi responded obediently to Abdul-Mejid. "Does the empire really need to cede the Danube Principality to survive?" Abdul-Mejid asked with a serious expression. After being silent for a moment, Fuad Effendi replied, "Your Majesty, whether the Ottoman Empire retains the Duchy of the Danube is not in the Ottoman Empire itself, but in the French Empire. If the French Empire is happy to see the Ottoman Empire continue to retain the Duchy of the Danube was able to remain within the Ottoman Empire. If they think the Danube shouldn't stay with my mother-in-law." Having said that, Fuad Effendi said no more. He believed that Abdul-Mejid had understood what he wanted to say next. Riyadh 1. In this way, we must do well planning to lose the Danube Principality? There was no emotion in Abdul-Mejid's words, as if he was stating something that had nothing to do with him. "I can only say that I should be prepared to lose it." Fuad Effendi responded, "Alas, Abdul-Mejid sighed, got up and glanced at the portraits of monarchs hanging behind him, and shook his head. The reason why Fuad Effendi persuaded Abdul-Mejid to give up the sovereignty of the Danube Principality was because of a conversation 2 days ago. The two sides of the conversation were Walewski and Fuad Effendi. Just 2 days before the Danube Principality arrived in Constantinople, Walewski received a telegram from France. The content of the telegram was about the agreement between the French Empire and the Austrian Empire. The telegram informed Walewski of the plans for the distribution of the Danube Principality between the French Empire and the Austrian Empire, and told Walewski to communicate with the Ottoman Empire to allow them to accept this decision. In the face of the demands of Paris, which is like no other, Walewski could only bite the bullet and accept it. Walewski, who called Fuad Effendi to the embassy, explained the current situation to Fuad Effendi, and told Fuad Effendi that he must win over the Austrian Empire. After hearing Walewski's opinion, Fuad Effendi agreed with Walewski's opinion very much, and said that he would definitely persuade Abdul-Mejid to accept this condition. Chapter 406, Ottoman Partisans. The reason why Abdul-Mejid was willing to sweetly endure the negative political impact of losing the Danube Principality was because the Ottoman Empire itself could not endure the pain of being adjacent to the Russian Empire. As an important link in preventing the Russian Empire from reaching out to the Balkans, the Ottoman Empire suffered pain that it could not bear. The rebellion within the empire and the influence of foreign forces have kept this decaying empire in turmoil all day long. The economic turmoil brought about by the political turmoil has made the last acute ethnic conflicts even more serious. Mutual vendettas have appeared in some parts of the Balkan signs. All of this made the Highgate of the Ottoman Empire, who was already tired of dealing with it, have to turn some of its attention to racial vendettas, trying to ease the contradictions by supporting the local pasha. Under many factors, the Ottoman Empire has become a bloated and lame giant. In order to prevent the wound from continuing to bleed, Abdul-Mejid can only consider giving up the Duchy of the Danube, and Fuad Effendi happens to tell him at this time that, as long as the Ottoman Empire completely abandons the Duchy of the Danube, the Austrian Empire will inevitably fill the vacancy. In this case, the Russian Empire's aggression has to stop in Bessarabia, and the Ottoman Empire can have enough energy to deal with it. Some sharper contradictions besides, the Austrian Empire itself was not as deadly to the Ottoman Empire as the Ottoman Empire. At least the Austrian Empire was not as greedy as the Ottoman Empire. If Abdul-Mejid had to choose between the Russian Empire and the Austrian Empire, Abdul-Mejid would choose the Austrian Empire without hesitation. However, even though Abdul-Mejid was ready to lose the Danube Principality in his heart, from an emotional point of view, he still had certain illusions about the Danube Principality staying in the Ottoman Empire. Of course, Abdul-Mejid did not tell the Danube Principality's envoy the news that the Danube Principality was betrayed. Once again, the Principality of the Danube was placed on the gambling table of the imperialist powers as a bargaining chip for all powers. Only the victorious camp can decide the fate of these two regions. All this is unknown to all the people of the Danube Principality. By the way, is there any movement in the Caucasus? Abdul-Mejid who had discussed the destination of the Danube, casually asked about the situation in the Caucasus due to the continuous encroachment of the Caucasus by the Russian Empire in recent years. The Ottoman Empire had to adopt a strict defense strategy against the Caucasus to prevent a surprise attack by the Russian Empire. Especially after Russia and the Ottomans fell into diplomatic freezing point, the Highgate government listed the Caucasus as one of the key targets of the Russian Imperial Army. They plan to prepare to send some of the miscellaneous troops stationed in the Constantinople area to the Caucasus for defense. There is not much action in the Russian Empire. On the contrary, Shamal Imam has frequently sent news to us recently. He hopes that our army in the Caucasus can help them as much as they can. Fuad Effendi told Azerbaijan Abdul-Mejid said, "Oh, that invulnerable guy. Now he has to ask us for help." Abdul-Mejid asked Fuad Effendi with an interesting smile on his lips. Faced with the huge Russian Empire, relying on his incompetent mountain people alone will not play a big role. They can only be used as a strategy to contain the Russian Empire, and the war with the Russian Empire in the Caucasus still needs our help. That's it. Fuad Effendi responded to Abdul-Mejid, looking at how submissive he is to us, allow our army to provide them with some help. King Abdul-Mejid I gave an order to Fuad Effendi. Understood. Fuad Majid nodded to show his understanding. By the way, don't provide large-scale assistance. Then, Abdul-Majid I reminded coldly, otherwise, those rebellious guys will probably be even more disobedient. We must be like training. Like fierce horses, tame them. Fuad Effendi nodded in response to Abdul-Mejid I after the lawyers in the Caucasus had temporarily come to an end. Abdul-Mejid I asked Fuad Effendi when the French Empire entered the war. Fuad Effendi told Abdul-Mejid I that the French Empire had to wait until the Ottoman Empire and the Russian Empire officially went to war before they could join the battle logically. Hearing Fuad Effendi's words, Abdul-Mejid I felt a little bit of a complaint against the French Empire. They pushed the Ottoman Empire into the fire pit and then put themselves out of it. It really doesn't look like a good bro. Thinking about it this way, Abdul-Mejid I still couldn't see any complaints on his face. Not only that, but he also patted Fuad Effendi on the shoulder and told him to strengthen the connection with the French Empire. Upon seeing this, Fuad Effendi made a request to Abdul-Mejid I to send a team to Paris. After hearing Fuad Effendi's request, Abdul-Mejid agreed to Fuad Effendi's request without hesitation. Under such circumstances, any form of communication can affect the future direction of the two countries. Abdul-Mejid I of course also hoped that the French Empire could join the war as soon as possible. After everything was settled, Fuad Effendi left the Ottoman Empire's palace and turned to the residence of the new Prime Minister of the Ottoman Empire. Under the guidance of the North African slaves, Fuad Effendi entered the reception hall. Sitting on the sofa, he quietly waited for the arrival of Prime Minister. Not long after, Prime Minister Rashid appeared in the reception hall, and the person walking alongside him was none other than Ambassador Canning. Seeing Ambassador Canning's Fuad Effendi, he quickly got up to say hello to Ambassador Canning. After Ambassador Canning looked at Fuad Effendi, he immediately shook hands with Fuad Effendi and praised Fuad Effendi. D. Effendi was the most skilled diplomat in the Ottoman Empire. Fuad Effendi, who heard Ambassador Canning touts, was as humble as ever. After saying goodbye to Ambassador Canning, Rashid sat face to face with Fuad Effendi a while. Rhett said, "Is there something wrong with you coming to me, Your Excellency Prime Minister?" "This is the case." Fuad Effendi told Rhett everything that happened in the palace and then watched Rhett keep silent. "Since it was Your Majesty who gave you something, then I can't say more. But I hope that when you do anything, you must give priority to the Ottoman Empire." Rhett warned Fuad Effendi. Fuad Effendi immediately told Rhett that he would do things first in accordance with the interests of the Ottoman Empire. Afterwards, Fuad Effendi left Rhett's office. On June 28th, the delegation headed by Rifat Pasha, under the order of Fuad Effendi, began a state visit to the French Empire. On the other hand, an express was urgently sent by the office of the Minister of Foreign Affairs to the Caucasus on June 30th. The urgent express arrived in the hands of the Supreme Commander of the Turkish Army in the Ottoman region of the Caucasus. The Supreme Commander of the Caucasus, who had carefully read Fuad Effendi's manuscript, immediately followed Fuad Effendi's suggestion to support the Shah-mild leader within his capacity. Due to the recent liquidation of the peace religion tribes in the Caucasus by the Russian Imperial Army, the Ottoman Empire's garrison in the Caucasus has completely lost contact with Shamila, and they can only recommend Shamila by casting a wide net. Under the wide net of the Ottoman Empire, the messengers sent out finally found Shamila, who was lurking in the dense forests of the Caucasus at this time. Shamil Imam, who was surrounded and suppressed by the Russian Imperial Army, showed unprecedented embarrassment. Thinking of this guy who was besieged and suppressed by the Russian Empire in 1834, www.riyadh1.com now has to rely on the support of the Ottoman Regular Army. The special envoy feels an inexplicable sour feeling in his heart. It's like being a student who is underaged. Seeing the first few scores in this exam are almost the same as his on Shamila's side. To be precise, Shamila's subordinates looked at the ambassador in front of him with indignation. Many people are angrily criticizing the ambassador's attitude toward them. In response to the anger of Shamil's subordinates, the messenger directly argued that the Ottoman Empire had not declared war with the Russian Empire. A bubbling rescue could lead to a breakdown in the relationship between the two countries. The messenger's explanation made the people present even more angry, and many people even clamored for the traitor to be shot. Quiet. Just when the crowd was excited, Shamala said solemnly. The envoy subordinates who were originally fighting high and ready to shoot down the messenger fell down instantly. Then, Shamal came to the messenger's land and said, "Mr. Messenger, I have been fighting the Russian Imperial Army here since 1834. In these nearly 20 years, we have fought bravely and tenaciously. It has caused great damage to the Russian Empire. Big damage. I made the generals of the Russian Empire believe that I'm invulnerable." Immediately, Shamala said in a wistful tone, "How do those Russian Imperial troops know that I'm not invulnerable at all? The reason why I have been able to fight against the barbaric Russia time and time again comes from me and the peace religion tribe under my command. For the Ottomans, the Empire, the incomparable love for His Majesty the Great Sultan. It is precisely because of this pure love that I can't support me in this difficult situation." Chapter 407, Crying Baby Gets Milk. Your Excellency Shamala, no one can deny your contribution to the Empire. The special envoy first complimented the wrinkled and unshaven old man. It has been almost 20 years since Shamala rebelled against the rule of the Russian Empire in 1834. Nearly 20 years of vicissitudes have made Shamala gradually transformed from a young and strong young man into an old man. Shamala can be said to have dedicated his entire life to helping the Caucasus peaceful tribes against the Russian Empire. During these 19 years, Shamala killed and injured nearly an army of Russian soldiers. The mountain troops he led were like ghosts walking through the forest, which made countless Russian soldiers stationed in the Caucasus feel terrified. Shamal alone shook the foundations of the Russian Empire's rule in the Caucasus. Under Shamal's elusive campaign, the logistics of the Russian Empire suffered severe damage. All kinds of achievements are not even the Ottoman government can ignore. Humph. But what have you done to us? What have those fellows who are entrenched in the corpse of the Ottoman Empire have done to us? Where were you when we needed support the most? Where were you when we needed help most? Shamala slowly got up from his seat. He walked slowly to the front of the special envoy and asked the special envoy word by word. Shamala's strong body, which he has trained at the turn of life and death, is in stark contrast to the frail body that the special envoy has exercised in the pampered rear of the Ottoman Empire. The special envoy looked at the anti-Russian hero in front of him and couldn't help swallowing. Immediately, Shamal took off the white priest robe that wrapped his upper body in front of the envoy, revealing his majestic biceps and firm chest muscles. After Shamal took off his clothes, the envoy's face gradually turned pale. Because what was shown in front of the special envoy was a bruised body, and the upper body of Shamal was covered with knife, spear, and gunshot wounds. This is what I left behind when I was chased by a team of Russian pursuers in 1836. Shamala said to the envoy, pointing to the gunshot wound in his lower abdomen. At that time, it was still snowing in the Caucasus. I lay down on it. Took over 3 hours in the snow to get rid of those Russian pursuers. Later, Shamala pointed to another scar and said to the envoy, "This is when I was stabbed by those guys when I was fighting at close range with that group of Cossacks in 1840. I'm dying. I almost died somewhere." Shamala told the special envoy about the scars he suffered one by one, and the special envoy's mentality began to change from watching to sympathy. These guys, who are not in the regular army of the Ottoman Empire, fought against the Russian Empire with their blood. What right does a guy who lives in the rear of the Ottoman Empire have to despise them? Thinking of this, the special envoy couldn't help feeling ashamed of his previous thoughts. He said a politician, but also a patriot. On the premise of not affecting his own interests, his patriotism is no lower than anyone else's. Mr. Special Envoy, why are we doing this? What is it for my subordinates and I to risk being shot and hanged against the Russian Empire? Shamala's words were full of anger. 20 years of constant resistance made Shamala feel extremely violent in his heart. Especially after 1845, the arrival of the new military commander of the Caucasus, Mikhail Vorontsov. The arrival of this monarch directly led to a sharp increase in the number of Russian Empire in the Caucasus. Vorontsov, who had an absolute advantage in military strength, no longer considered directly attacking the rebel stronghold, but surrounded it, cutting off the rebels' food source by burning crops and villages. His troops also drove the rebels from their hiding places by cutting down forests and other means, while building roads to the rebel areas to facilitate the Russian army. During the period from 1845 to 1853, hundreds of villages in the Caucasus were directly burned down, and many villages had to turn to the Russian Empire in anticipation of the protection of the Russian Empire. Shamal, whose grassroots forces were constantly being removed by the Russian Empire, once wrote to the Ottoman Empire, asking them to help him. However, none of Shamal's letters received a reply from the Ottoman Empire. While Shamal personally went to the Ottoman army for help, he was also attacked by Ottoman sentry soldiers in the border area. The various actions of the Ottoman Empire made Shamal even more violent in his heart. Sometimes, he wished to go to Constantinople himself to question those high-ranking governments. If it wasn't for the recent period, the Russian imperial army's sweeping of the Caucasus has become more stringent. Shamal said nothing to write a letter of help to the Ottoman army. In a last resort, Shamal had to write to the Ottoman Empire, expecting their help. Fortunately, this time the Ottoman army saw Shamal's letter as if it were a conscience, and sent a special envoy to contact them. When receiving the special envoy, Shamal still inevitably passed on the negative emotions he received to the special envoy. "Your Excellency Shamit, you are a qualified patriot." Facing Shamal's complaint, the special envoy could only try his best to appease Shamal. "You and your subordinates have made an indelible contribution to the Ottoman Empire. Contribute and make those invaders of the Russian Empire suffer." Afterwards, the special envoy changed the conversation and explained to Shamal the helplessness of the empire. "Actually, there are many people in the Ottoman Empire who expressed secret approval for your actions, but we can't support your actions. Once the Ottoman Empire takes action, the Ottoman Empire will cooperate with you. You will all suffer the revenge of the Russian Emperor. The empire is based on the examination at the diplomatic level, so it is impossible to help you and your subordinates in that paragraph. Please forgive me, excuse me. Can a single word of forgiveness be used to exchange for the soldiers who died under my command? Can a word of forgiveness be able to restore the hearts of the Hearts Caucasus?" Shamal raised his voice and shouted to the envoy, "I know that no pale words can explain the pain you have suffered. If you wish, you and your subordinates can now go to the Ottoman Empire for repairs. I promise that you will be welcomed more warmly than you can imagine. Every inhabitant of Constantinople will regard you as a hero. The petals of the sky will pave a way for you to the palace of His Majesty the Sultan, where you can meet His Majesty, the Master, and they will give your blessings." The special envoy used the retreat as an advance to entice Shamal and his subordinates, and he hoped to eliminate the hatred against the empire by these guys, who had been struggling in hell for more than 10 years. Sure enough, there was a hint of fascination on the faces of most of Shamal's subordinates after the special envoy's tongue-in-cheek remarks. "Can we really see His Majesty the Sultan?" one of the younger Chechens asked the envoy. "Of course. Your Majesty welcomes you here." With a kind smile on his face, the special envoy nodded and replied to the Chechens. Afterwards, the special envoy turned his attention to Shamal again, and he asked unhurriedly, "Your Excellency Shamal, do you need to return to Constantinople dressed? If necessary, I will immediately report your situation to you." "Report to Constantinople." As soon as the envoy's voice fell, Shamal's subordinates turned their attention to Shamal. Shamal's face also showed a struggling look, and then he also looked at the special envoy. "Mr. Special Envoy, thank you very much for your kindness. My troops and I don't need to rest now, but we need arms and forage. As long as the empire can meet our two conditions, it will be fine. I can agree to your request on behalf of the commander of the Caucasus military region." The special envoy, who heard Shamal's request, responded decisively. Immediately, Shamal and the special envoy conducted a detailed review of how much arms his army needed. After some bargaining, the envoy reached an agreement with Shamal. The Ottoman Empire is responsible for Shamal's 4,000 grain and 3,000 muskets. Shamal needs to assure the Ottoman Empire that the supply station in the Caucasus region will be cut off. Even if the supply in the Caucasus region cannot be completely cut off, that would also put supplies in the Caucasus in a bind. 4,000 Dry rations and 3,000 muskets will be delivered to you in a week. In addition, we will also give you some additional medicines. I hope you can destroy the logistics of the Russian army as much as possible. He shot and said to Shamala with a smile. Shamala glanced at the envoy's hand, and after hesitating, he put his hand on his trousers and wiped it twice, then held the envoy's hand. After the two sides felt the heat of each other's palms, they let go of each other's hands. Afterwards, Shamil asked the envoy again, will the Imperial Army be fighting against the Russian Empire in the near future? The special envoy smiled and responded non-committally, it is possible, but it depends on the Russian Empire, and whether the international situation is favorable for the Ottoman Empire. The thought of Shamila, who could fight the Russian Empire's army in a decisive battle, could not contain his excitement. After waiting for more than 10 years, Shamila finally waited for the war between the Russian Empire and the Ottoman Empire. I will do my best to destroy the supplies in the Caucasus. Shamila assured the envoy again. Your Excellency Shamila, I will wait for good news at the Caucasus Army headquarters. The special envoy nodded and replied to Shamila in the end. Under the asterisk of Shamil's subordinates, the special envoy escaped the search of the Russian Empire and returned to the border of the Ottoman Empire. Chapter 408, Behind Samuel. So, you met with that fellow Shamil and promised him that he would give him 4,000 people's food and 3,000 muskets, as well as the ammunition supplies they needed? At the time of the Caucasus Command of the Ottoman Empire, the special envoy of the Caucasus Command who had returned from Shamil was being questioned from the Caucasus Command, and the person who questioned him was none other than Abdi Pasha, the commander of the Caucasus Command. Yes, Your Excellency Commander, I think arming Shamil is a very necessary thing. The Empire can use their hands to weaken the power of the Russian Empire in the Caucasus, and we only pay a few thousand rations and thousands of people. It's just a gun. The special envoy argued to Abdi Pasha, and then added, I can't find any reason to refute in any way. In front of the special envoy Abdi Pasha, who didn't know if he was stupid or naive, he questioned like a cannonball. Do you know the background of Shamil? Do you know the history of Shamil? Do you know the background behind him? Who is the power? Abdi Pasha asked a series of questions, which made the envoy, who had been confident, become a little flustered. Could it be that Shamila has another secret? The special envoy secretly rebuked himself for not being confused by Shamila's flattering words, so that he lost the most basic ability of insight, and was led by Shamila's nose. Your Majesty, does it mean that Shamil did not rely on his own strength to be able to do enough in the Caucasus? The special envoy asked Abdi Pasha with a worried expression on his face. Rely on yourself? Abdi Pasha said with a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth. Shamil is operating under the nose of the Russian Empire, and Russia's defenses against the Caucasus can be described as tight. However, even in this airtight environment, Shamila was still able to arm an army to cut off the logistics of the Russian Empire. Shouldn't you be wondering? Also, in the years he fought against Russia, it was impossible for him to seize all his weapons. Abdi Pasha gradually brought the special envoy into the chain of suspicion. At this time, in the special envoy's mind, Shamil was also full of various doubts, which were all the doubts that the special envoy ignored at that time. Your Majesty, the special envoy swallowed and looked at Abdi Pasha. Let me tell you, that fellow Shamil was once a member of the Ottoman Empire who followed Muhammad Ali against the Ottoman Empire. In order to prevent the special envoy from misunderstanding, Abdi Pasha also specifically explained, I said Muhammad Ali. It's the guy from Egypt, not the current commander-in-chief of the army. I understand. The special envoy nodded and said with a shocked expression, Shamila turned out to be a member of the opposition empire. Of course. Abdi Pasha shrugged his shoulders and said in a nonchalant tone, who made the empire at that time sign some treaties that harmed their interests. That guy Shamil is naturally against the empire. You mean the Hadrianburg Treaty? The special envoy immediately understood the specific meaning of the unequal treaty in Abdi Pasha's mouth point. According to the Treaty of Hadrianburg, the Ottoman Empire was required to cede some of its interests in the Danube region and the Caucasus to the Russian Empire. The Ottoman Empire had thus lost actual control over the Danube region and the Caucasus. It seems that you are not that stupid. Abdi Pasha raised his eyebrows and said lightly. Then what? The special envoy then asked. Then Shamal began to rebel against the rule of the Russian Empire, and there was always a huge thing behind him supporting him to rebel against the Russian Empire. They provided Shamal with sufficient financial resources and military commanders, which allowed him to successfully hide it past the early stage. The envoy heard a brand new version from Abdi Pasha's mouth. Who is behind Shamal? The Persian kingdom? The special envoy asked Abdi Pasha again in confusion. The kingdom of Persia? How dare they provoke the Russian Empire? Abdi Pasha patted his dusty trouser legs twice. I'm talking about the kingdom of Britain. The kingdom of Britain? Abdi Pasha's answer shocked the envoy. Immediately, a new question appeared in the envoy's mind. Why did the kingdom of Britain support Shamal in the Caucasus? When the special envoy told Abdi Pasha about this doubt, Abdi Pasha shook his head and said to the special envoy, I don't know either. Maybe the answer people like to fan the flames. How did Abdi Pasha know that the reason why Britain supported Shamal was to use Shamal's hand to hold back the Russian army so that it would have no time to take into account the problems in Afghanistan and Persia? Because these two regions have been strong barriers to protect Britain's brilliant gems. In order to maintain the security of British India, the Kingdom of Britain went on an expedition to Afghanistan, which ended in complete annihilation. The Imperial Cemetery buried a group of high-quality officers and soldiers, and since then part of Britain's attention has gradually begun to focus on the Caucasus. Shamal also became a good partner for them. Abdi Pasha could never have imagined that the British kingdom would push the National Gate defense line of British India all the way to the Caucasus. Since Shamal has the help of the Kingdom of Great Britain, he doesn't need our help at all. Then why did he seek our help? The special envoy found from Abdi Pasha's words. Vulnerability. The reason is very simple. After 1848, the Kingdom of Great Britain no longer supported them, so their strength declined rapidly and was defeated by the Russian army. Abdi Pasha spread his hands and said to the envoy, then, what should we do? Stop Shamal's support? The special envoy asked Abdi Pasha with a bewildered expression. Originally, I planned to block Shamal's resources and then let him obey the words of the Ottoman Empire. Now it's good you have agreed to their conditions. Abdi Pasha sighed at the special envoy in front of him said. If the special envoy does not have a backer with a deep background, just relying on his operation, he can make him enjoy the Ottoman Empire prison. Now Abdisha can only help the special envoy to go round smoothly. He walked slowly to the front of the special envoy and patted the special envoy on the shoulder and said earnestly, be careful in the future. Don't do this kind of thing again next time. I see. The special envoy said to Abdi Pasha. Immediately, Abdi Pasha wrote a letter to Constantinople, in which he named and praised the special envoy's heroic deeds, and praised him for spending the least cost to win over the Shamal armed forces, to cooperate with the Ottomans the actions of the empire. After some polishing by Abdi Pasha, it was originally a bad thing for the special envoy to make decisions without obeying orders, but it became a good thing for the special envoy to be courageous and resourceful. When Abdi Pasha sent the letter to Constantinople, the envoy was promoted to another level. Of course, this has come later. Abdi Pasha, who finished writing the letter in front of the special envoy, put the envelope in the envelope, then took a deep breath, and said to the special envoy, now we will see if Shamal is really willing to cooperate with the Imperial Army's actions. If they don't want to, what are we going to do? Te asked in a trembling voice. Then, we can only pray that Shamal will win. If he loses, Abdi Pasha hummed twice, the meaning of which is self-evident. On July 2nd, the Ottoman troops stationed in the Caucasus acted according to the agreement they had struck with Shamal. A steady stream of food, guns, and ammunition were delivered to the jungles of the Caucasus. Shamal, who received support from the Ottoman Empire, once again had money. This time he personally ventured to a village in the Caucasus region to persuade the young people in the village to join him in rebelling against the Russian Empire. Under Shamal's appearance, more than 2,000 young people from Chechnya and Georgia joined Shamal's team. Shamal's team suddenly expanded to more than 3,000 people. Basically, every enlisted soldier has a musket in his hand, but some muskets are old and some are relatively new. Afterwards, Shamal used the Russian Empire sentry troops to baptize the newly born army. Riyadh 1. In a few days, the Russian Empire's troops in the Caucasus had become wolf smoke everywhere. The commander of the Russian army had to once again announce the investigation to prevent the residents of the Caucasus from going astray. Just as the Shamil forces in the Caucasus collided with the border guards of the Russian Empire, the Ottoman embassy from thousands of miles away also arrived at the port of Marseille. As the head of the Ottoman mission, Rifat Pasha felt an unprecedented modern atmosphere after entering the port town of Marseille. The mansions, apartments, and the men and women on the streets, located on both sides of the street, Rifat Pasha saw in them a vitality that he had never seen in Constantinople. Welcome to Marseille, dear Rifat Pasha. A voice came to Rifat Pasha, who was admiring the scenery of Marseille. Rifat hurriedly took a look. Who are you? My name is Fleury, Brigadier General of the French Empire. I'm here to welcome the Ottoman Empire mission by order of His Majesty the Emperor Jerome Bonaparte. The owner of the voice was none other than Fleury. Due to the complete success of Fleury's replacement of Jerome Patterson last time, Jerome Bonaparte has a new understanding of Fleury. This time, he was the Brigadier General of the Empire, and was once again entrusted with the important task by Jerome Bonaparte. Hearing that he was specially greeted by the Emperor's order, Rifat Pasha's face showed a flattered expression. On behalf of the Ottoman Empire, I would like to thank the French Empire for its love and help to the Ottoman Empire. Chapter 409, Dismount. For Rifat Pasha, France's attitude towards the delegation could indirectly reflect the attitude of the French Empire towards the Ottoman Empire. Even if the former ambassador Walewski said a lot of good things about the French Empire, it was not as real as Rifat Pasha felt personally. After listening to Rifat Pasha's speech, Fleury, who was standing beside Rifat Pasha, immediately smiled and said to Rifat Pasha, "Your Majesty once told me that France and Ottoman are a pair, close partners. Although our two countries are not allies yet, they have a closer relationship than normal allies. In the future, the French Empire and the Ottoman Empire will need to work together to maintain the peace and tranquility of the Mediterranean together." That's right. That's right. Rifat Pasha slightly. France and the Ottoman Empire must be united in order to maintain peace in the Mediterranean. After the brief greeting was over, time gradually arrived at dusk, and the originally pale blue sky had gradually become bleak, as if it had been painted with a layer of grey paint by the creator, which originally hung in the southwest sky. I do not know when the disk slipped to the west. This round sphere with light and heat nourishing all things on its surface is slowly dive into the seabed of the Mediterranean Sea. The entire western sky has been covered with fiery red. Covered, the cunning moonlight looks extraordinarily soft and powerless under the fiery red halo. Fleury looked at the scene of the alternating sun and moon in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh. Sunset is a law of nature, just like the rising of the sun. Yeah. Although Rifat Pasha didn't understand why Fleury would say such inappropriate words, it didn't prevent Rifat Pasha from agreeing. As it was getting late, it was inconvenient to travel. Fleury arranged the Ottoman mission to a luxury hotel near the port of Marseille, and dispatched a team of National Guard soldiers to protect the mission and prevent emergencies after the Ottoman delegation was completely settled. Fleury walked out of the hotel alone. Fast-paced Fleury walked through the streets filled with gas lamps and soon arrived at the gate of the official telegraph office closest to the hotel. Looking at the brightly lit telegraph office in front of him, Fleury, who was standing at the door, gently knocked on the carved wooden door of the telegraph office. "Who is it?" After a while, an impatient voice came from the room of the telegraph office. The door opened slowly, and a big drunk man appeared at the gate. He looked at Fleury impatiently and said, "It's so late. What's the matter?" Immediately, he took a sip of the wine in his hand, and burped. Fleury, by the way. The smell mixed with alcohol and garlic made Fleury feel uncomfortable. He frowned at the guy in front of him and said, "I want to send a report." "Send a report." The big man under the influence of alcohol waved his hand staggeringly and responded, "Then you can come back during the day. I have something urgent to report to Paris." Fleury emphasized again, "I don't care. I said that the day is the day." The drunk man said unreasonably, and pointed his finger behind him at the same time, "I'll say what I say here. What I say is what I say." Facing this big man who didn't know the priorities, Fleury couldn't bear it any longer. He flew directly and kicked the big man. The big man was kicked into the house by Fleury, and Fleury also stepped into the telegraph office unhurriedly. At this time, in addition to the drunk strong man, there were 4 other people in the telegraph office. It seemed that they should also be members of the telegraph office. The members of the telegraph office first looked at the break-in uninvited guest in shock, and then looked at the strong man lying on the ground. The strong man who was kicked on the ground also reacted, and he grew at Fleury in disbelief. "You dare to kick me? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. I don't want to know who is behind you." Fleury pointed to the strong man in front of him and said word by word, "From now on, you are no longer from here." Immediately, Fleury pointed to a member who was sitting on the transmitter and said, "You immediately send a telegram to Paris." The content of the telegram is as follows: "The Ottoman Empire delegation has successfully arrived at the port of Marseille and is expected to arrive in Paris tomorrow. I hope the Ministry of Foreign Affairs can take good measures. Yes. Yes." After hearing the keywords such as Paris, Ottoman delegation and Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the sender immediately realized that the guy in front of him was probably from Paris, and he hurriedly agreed. One sentence point on the other side. The drunk man who was half drunk and half awake also heard the keyword in Fleury's mouth and realized that the collapse of the iron plate. Looked at Fleury with a trembling mouth. I, idiot. Just wait to be summoned by the judiciary." Fleury couldn't help but scolded. He really didn't want to waste his energy on an idiot, but some idiots just didn't know how much they weighed, so they insisted hit his gun. "I'm really sorry. I accidentally got drunk just now. I am really sorry." Hearing the judicial summons, the drunk man's face immediately turned pale. He realized that he was in a bad situation now, and staggered to his feet. He came to Fleury's side and kept apologizing, completely losing the domineering energy he had just now. "I said it. Just wait for the judicial summons. Not only you, but the idiot who recommended you in the first place has to get out of the way. Do you understand?" Fleury said impatiently. This time, the drunk man was completely desperate. Now Ted is not only cheating himself, but also cheating his brother-in-law, a civil servant who works at the city hall. It is conceivable that his brother-in-law would have beaten his brother-in-law to death if he knew that one of his drunken behaviors had caused both the drunkard and him to face suspension. Thinking of this, the drunk man once again felt that his legs and feet were weak, and his dull eyes once again slumped to the ground, tears of remorse flowing down the paint non-stop. However, Fleury didn't care whether the drunk man had any remorse or not. Hearing the transmitter stop beeping, he asked again, "How is it? Has it been sent?" "It's over." The reporter immediately stood up and responded, "Very good." Fleury nodded at the reporter, then pointed to the drunken man and said to them, "Now, throw this idiot out of me." This. They were hesitant for a moment, who were usually photographed in Dahanyanwari. "Don't worry. This idiot and the guy behind him will be fired directly. You don't have to worry about him taking revenge on you," Fleury said to the group of reporters again. Fleury's assurance made the group of reporters were courageous. They came to the drunk man face. One grabbed his hands, another grabbed his shoulders, and another dragged his body. "Lift him up. The current drunk man is like a crippled man who lost his dream and hope one day." With the statistical assistance of the dispatcher, the drunk man was directly thrown on the street. The telegrapher who returned to the telegraph office was praised by Fleury. After staying at the telegraph office to learn about the drunk man and the forces behind him, Fleury left the telegraph office and returned to the hotel. After an hour in Paris, a few hundred kilometers from the port of Marseille, Fleury's telegrams were passed to the telegraph office in Paris. The chief of the telegraph bureau who received the message did not wear a hat at all and immediately conveyed the message to the minister of the department. After receiving the telegram, the minister of railways immediately went to the palace of Fontainebleau while it was dark. When Minister Beroche arrived at the gate of the palace of Fontainebleau, he found that Mocha had been waiting at the gate of the palace of Fontainebleau. "Come with me. Your Majesty is waiting for you in the study," Mocha said bluntly to Beroche. Beroche followed Mocha into a study at the palace of Fontainebleau. Here, he not only saw the Emperor Jerome Bonaparte, but also the Minister of Foreign Affairs de Roos, the Minister of War Cousin Montauban, the Chief of the General Staff Marshal Saint Arnault, and the 1st Paris Division Commander General Conrobel. Such a description of the mobilization of the army made Béroche doubt for a time whether His Majesty was going to send an army to expedition to the Near East. Here, Jerome Bonaparte smiled and beckoned to Béroche. Béroche hurriedly came to Jerome Bonaparte and bowed his knees. Your Majesty, is there any news from Fleury? Jerome Bonaparte said to Béroche in his hand. That's right. Béroche nodded and responded to Jerome Bonaparte. Then www.riyadh1.com. Béroche told Jerome Bonaparte the contents of the Fleury telegram. Okay. Jerome Bonaparte nodded, then looked at the imperial officials present and said, do you think we should give this messenger from the Near East a disgrace? Jerome Bonaparte looked around for a week, and Saint Arnault, who was Jerome Bonaparte's confidant, immediately expressed his position. Your Majesty, I think it is necessary. Only in this way can the Ottoman Empire pay more attention to us. Before, the Navy used naval guns to bring them to their knees. This time it's our army, so I suggest that there should be a huge military exercise to let them see our strength. What do you think? Jerome Bonaparte turned his attention to the 1st Division reorganization, Division Commander Conrobert and the Minister of War Cousin Montauban. I agree. Conrobert and Cousin Montauban of course agreed with Saint Arnault's words. The French army after the reorganization really needs to show off its muscles. What about you? Jerome Bonaparte looked at Foreign Minister de Roos. Chapter 310. Diplomacy as the main, military as the auxiliary. In terms of diplomatic principles, de Lewis does not agree with this kind of diplomatic method that uses the military as a threat. Excessive use of the military for blackmail will easily bring the country's diplomatic credibility to the verge of bankruptcy point, but based on the principle of pragmatism, de Roos had to admit that military threats are often a way to achieve goals faster. De Lewis glanced at the 3 army managers present, and after weighing it a bit, he said euphemistically, let our allies know about our strength properly, and it will be more powerful for future alliances. Then, it's settled. Jerome Bonaparte nodded to everyone present. They are then assigned their personal tasks. This temporary meeting did not end until 1 o'clock in the morning. After the people who received their respective tasks from Jerome Bonaparte left the palace of Fontainebleau, they also did not rest and returned to their respective departments/armies. To add another one meeting point that night, the middle and senior civil servants/militaries in Paris did not get a good night's sleep. Early the next morning, with the full assistance of all departments, the military parade scheduled for tomorrow morning was prepared in an orderly manner. The Ottoman delegation arrived at the Paris railway station at 8 o'clock that night and was warmly welcomed by the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs. When the train arrived at the platform, there was a loud whistle from the steam locomotive, followed by a screeching sound of brakes. The speed of the train began to decrease, and Rifat Pasha, who was staying in the carriage, saw the soldiers standing on both sides of the train station. They were wearing uniform sky blue breasted military uniforms, a tall leather military cap on their heads, and their backs on their backs. Wearing a minute rifle. What is even more surprising is that confused every soldier's face is full of vigor and confidence, which is completely different from the soldiers that Rifat Pasha saw in Ottoman Russia and even Britain. The train slowly stopped, and Fleury came to Rifat Pasha and said, Mr. Rifat, here we are. Oh. Rifat Pasha nodded hurriedly to Fleury, then got up and left his seat. When Rifat Pasha came to the railway station, a group of young children holding flowers blocked his way, and they handed the flowers to Rifat Pasha one by one. Rifat handed all the words of the young children to his delegation, and each delegation received more than 2 bouquets of flowers. The young boy left under the guidance of the soldiers, and de Roos, the French foreign minister, appeared in front of Rifat Pasha. Mr. Rifat, hello. Welcome to France, de Roos said, when he came to Rifat Pasha with open arms, and hugged Rifat Pasha. Hello. Rifat Pasha's face was a little surprised, and then he also opened his arms to embrace de Lewis and immediately let go, half jokingly. Your country's etiquette just now really surprised me. We are a warm and hospitable country in France. Especially when it is convenient to treat friends. We treat our friends with sincerity. We exchange our sincerity for our sincerity, and our friendship for friendship honesty. Dear Lewis has completely complied with these stable diplomatic rhetoric. It can be done at your fingertips. I believe that the Ottoman Empire will definitely become the best friend of the French Empire. I came here precisely to promote the friendship between the Ottoman Empire and the French Empire. Rifat Pasha also responded to Delou's one sentence point. The first phase of the conversation ended in a few words. Derouz asked Rifat Pasha if he would like to accompany him to a meal. It's my honor to have dinner with the diplomatic leaders of the same country. Rifat Pasha readily agreed to Delou's invitation. The two who left the train station took a carriage to the Louvre Hotel. On the way to the Louvre Hotel, Rifat Pasha once again refreshed his understanding of Paris, especially when the carriage was walking on the Rue de Riva. Rifat Pasha felt the gap for the first time. Compared with Paris, which is full of modern days, Constantinople is more like the Middle Ages. The gap between two countries living under the same world is simply too great. When the carriage passed a construction site of a road that was being developed, Rifat Pasha pointed at the workers who were still working and said, "This Paris will be renovated in accordance with His Majesty's orders, and this is only a small part of the project." Derouz said to Rifat Pasha in a flat tone, "With Paris' deep-rooted arrogance, Paris will be built into a cosmopolitan city, and I hope that at that time Mr. Rifat can come here again." Definitely. Definitely. Rifat Pasha nodded in response. When the carriage arrived at the Louvre Hotel, Rifat Pasha was once again shocked by what he saw. No one could have imagined that this magnificent palace-like building would be a private hotel. After Rifat Pasha and Derouz got out of the car, they found that the general manager of the Louvre Hotel and the managers of various departments had been waiting for a long time at the front steps of the hotel. A banner "Welcome to the Ottoman delegation to France" was held over the head of the general manager of the Louvre Hotel. "Welcome, Your Excellency Pasha and Your Excellency Minister, to visit our hotel. It is our honor," the general manager of the Louvre Hotel said to Rifat Pasha and Derouz. "Let's lead the way," Delouis said lightly to the general manager of the Louvre Hotel. The general manager of the Louvre Hotel put the two and the delegation members into the private room of the Louvre Hotel. Delouis and Rifat Pasha and others sat down one after another, and Delouis said again, "You can live here for the rest of your stay in France. I can assure you that absolutely you won't be charged any fees." Hearing Delouis's words, Rifat Pasha said, "Thank you very much for the love of the French Empire for us. However, I think it is better for us to live in the embassy." When Rifat Pasha finished saying these words, the faces of several members of the mission showed disappointment. Indeed, the comfort level of living at the Grand Hotel Louvre is far from comparable to that of an embassy. "That's such a pity," Delouis said regretfully. After a while, the dishes were served. In order to take care of the Ottoman delegation from afar, Delouis chose a feast with mainly Turkish cuisine and French cuisine as a supplement. "Everyone, let go of your stomach and eat." Delouis stretched out his hand to invite the members of the delegation to eat. The members of the delegation glanced at Rifat Pasha, and only after receiving a slight nod from Rifat did the delegation members eat with confidence. Seeing the devouring members of the delegation, Delouis gently stirred the milky mushroom soup on the plate with a spoon, then scooped a spoonful and put it in his mouth to savor it. Rifat Pasha, who was sitting beside Derouz, also cut a piece of steak and chewed it in his mouth. The whole dinner lasted for nearly an hour. When the dinner came to an end, Rifat Pasha asked Delouis when he could see the Emperor of the French Empire. He hoped to see Jerome as soon as possible. "Bonaparte, don't worry. Tomorrow, our emperor will meet you," Delouis said to Rifat Pasha. "That's great," said Rifat Pasha, overjoyed. "However, the meeting place is Châtelet," Delouis added again. "Châtelet?" Rifat was stunned for a moment, and then he asked, "Is His Majesty not in the Tuileries now?" No. Delouis shook his head and replied to Rifat, "Tomorrow there will be a military parade in the Chateau area, and His Majesty will be there." "Parade?" Rifat Pasha looked at Delouis in astonishment. "That's right. Military parade." Delouis nodded slowly and said firmly, "I don't know if I can have the honor to visit your country's military parade." Rifat asked Delouis out of curiosity. "Of course. Derues agreed to Riffat's request without hesitation. This military parade was originally prepared for him, and even if Riffat didn't say it, Derues would ask him if he would like to participate in the military parade. When the time comes, I will have someone come over and call you. Okay. After the dinner, Derues sent the Riffat delegation back to the embassy, and then Derues returned to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs the morning after Riffat Pasha arrived in Paris. A group of dragoons in formal suits appeared at the gate of the Ottoman embassy. After the dragoons who entered the gate explained their intentions, Riffat Pasha and the dragoons took a carriage to the Paris train station, took the train through Versailles, and arrived at the parade site Chateaury. Here, Riffat Pasha met Jerome Bonaparte. At this time, Jerome Bonaparte was wearing a love dress that his uncle wore back then, riding a white horse through the square. Everywhere Jerome Bonaparte went, he could always attract a burst of cheers from the soldiers in the phalanx. From a distance, the current Jerome Bonaparte is somewhat similar to the original Emperor Napoleon. Under the leadership of the dragoons, Riffat went to the viewing platform, and Jerome Bonaparte would stand on the viewing platform to receive the cheers of the army once again after the tour was completed. Jerome Bonaparte, who had been patrolling the phalanx for more than an hour, finally inspected all the phalanxes before returning to the viewing platform. When Jerome Bonaparte stood on the viewing platform www.riyadh1.com, there were bursts of cheers from the audience. Long live the Empire! Long live Bonaparte! Long live the Empire! Long live Bonaparte! The sound came and went like waves, causing Riffat, who was experiencing the military parade up close for the first time, to almost fall. After 3 long-lived sounds, the French Chief of Staff, Saint Arnault, who was wearing the uniform of the Marshal of the Empire, rode a brown-red horse to the viewing platform. He first saluted Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte returned the salute to Saint Arnault with a solemn expression. Your first saluted Jerome Bonaparte. Majesty, on behalf of all the officers and soldiers of the 1st Military Region of the Seine Province, I would like to salute you. Please review it. Jerome Bonaparte nodded at Saint Arnault with a blank expression. Saint Arnault drove his horse to leave, followed by Saint Arnault and the messenger troops who were responsible for conveying the order. A phalanx of troops began to enter the venue in an orderly manner, and the review is about to officially begin. Chapter 411, Resurrected Guard. When the dragoons riding on unified brown-red horses conveyed the order to the commanders of the various formations, and returned to the viewing platform one after another, the loud bugle blew in the formations filled with infantry and cavalry. As the bugle sounded in the phalanx of the military parade, the artillerymen placed in the wilderness 500 meters away from the military parade also began to act. The wooden box full of smoke shells was opened by a crowbar, revealing smooth and round black shells. The artilleryman responsible for loading the ammunition picked up the smokescreen shell with both hands and carefully placed the shell in the gun chamber filled with gunpowder. After all the gun chambers were loaded with special shells, the commander in command of the artillery unit extended his forearm at a 90-degree angle to his forearm and shouted loudly, "Ready!" All the artillerymen looked tense, and the leads held in their palms were straightened. Release. With the order of the artillery commander, almost all the artillerymen pulled hard at the same time, and the cannonball shot out from the muzzle like a wild horse at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. The brackets slammed into the ground hard. The rumbling sound of the cannon appeared a few tenths after the cannonball flew out of the muzzle. Jerome Bonaparte, who was far away at the parade ground, understood that the 12-pound bronze cannon, which symbolized the pinnacle of the front bore cannon, had already destroyed the smoke and cannonballs. After a few seconds, the red, blue, and white smoke representing the French flag began to rise in the distance due to the influence of the air density, and the military parade officially began with the sound of gun salute and bugles, just as the invited audience, ambassadors of various countries, were guessing the type of artillery. A team of new-style men dressed in sky blue-breasted military uniforms, with silver breastplates, black helmets with feathers, command knives and portable pistols on their waists. The French cavalry appeared first, and they were the most loyal men of Jerome Bonaparte, the French Imperial Guard Dragoons. This team originated in the Republic, prospered in the First Empire, and then collapsed in the Restoration of Bourbon's Guard cavalry. reborn by the hands of the Emperor of the Second Empire. The silver cuirass radiated dazzling light under the lazy sunlight, and each of the Imperial Dragoons came to Jerome Bonaparte's viewing platform with full enthusiasm and uniform pace. Long live Napoleon, long live the Empire. The Dragoons of the Guards, led by their brigade commander, General Pelissier, skillfully shouted out the slogans that had been rehearsed many times. Standing on the stage without saying a word, Jerome Bonaparte smiled when he heard the shouts of the Guard Dragoons. Waving the hat to these loyal warriors, the Guard Dragoons slowly left the viewing platform under the leadership of Pelissier, followed by the Guard Grenadiers under the leadership of Imperial Brigadier General Leboeuf. Long live Napoleon! Long live the Empire! The grenadier, wearing a high fleece cap and carrying a magnet gun, also paid due respect to Jerome Bonaparte with an enthusiastic attitude. This group of soldiers who have been carefully selected to join the parade phalanx, each of them are very similar in height and physique. When looking in from the side, only the first person in the queue can be seen. What is even more commendable is their pace. The heights of the raised legs are also so coordinated, as if they were carved out of the same mold. Most of the ambassadors standing behind the viewing platform couldn't help but applaud the strict discipline of the French army after seeing such a uniform movement. Only a few ambassadors were dismissive of the actions of the Guards Grenadier Regiment, including the Russian ambassador, who dismissed the actions of the Grenadier Regiment as a shelf division. The current Russian ambassador does not know that this so-called shelf division in his mouth will defeat several times the Russian Imperial Army in the subsequent Crimean War and be the first to occupy the Sevastopol fortress. And 4. Rifat, the ambassador of the Ottoman delegation, nothing excites him more than now. The actions of the French Empire are undoubtedly showing him what a world-class powerful army is. With such pace and action, Rifat can be sure that the whole of Russia, no, it should be said that there is no army in the whole of Europe that can be like that. So if every army in France can be like this one, then there will be no one in this world that can rival France. Of course, according to the number issued by the unit, this unit should be the most elite unit of the French Empire, and not all units can be like this unit. Even so, Rifat Pasha was also optimistic about the army of the French Empire. No matter what the cost, make an alliance with France. Rifat decided in his heart to say to himself. After the Guards Grenadier Regiment left, the next thing was the special show of the 1st Military District of the Seine Province. More than 200 soldiers from the 1st Division Commander, Military Regions, 1st Brigade, who were in charge of reviewing, entered the field under the leadership of Brigadier General Troche, the commander of the Military Regions Brigade. Just watching the 1st Regiment staring at the front with high enthusiasm, in the suspicious eyes of everyone on the viewing platform, the interval between each row of troops began to expand, until the distance between the front and the rear of the team was about 0.5 meters, and then did the troop standout stop. Then, the most shocking scene of the military parade appeared. Prepare. I saw Troche, who was standing on the side of the army, shouted out his command knife. More than 200 soldiers carried the magnet guns on their shoulders and dragged them in their hands. They don't want to. Standing on the stage, Jerome Bonaparte suddenly remembered the scene in the documentary of the military parade of later generations. He remembered that he had spoken to Ken Robert and others before. Did they really succeed? With some doubts, Jerome Bonaparte and the confused ambassadors continued to look down. But after Troche's second order was issued, the most shocking scene appeared. More than 200 soldiers made a unified action of preparing to stab and put the bayonet at the muzzle of the gun close to the back of the previous person. One is at risk of death. This requires a tacit understanding of the team to complete. This carefully selected 200-person army has obviously reached the standard point after Troche's order was issued. The soldier looked at the distance between himself and the front row, and also used his peripheral vision to observe whether the distance between himself and the person next to him was the same. The entire troop pressed forward, and the ambassadors and generals on the viewing platform stared at everything in front of them. They never thought that one day they would hold their breath to appreciate the military parade. Even the ambassadors of the Russian Empire, who were originally dismissive of the French Empire's army, couldn't help but worry about the Russian Empire at this moment. Can they really defeat the army in front of them? Everyone on the viewing platform briefly forgot to breathe and forget everything until the 1st Brigade parade personnel completely put away their rifles and left the viewing platform and returned the same waypoint under the guidance of a certain general. The ambassadors and generals on the viewing platform burst into thunderous noises. Seeing this, Jerome Bonaparte also applauded the bold behavior of the 1st Brigade. You must know that, if there is a mistake in the military parade, everyone from constable to the regiment commander will be severely punished, and the soldiers participating in the military parade will also die. However, they won't be blamed for their success. Instead, they will receive applause from the audience and awards from Jerome Bonaparte. After the end of the 1st Brigade, the 2nd Brigade and the 3rd Brigade sent 3 times more people than the 1st Brigade to participate in the military parade. Although the number was larger than the 1st Brigade, the shock it brought was far less than the 1st Brigade. All in all, it's pretty mediocre. After all the elite troops have been reviewed, the next is the soldiers of the other troops of the Senesheng military region. These soldiers also shouted the slogan "Long live the Empire," under the leadership of the regiment commander with a positive attitude. Without passing an army, Jerome Bonaparte always takes off his hat. The entire military parade lasted for nearly 2 hours. When the last artillery unit to be reviewed appeared, it meant that all the military parade items had ended. Each 12-pounder Napoleon bronze gun was pulled into the parade venue by 2 horses, and everyone was once again surprised by the caliber of the Napoleon gun. However, no one was shocked by this. There are too many large caliber artillery pieces in this era, and most of them are bulky and have relatively close shooting distances. In their eyes, the big Napoleon was at best a miniature version of the 24-pound siege gun, and their range was not even as good as that of the Napoleon. France is doing nothing but useless work. The Russian ambassador in the crowd sneered at the French artillery when he seized the opportunity. Artillery with less power and range like this. Riyadh1.com if you use on the battlefield, I'm afraid it will make people laugh out loud. The Swedish envoy standing next to the Russian ambassador just smiled and ignored the Russian ambassador. The self-seeking ambassador of the Russian Empire could only curse Jerome Bonaparte in his heart, and at the same time he set his sights on Riffard. At this time, Riffard was still staring at the Napoleon cannon intently, for fear of missing every detail. The subconscious in the haze told him that it must be a good thing that this gun can be taken out on this occasion. The artillery unit heralded the complete end of the military parade. Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte made another parting speech, and the teams from the Châteauly area began to take over. Under the leadership of the heads of various departments, the troops went to formulate low-key meals one after another. Garlic sausage, cold chicken and watered champagne became the main meals of the soldiers. Jerome Bonaparte and others came to the castle for dinner again. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412, The Red-Faced Emperor. After everyone entered the castle was filled with all kinds of meals, and the internal high-level banquet also started in the form of a buffet. Jerome Bonaparte raised his glass and poured champagne to share a drink with all the guests present, and then came to toast in front of the ambassadors of the Kingdom of Britain, the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies, and the Kingdom of Sardinia, in turn. In addition to the Kingdom of Britain treating Jerome Bonaparte on an equal footing, the ambassadors of the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies and the Kingdom of Sardinia were extraordinarily humble. As if they were obedient to Jerome Bonaparte. "Say hello to the Prime Minister of Cava for me," said Jerome Bonaparte, toasting glasses with the Sardinian ambassador. "I will definitely convey your news to His Excellency the Prime Minister." The ambassador of the Kingdom of Sardinia responded to Jerome Bonaparte with a half bow. "Yeah." Jerome Bonaparte nodded to the Sardinian ambassador. During the whole banquet, Jerome Bonaparte toasted almost everyone in the banquet, except the ambassador of the Russian Empire. The banquet ended after nearly 3 hours, and the ambassadors and generals took the train back to Paris one after another. Only Jerome Bonaparte and Rifat Pasha were left in the castle. Jerome Bonaparte stretched out his hand and invited Rifat Pasha to sit down. "Please sit, thank you, Your Majesty." Rifat Pasha showed a flattered expression on his face and then sat beside Jerome Bonaparte. Mr. Rifat, why did you come all the way from Ottoman to come here? After seeing Rifat Pasha sitting down completely, Jerome Bonaparte asked Rifat in a clear and confused way. Pasha, your Majesty, the reason why I traveled thousands of miles from the Ottoman Empire to Paris is to seek help from Paris. Rifat Pasha said sincerely to Jerome Bonaparte. Ask for France's help? Jerome Bonaparte shrugged his shoulders and said to Rifat Pasha, pretending to be surprised, France is a peace-loving country, and we don't want to provoke disputes for no reason. If even Paris cannot uphold justice for a weak European country, then there is no country in the world who believes that Europe is at peace. Rifat Pasha told Jerome Bonaparte without hesitation. The alarmist said, once the Russian Empire breaks out of the shackles of the Black Sea, then the entire Mediterranean Sea will become Russia's territory. Facing the Russian threat theory from Rifat Pasha's mouth, Jerome Bonaparte showed a rare dignified expression. After thinking for a long time, he said again, it seems that the Russian Empire cannot be left alone. That's right. The Russian Empire is the destroyer of the entire European order. The Ottoman Empire asked the French Empire to join hands with it to resist the Russian Empire. Rifat Pasha replied sincerely, as a person, I support your opinion. Jerome Bonaparte said in a tangled manner, but for the monarch of a country, I must consider the interests of the entire French people. Your Majesty, to maintain the peace and stability of the Mediterranean Sea is to safeguard the interests of France. Rifat Pasha understood that Jerome Bonaparte's previous series of nonsense were all for the purpose of asking for favors from the Ottoman Empire behind his point. Although it is said that this war of the Ottoman Empire was fought under the instigation of the French Empire, the Ottoman Empire itself has also reached a situation where it cannot be fought. It is appropriate to transform an internal conflict into an external war, so as to use the war to eliminate some of the resistance forces. An operation that the ruling class must consider. Mr. Rifat, my subjects don't understand the so-called peace in the Mediterranean. They only know who can lead them to gain, and they are willing to help whoever wins. Jerome Bonaparte casually told Rifat Pasha said, if France joins the war, it will inevitably cause a certain degree of loss of personnel and property. Who should bear these losses, and how can I appease those who trust me to say that the army is handed over to me? People. Once the war reaches a stalemate, the cost per day is astronomical. You will never let me take a pile of French foreign debts and announce to the outside world that I have secured enough debts for each of you. Rifat's method of diverting contradictions did not achieve substantial results, and Jerome Bonaparte was still beaten to death and must be given certain benefits. Merciful Emperor, our Ottoman Empire will never forget that you and your country gave us selfless support and help when we were in danger. Rifat Pasha respectfully said to Jerome Bonaparte, the Ottoman Empire is not a country that doesn't give back. We will do everything we can to repay the French Empire. No matter how many scheming and calculations the emperor in front of him secretly hides. In any case, he is the only existence that the Ottoman Empire can rely on. Even if Jerome Bonaparte has already appeared naked hegemonism words, Rifat Pasha is still full of gratitude for the help of the French Empire. There are only naked interests between countries, and mouthful relations that go against interests will eventually be terminated by greater interests. However, gratitude is grateful. The so-called do your best report is just to talk about it. The Enkian Empire will undoubtedly reciprocate the French Empire, but no matter how the Ottoman Empire reports to France, it will not put its most fundamental interests out, since you and your Sultan have said that they will do everything they can to repay me. Then I hope that the French Empire can gain the power to spread the teachings in the Ottoman provinces of Tunisia, North Africa, Egypt, and the Middle East, as well as some commercial priorities. Right. Jerome Bonaparte said as he climbed up the pole that Rifat Pasha handed over, and he opened his mouth wide. Possessing missionary rights over the territories of the Ottoman Empire meant that France was able to smoothly enter and exit the Ottoman Empire's lands in North Africa and the Middle East by means of sand infiltration and control over these areas. The commercial priority can allow French capital to penetrate into Tunisia. At this time Tunisia has been penetrated by the capital of Britain and France. Tunisia's largest bond country is still France, and Libya, so as to control the North African economy. As long as the economic lifeline of the North African region is in the hands of the French Empire, then the entire North African region is the possession of France. As for Egypt, Jerome Bonaparte was not ready to take that area from the very beginning. Jerome Bonaparte understood that once he captured Egypt, it meant that he was challenging Britain's interests in the Mediterranean Sea, and Britain would do everything in its power to stop it, even threatening war. It is an unwise choice to rashly become an enemy of Britain without completely pacifying Germany. Egypt can only be used as a means for Jerome Bonaparte to handle Britain for a period of time in the future. As long as the British Kingdom does not want to lose Egypt, then it must negotiate with France. Rifat Pasha, just as Jerome Bonaparte had expected, politely rejected Jerome Bonaparte's proposal, after listening to Jerome Bonaparte's conditions, and carried out the Kingdom of Britain the flag. My gracious Majesty, I'm happy to agree to all the conditions you put forward, but I'm afraid that these conditions will not be recognized by the British Kingdom. The Austrian Empire does not want to see the British Kingdom and the Austrian Empire, both of which are friendly to the Ottoman Empire nations, are hostile to each other. The conditions proposed by Jerome Bonaparte are tantamount to dedicating the entire North Africa and the Middle East to the control of France. Even if the Ottoman Empire has agreed to the conditions proposed by Jerome Bonaparte, the British Kingdom will not promise. Although it is said that the current Ottoman Empire has begun to move towards France due to the influence of the Russian Empire, the entire Ottoman Empire is still dominated by factions that are close to the Kingdom of Britain. After all, the current British Empire is an empire where the sun never sets. Although the French Empire is powerful in the army, in terms of overall strength, it is still far behind the British Empire. Naturally, you should also hold a thicker and stronger thigh when hugging your thighs. Okay. After hearing Rifat Pasha lift the big flag of Britain, Jerome Bonaparte relaxed. These conditions are indeed a bit harsh for the Ottoman Empire. Then, Jerome Bonaparte stretched out a finger and said solemnly, I need your country to promise me a condition. Your Majesty, Riyadh1.com, please speak. Rifat Pasha responded to Jerome Bonaparte, I hope the Ottoman Empire can provide material assistance to the expeditionary force that is about to go to your country. Jerome Bonaparte put forward a condition that could not be simpler, which made Rifat Pasha suddenly feel to some surprise. Of course, the Ottoman Empire will definitely support the logistics of the French Empire. Rifat Pasha confidently said to Jerome Bonaparte, you sure? Jerome Bonaparte gave Rifat a suspicious look, and added, we are going to dispatch 150,000 expeditionary troops to the Ottoman Empire, to help the Ottoman Empire. I believe that the British Kingdom will also dispatch 10,000 troops. There are more than 10,000 troops. In this case, the number of coalition troops has reached nearly 300,000. Can the Ottoman Empire really afford the logistics of 300,000 troops? The materials needed by the Imperial Army in battle are not at the same level as your army. I have no other meaning here. Rifat Pasha swallowed. He found that he seemed to have overestimated ability of the Ottoman Empire, so he could only bite the bullet and said, we cannot fully guarantee the logistics of the expedition. Chapter 413. Drink poison to quench thirst. In terms of the existing material and financial resources of the Ottoman Empire, not to mention supporting the combined British and French troops, even if only supporting the 150,000 French expeditionary forces in Jerome Bonaparte's mouth, that is an impossible task. If the Ottoman Empire cannot guarantee the logistical supply of the expeditionary force, then the French Empire will not be able to guarantee that it can defeat the Russian Empire. Jerome Bonaparte rubbed his fingers lightly and said bluntly to Rifat Pasha. He replied, presumably you should know that the victory of a war depends not only on the front, but also on the rear. If the Ottoman Empire can't guarantee even this, I can't convince my soldiers to go to war in a country that can't even guarantee logistics. However, the French Empire, Rifat Pasha, who saw Jerome Bonaparte trying to withdraw from the Near East, couldn't sit still. After all, the Ottoman Empire had no way to fight against the Russian Empire with its own strength. They had to cling to the thighs of Britain and France to survive in the Near East. It can be said that the continued survival of the Ottoman Empire depends on the help of the imperialist powers at this point. Rifat Pasha could only say to Jerome Bonaparte in a low voice, although the Ottoman Empire cannot fully protect the interests of the expeditionary forces, we will try our best to give the expeditionary forces everything they need. Before Rifat Pasha finished speaking, Jerome Bonaparte raised his hand and interrupted Rifat Pasha. Forgive me, the current financial situation of the Ottoman Empire can really support the same financial situation. Battle of the Russian Empire? Rifat Pasha immediately pursed his lips and was speechless. According to the current financial situation of the Ottoman Empire, it simply cannot afford to fight a protracted war, let alone support the French Empire. Once the war with the Russian Empire forms a stalemate, the only way that awaits the Ottoman Empire is financial collapse. What if you get away with winning the Russian Empire? The greedy Tsar will never pay compensation for this war, and all the bitter consequences will be borne by the Ottoman Empire itself. Thinking of this, Rifat Pasha's heart became even heavier. After a while, Rifat Pasha said with difficulty, there are indeed some fluctuations in the empire's finances, but this fluctuation is only a temporary crisis. It won't take long for the Ottoman Empire to ease. A short-term crisis? Jerome Bonaparte spread his hands and said bluntly, how many years will the short-term crisis last? 10 years? 20 years? Does it mean that the Ottoman Empire needs to wait for 20 years before is it possible to declare war on the Russian Empire? Of course, I don't mean to look down on the Ottoman Empire. However, I think the Ottoman Empire should first consider the trade-offs. I'm just a diplomat, and I only know a little about the imperial finances. However, I believe that the Imperial Finance Department of the Empire will definitely think of a solution to this problem. Rifat Pasha could only return the problem to the finance department, and then he assured Jerome Bonaparte, however, I can assure you that, even if the empire is facing financial difficulties now, I will do my best to provide high quality service to the army of the French Empire, so that the army of the French Empire will be able to enjoy the peace of mind. Get the most complete logistics, guarantee. Jerome Bonaparte shook his head and said to Rifat Pasha, Mr. Rifat, what I need is not your guarantee. Guarantee is the most useless thing in this world. I need it. See what the Ottoman Empire really is capable of delivering on what it says it promises. If the Ottoman Empire is not even capable of this, then it is very difficult for me to convince the legislature and the citizens of France to support the empire in the war against the Russian Empire. In the French Empire, the legislature and all French citizens have far greater rights than I, the emperor. The French citizen has given me this power, which I must exercise properly. Your Majesty, Rifat Pasha lightly bit his lip and was speechless. Mr. Rifat, think about it. Jerome Bonaparte patted Rifat on the shoulder, then turned and left. After Jerome Bonaparte left the castle, de Roos, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the French Empire, appeared in front of Rifat Pasha. Mr. Rifat, your conversation with His Majesty. De Roos looked at Rifat Pasha with a puzzled face. Judging from his expression, he didn't seem to know the content of the conversation just now. Alas. Rifat Pasha shook his head and responded to de Lewis, can you tell me what happened? De Lewis asked with concern. His Majesty the Emperor just told me. Rifat Pasha repeated what Jerome Bonaparte had just said to de Lewis. De Lewis, who was about to come in with a white face, suddenly felt a headache after hearing Rifat Pasha's description. The current de Lewis really doesn't know whether to praise Jerome Bonaparte for playing a red-faced character or to complain about the emperor's excess of force. Diplomacy itself is a place that leaves room for both sides to turn around. Such a diplomatic strategy of directly ripping off each other's leggings is probably something that only the First Empire at the time could do. In a way, Jerome Bonaparte did inherit some of his uncle's fine diplomatic traditions. Thinking of this, de Lewis hurriedly remedied, Mr. Rifat, I think your Majesty should hope that the Ottoman Empire and France will cooperate more closely. What do you mean? Rifat Pasha looked at de Lewis and asked, the finances of the Ottoman Empire itself is not a big problem, it only needs to use some means to alleviate it. Lewis proposed a solution to Rifat Pasha. The Ottoman Empire itself is an excellent asset. Many of our countries the bankers wanted to have a deep exchange with the Ottoman Empire. The Translation of D. Lewis's words is that, as long as the Ottoman Empire issues bonds, then the French Empire can take over the Ottoman Empire's bonds. But the Ottoman Empire itself has accumulated a lot of external debt. Rifat Pasha replied to D. Lewis. In order to implement the Tanzimat reform as soon as possible, the Ottoman Empire was forced to borrow from the British Kingdom. Under the instructions of the British government, Barings Bank, one of the banking giants in Britain, happily accepted the debt issued by the Ottoman Empire and put it on the secondary market. As the reforms progressed, the old and new bureaucrats were more and more involved, and the Ottoman Empire's debts became so high that they were simply unable to repay the debts they owed. As for Rifat Pasha's response, D. Lewis obviously expected it long ago. He immediately shook his head and replied, "Mr. Rifat, in fact, the Ottoman Empire's possessions are a wealth in themselves. As long as the Ottoman Empire is willing to pay at some cost, our country's bankers are still very willing to pay for the debt of the Ottoman Empire. You want us to cede the land? No, absolutely not." Rifat Pasha understood what D. Lewis meant. He immediately shook his head and said to D. Lewis in panic, "If I agree on your terms, those guys in Constantinople will never let me go." The people Rifat Pasha spoke of were those imams of extreme teachings. Humph. D. Lewis snorted coldly, with a look of disdain on his face. "Those are all guys who don't understand the difficulties of the country. As long as you are a little tougher on them, they won't dare to say anything." Afterwards, a sneer appeared on the corner of D. Lewis's mouth. "Don't those guys claim to love the Ottoman Empire and are willing to die for the Ottoman Empire? Then send them to the front line and die for the Ottoman Empire." D. Lewis's method is not without poison. In Constantinople, the vast majority of those with some extreme nationalism and jihadist fanaticism are middle-class/imams in Constantinople, and sending them to the battlefield is completely interrupted. The Ottoman Empire had just had some rising democratic winds, returning the Ottoman Empire to the ranks of barbaric dictatorships. This Rifat Pasha had some intentions. "Mr. Rifat, the most important thing now is to defeat the Russian Empire. If the soldiers of the Russian Empire enter Constantinople, then the situation that the entire Ottoman Empire will face, I don't need to go into too much detail." D. Lewis once again played up the Russian threat theory in front of Rifat. In the eyes of those Balkan nations, the Ottoman Empire is an evil empire that has oppressed them for hundreds of years. Knowing that they will not move massacre against Constantinople www.riyadh1.com by then, the whole of Constantinople will probably become a ghost town. The Russian Empire shouldn't do this. They are a country that has entered the ranks of civilization. Rifat Pasha was even more shaken. The Russian Empire can't do anything at all. They just need to take over an empty city. Those people in the Balkans must be happy to do some shady deeds for the Russian Empire. D. Lewis reminded vaguely. Rifat Pasha's face was very ugly. There is no doubt that D. Lewis's intimidation has worked. Rifat Pasha did not dare to bet that without France, the strength of Ottoman alone could withstand the attack of the Russian Empire. Not to mention, there is also an Austrian Empire that is also eyeing. If France is holding a grudge behind its back, the Ottoman Empire may really face the risk of order collapse. In this friendship between the great powers, the Ottoman Empire has no bargaining power at all. Chapter 414. Abandoned land is not ceded land. Rifat Pasha understood that the Ottoman Empire was doomed to fail in this wave point. Whether it is the Russian Empire, the French Empire, or the Austrian Empire, they all want to rip off the Ottoman Empire, and the difference between them lies in their attitude toward the Ottoman Empire. Compared with the Russian Empire, which was determined to dismember the Ottoman Empire, France's actions were much gentler. At least the Ottoman Empire that lost the Middle East and North Africa could still exist, and the Ottoman Empire that lost Constantinople would immediately collapse. Rifat Pasha also had no illusions, believing that Britain would do everything in its power to help the Ottoman Empire turn around in this regard. After all, the British Kingdom still needs the French Empire to help them resist the Russian Empire. Without the support of other powers, Rifat chose the lesser of two evils, and he was determined to compromise again with the French Empire. Minister D. Lewis, on behalf of the Ottoman Empire, I would like to assure France that as long as France can help the Ottoman Empire to eliminate the threat that the Ottoman Empire is facing now, then the Ottoman Empire can pay any price. Rifat Pasha gritted his teeth and decided determined to promise D. Lewis in the heart of Rifat Pasha now. He has actually acquiesced to the previous condition of Jerome Bonaparte's lion opening. We hope that the Ottoman Empire can help the French Empire in Rhode Island to open up a transfer station and telegraph transfer center to facilitate the circulation of expeditionary army supplies and intelligence. D. Lewis first put forward his first condition, Rhode Island. There's nothing wrong with this. Rifat Pasha nodded and agreed to D. Lewis's conditions. The material transfer station and telegraph transfer center built on John Island must be independently operated by France. At the same time, for such an important strategic location as Rhodes Island, the French Empire hopes to assign troops to guard Rhodes Island. D. Lewis added a sentence to Rifat Pasha. Rifat Pasha immediately understood D. Lewis's thoughts. He not only wanted to turn Rhode Island into a material transit center, but also wanted to directly control Rhode Island in his hands. Rifat Pasha was a little embarrassed. Although the island of Cyprus has little effect on the Ottoman Empire, it is also not to say that it is lost. We can guarantee that Rhodes Island will pay tribute to the Ottoman Empire as usual, and even increase it by 1.5 times on the original basis. D. Lewis said in a gentle voice. Yes. Rifat Pasha gritted his teeth and agreed to the first condition proposed by D. Lewis, and then continued to ask, is there any other conditions for the French Empire? Next, we hope that the Ottoman Empire can open its ports during the war to ensure that the fleet of the expeditionary force can pass freely. D. Lewis made his second request. Of course this is also possible. Rifat Pasha agreed to D. Lewis's condition without hesitation, and then added, if the French Empire is willing, the army of the Ottoman Empire can completely obey the orders of the expeditionary army. Obey all actions of the expeditionary army. If that's the case, then it would be even better. D. Lewis nodded in response to Rifat Pasha, and then continued, one more thing, since the French Empire has obtained the right to protect the Holy Land's ruling, then France is obliged to ensure the safety of the people of the Holy Land. Therefore, I hope to send an army to the Holy Land. I can assure you that the size of this army will never exceed 1 regiment. Of course, the strength of this regiment is only a symbolic meaning, used to protect the basic rights and interests of France in the Holy Land. Rifat Pasha hesitated again. Once the French Imperial Army entered the Holy Land, it was difficult to get them out. However, the most terrible thing at the moment is the Russian Empire. If they are allowed to capture Constantinople, then the Ottoman Empire is likely to be completely turned into history. Just as their ancestors wiped out the Byzantine kingdom. I promise you, Rifat Pasha said to D. Lewis through gritted teeth. In that case, these are my conditions. D. Lewis, who knew how to stop, replied to Rifat Pasha. Also, just when Rifat Pasha was about to ask D. Lewis what other conditions he had, he immediately heard what D. Lewis said next, and he asked D. Lewis with a smile on his face. Is that all? That's all. D. Lewis responded to Rifat Pasha with a firm tone. Okay. Thank you very much for your support of the Ottoman Empire. Rifat Pasha said excitedly, holding D. Lewis's hand. These conditions in D. Lewis's mouth were far from the bottom line he could accept. How could Rifat not be delighted by such a strong sense of difference? I said it. The Ottoman Empire and the French Empire will become a pair of close allies. D. Lewis said to Rifat Pasha in a gentle tone with a slight smile. After Rifat Pasha and D. Ruz finalized the specific details, D. Ruz and Rifat Pasha left the castle. After D. Ruz and Rifat Pasha returned to Paris by train, Rifat Pasha returned to the Ottoman embassy in France. D. Ruz did not return to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and went straight to the Tuileries Palace to report the news of the negotiations to Jerome Bonaparte. D. Lewis, who entered the Tuileries Palace, led by Mocha, came to a room on the 3rd floor of the Tuileries Palace. When D. Ruz pushed in the door, he saw Jerome Bonaparte, Magnet and Fold. The three of them sitting around seemed to be discussing something. Your Majesty, Minister Manet, Minister Fold. D. Ruz bowed to Jerome Bonaparte and others. Lewis, you are finally back. Jerome Bonaparte asked D. Lewis with a smile. How is it? How are things going? Afterwards, D. Ruz told Jerome Bonaparte and others about his conversation with Rifat Pasha. After listening, Jerome Bonaparte stroked his chin and asked happily, so, Cyprus and Damascus are about to become our territories? No, it depends on the follow-up. Once the war is over, the Ottoman Empire will inevitably win over Britain to fight against us. Therefore, we must be careful. Dear Louis said cautiously to Jerome Bonaparte, as long as we can take the lead, we can sway them a lot. Jerome Bonaparte said calmly, Your Majesty. De Roos once again saluted Jerome Bonaparte. I request to have a conversation with Minister Manat and Minister of Fur. Of course. Jerome Bonaparte nodded and agreed to de Louis's request. Subsequently, de Roos asked Fuld to sell the Ottoman Empire's national debt. What is the discount rate of Ottoman government bonds? Fuld asked de Louis the discount rate of Ottoman government bonds. As long as the Ottoman Empire's short-term/long-term government bond rates can match the French Empire, then he can sell at point. If the discount rate of the national debt of the Ottoman Empire is lower than that of the French Empire, then they can only be grateful. De Louis stretched out 5 fingers. 5 percentage points? Fuld asked immediately. Such a national debt interest rate is worth full shot. As long as the entire Ottoman Empire is not completely bankrupt and liquidated, then he will not lose money. Even if there is a small loss, Fuld has the ability to pass the crisis on to the retail investors of the Paris Stock Exchange, who will bear the risk, and Fuld only needs to take the advantage of the fishermen. 5.4% is the discount rate of the Ottoman Empire's upcoming short-term government bonds, and 5.8% is the discount rate of the Ottoman Empire's long-term government bonds. De Roos responded to Fuld, Is the Ottoman Empire crazy? Fuld was stunned at the high interest rate of the Ottoman Empire's national debt. He couldn't believe how the Ottoman Empire had the courage to raise this price point. The interest rate of French government bonds has been kept at around 4% all year round, and it will definitely not be too far left or right. The Ottoman Empire was beaten by the French Empire in every way, yet their bond rates are simply too much higher than France's. So high that Fuld wondered whether Ottoman could afford the annual interest rate on the national debt. Thinking of this, Fuld subconsciously glanced at Jerome Bonaparte. This annual rate. Jerome Bonaparte murmured and pondered for a long time, then nodded to Fuld and Magnet. You can buy it. The interest of 5.2% minus 5.6% is not outrageous. After a few decades, the annual interest rate of the national debt of the Balkan countries has only risen to about 6% minus 7%, and even the annual interest rate of the national debt of some small countries has exceeded 8%. Even such a country www.riyadh1.com still has a large amount of capital willing to enter the initial investment. It's just that most of their investments are short-term bond investments, which are suitable for the type of investment that is one vote and run. In other words, pseudo-colonies. The Ottoman Empire's annual interest rate of around 5% is simply not comparable to the Balkan countries of the future. Under the order of Jerome Bonaparte, Fuld decided to subscribe for more than 25 million francs of Ottoman government bonds, and Manat was also willing to subscribe for 15 million francs of government bonds. The remaining bankers also pledged to do everything in their power to serve the empire in the next few days. In the end, the entire Bank of Paris is willing to invest 140 million francs to buy Ottoman government bonds. However, these Ottoman government bonds have not yet been officially listed. When de Louis met Rifat Pasha again, de Louis told Rifat Pasha the news. Rifat Pasha showed a happy smile on his face after hearing the news. Chapter 415, The Dull Secretary and the Shrewd Ambassador. Genius to remember the address of this site in 1 second. New. https:// the fastest update. No ads. Under the order of Jerome Bonaparte, led by the Chancellor of the Exchequer Magnet, the exchange meeting with the participation of bankers in France kicked off at the Élysée Palace. In addition to Jerome Bonaparte, Magnet, de Roos, and Parisian bankers, there were also a delegation from the Ottoman Empire, the Austrian ambassador to the French Empire, Rothschild, Austria branch, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and his secretary Richard Metternich. The main purpose of holding the exchange conference this time is to let Rifat Pasha see clearly that the French Empire is not only powerful in terms of military strength, but also second only to the Kingdom of Britain in terms of economy. The second is to let the Austrian Empire understand the determination of the French Empire for the Crimean War, bringing the Ottoman Empire delegation that was about to be at war to such an economic exchange meeting is enough to demonstrate France's confidence in the Ottoman Empire. To prevent Vienna from making wrong judgments, Although Prince Metternich is the most outstanding diplomat of the Austrian Empire, he is not the one who really controls the policy of the Austrian Empire. Metternich's body point at 7 o'clock in the evening, night fell, and the sly and bright moonlight shone on the brightly lit Elysee Palace. After the long and elegant symphony came to an abrupt end, the Economic Exchange Party officially began the same time. Jerome Bonaparte, who was wearing a black corset and a grand cross on his chest, entered the living room of the Elysee Palace accompanied by Edgani. Almost at the same time, everyone in the living room saluted the imperial monarch. "Welcome to the Elysee Palace, everyone. I hope you can have a pleasant night here," Jerome Bonaparte said to everyone present in a majestic yet kind tone. Everyone present applauded the great monarch of France. Almost at the same time. Edganiran, who was standing on the side, said in a voice, "I announce the official start of the exchange meeting." Afterwards, the meeting room, where Jerome Bonaparte and Edgani left. The bankers at the exchange meeting became active. He toasted each other and tried to extract some useful information from each other's hands. Rifat Pasha, one of the protagonists of the exchange meeting, became the target of the banquet after the exchange meeting began. One after another, well-capitalized bankers came to Rifat Pasha to raise a toast with Rifat Pasha, and on time Rifat Pasha, their bank, was willing to do what it could for the Ottoman government bond haircut. In the face of the big bankers that followed, Rifat Pasha naturally did not dare to show any slights, and he hurriedly assured each of the bankers that the Ottoman Empire would give priority to their banks. Just when Rifat Pasha was surrounded by French bankers, the secretary beside Richard Rothschild, who was sitting at the bar table in the corner of the living room, remodeled by Jerome Bonaparte, whispered beside the secretary. Metternich said, "I can bet you that France will intervene in the Near East in the near future." Huh? Why do you say that? Richard Metternich, who had just stepped into the diplomatic field, asked Ambassador Rothschild with a puzzled expression. "Because I smell money," Ambassador Rothschild half-jokingly said to Richard Metternich. "Ambassador Rothschild, please don't make such a joke." Richard Metternich showed displeasure on his face. He didn't understand why his father recommended such a copper-smelling man to serve as the diplomat in France. "Ambassador, there are obviously many people who are better than him." Hearing Richard Metternich's boring response, Rothschild put away a cynical attitude and explained to Richard Metternich that he speculated that the French Empire might be in the Near East from the quotations of the Paris Stock Exchange. "There are some small moves." Paris Stock Exchange? Richard Metternich tilted his head, his eyes even more puzzled. "That's right." Ambassador Rothschild responded to Richard Metternich, "You didn't realize that in the recent period of time, stocks related to arms on the stock exchange are going up continuously. It doesn't seem to mean anything." Richard Metternich shook his head and said to Rothschild, No. Ambassador Rothschild shook his head and responded to Richard Metternich, "The stock market reflects the market, and the market just proves that the French Empire is deliberately preparing for war. That's because it can only show that the French Empire is fully prepared for war and can't explain other things." Richard Metternich replied to Rothschild, "The rise in arms really doesn't mean anything." Rothschild nodded with empathy and then pointed to Rifat Pasha's direction. "But after the arrival of the Ottoman Empire, it will be different. The Ottoman Empire is currently lacking the most." "What is it? Is it money?" Ambassador Rothschild paused, then said to himself, "No. What the Ottoman Empire lacks now is a country that is willing to lend them money. Now that the Russian Empire and the Ottoman Empire are in a state of preparation for war, which one is willing to lend money to them? What about giving money to the Ottoman Empire, and what to face after lending it to the Ottoman Empire? As far as I know, the current Kingdom of Britain has been pushing back on loan requests from the Ottoman Empire." Richard Metternich stared at Ambassador Rothschild with wide eyes, and his tone couldn't help but become excited. "What the Ottoman Empire needs is the attitude of borrowing money, not real money. There's nothing wrong with you thinking so. After all, no matter how much money you give the Ottoman Empire, they won't be able to defeat the Russian Empire." Ambassador Rothschild nodded to Richard Metternich and said, "The French Empire, the willingness to lend money to the Ottoman Empire means that they are willing to take risks with the Ottoman Empire. The best way to maintain the Ottoman Empire's national debt is to help the Ottoman Empire defeat the Russian Empire. The French Empire's willingness To lend money to the Ottoman Empire is itself indicates the intention to declare war. Watch it. The ambassador of the Russian Empire will not give up. Although Richard Metternich was reluctant to believe Ambassador Rothschild's speculation, he still asked Ambassador Rothschild what position the Austrian Empire should take to deal with it. Ambassador Rothschild glanced at Richard Metternich, pointed at Richard Metternich in a free and easy tone, and said, "This is what you have to consider. Don't forget all the diplomatic affairs of the embassy now. It's all up to you." In the face of Ambassador Rothschild's dumping, Richard Metternich showed a helpless expression. When the banquet entered the middle stage, Edgani quietly appeared in front of Ambassador Rothschild and Richard Metternich and said, "Mr. Ambassador, Mr. Richard, please come with me." A flash of surprise flashed in the eyes of Ambassador Rothschild and Richard Metternich, and then Ambassador Rothschild smiled and said, "Since it was His Majesty's summons, there is no reason for us to see it." After speaking, Ambassador Rothschild and Secretary Richard Metternich stood up and followed Edgani out of the living room. A group of three walked to the door of the study of the Elysee Palace by stepping on the stairs with the red carpet. Edgani pushed open the door of the study, stretched out his hand, and made a gesture of invitation. Ambassador Rothschild and Richard Metternich entered the study together. "Ambassador Rothschild, Mr. Richard Metternich, please take a seat." Jerome Bonaparte invited Ambassador Rothschild to sit down with Richard Metternich. "Your Majesty, I didn't know you asked us to come." Ambassador Rothschild asked respectfully. "That's it. Just yesterday, I received a set of photos from the Near East. The content of the photos is really outrageous," Jerome Bonaparte said, while blurring black and white. The photo was handed to them. The first photo shows a young girl lying on the ground crying, while behind the little girl is a row of burning houses. The second photo shows a drunken Russian soldier punching and kicking a mother and daughter. And the third photo is a photo of Russian soldiers abusing their captives. Ambassador Rothschild and Richard Metternich looked through all the photos. In all fairness, the actions of the Russian army in the photo did not exceed the moral bottom line that can be tolerated in this era. After all, the French burned, killed, and looted in Algeria, and the Austrian Empire bloodshed Vienna, and the impact was much more serious than the photos. However, the result of these photos being used by people with intentions was a large-scale war second only to the Napoleonic period. I never imagined that the civilized Russian Empire would do such a maddening act in Moldova and Wallachia. I thought that Tsar of the Russian Empire would be much more civilized than the Ottoman Empire after entering the Danube. But I was wrong. I misjudged the Russian Empire. They mean beasts and robbers. Riyadh1.com. They occupied the land of the Danube Principality and enslaved the citizens of other countries with arrogant excuses. Jerome Bonaparte showed a heartbroken expression. The expression, "I don't know. I thought that the Russian Empire had committed some heinous crimes. My gracious Majesty, war has always been so inhumane. You don't need to be so sad." Although Ambassador Rothschild understood Jerome Bonaparte's purpose, he still actively cooperated with Jerome Bonaparte in acting. I think more and more people should be able to see the true face of the Russian Empire. Only in this way can more people be encouraged to resist the tyranny of the Russian Empire. Jerome Bonaparte said, while looking at Richard Metternich said, "The citizens of the Danube Principality should no longer be protected by the Russian Empire, but should be protected by a responsible country. Austrian Empire is the ideal protector of the Danube Principality in my opinion. Your Majesty, whether the Austrian Empire is willing to become the protector of the Danube depends on Vienna." Richard Metternich responded cautiously. Chapter 416, Ottoman Empire declares war. Genius to remember the address of this site in 1 second. New. https:// the fastest update. No ads. Richard Metternich's prudent speech made Jerome Bonaparte regret, but at the same time, he also had some love and appreciation. Although Richard Metternich is not as smooth as his father, at least he has the qualities of a diplomat. In time, he will be able to become a qualified diplomat. Of course, Richard Metternich's future achievements are limited to passing qualifications, and the qualities he exhibits cannot support him to be an excellent diplomat at all. Ambassador Rothschild, what do you think? Jerome Bonaparte turned his attention to Ambassador Rothschild. Your Majesty, I agree with Secretary Richard Metternich. Ambassador Rothschild emphasized to Jerome Bonaparte, whether the Austrian Empire is willing to become the protector of the Duchy of the Danube does not depend on it's up to us. It's up to the Vienna government, and if you need us to relay your message to Vienna, we'll be happy to help. That's what I mean. Jerome Bonaparte nodded and responded to Ambassador Rothschild point afterwards. Jerome Bonaparte chatted with Ambassador Rothschild and Secretary Richard Metternich on some issues that have nothing to do with diplomacy. Before I knew it, an hour and a half had passed. It also gradually came to an end point. The company is based on the company's power chain point. Ambassador Rothschild and Richard Metternich left the study, and there was only Jerome Bonaparte left in the study. Did you really think you could escape? Jerome Bonaparte, who was sitting in the chair, muttered softly. Early the next morning. An exclusive report about it appeared in the Observer. The report not only pointed out a series of acts of corruption by the Russian Imperial Army on the Danube, but also posted on the front of the newspaper the photographs that Jerome Bonaparte gave to Ambassador Rothschild for viewing. The report was like a 10,000-pound boulder that slammed into the stagnant public opinion circle in Paris, causing 1,000 waves. Many people who don't know the truth began to condemn the evil deeds of the Russian Empire on the Danube, and some of the victims of the Russian Empire's army once also came forward to demonstrate the barbarism and rudeness of the Russian Empire. Some Poles and Romanians in exile in Paris also saw an opportunity, and they began to use their forces to join the crusade against the evil deeds of the Russian Empire. In the next few days, Polish and Romanian exiles began to gradually increase their efforts, and newspapers large and small in France began to report on the evil deeds of the Russian Empire. The public opinion and cultural circles of the French Empire began to make a leap toward the realm of opposition to the Russian Empire. Literary and artistic workers living in Paris began to speak for the Danube Principality and called on people to resist the tyranny of the Russian Empire and the Danube Principality. What's more, the French Empire should help the Ottoman Empire defeat the barbaric Slavic Empire. As the voices against the Russian Empire gradually rose in support in Paris, the ambassador of the Russian embassy in France immediately couldn't sit still. The ambassador of the Russian Empire, who sensed the emergency, first wrote a letter to the Russian Empire to report the current situation of the French Empire, so that St. Petersburg could think of a better response strategy. Then he came to the headquarters of the Observer and condemned the truth of the story in front of all the reporters of the Observer. The Russian ambassador claimed that their Russian Imperial Army in the Danube would never do the things shown in the photo, that someone must have deliberately framed them and framed the Russian Empire. The Russian ambassador asked the Observer to clarify the facts, and then personally apologized for refuting the rumors, and eliminated the opposite influence of the Observer with the Russian Empire. Otherwise, the Observer will bear all the consequences of the deterioration of relations between the Russian Empire and the French Empire. Regarding the demands of the Russian Empire, or even a threat, the Observer newspaper, which was instructed, did not give in. It also rejected the Russian Empire ambassador's request on the grounds that the Russian Empire ambassador did not have any evidence that the Russian army did not do these things. In the newspapers the day after the Russian ambassador left, the topic of France is not afraid of any national threat was published, and the Russian Empire was bombarded in all directions without dead ends from the early days of the Russian Empire as a dog of the Mongols until the end of the Russian Empire's occupation of the Danube Principality. Finally came to a conclusion that Russia is either aggression or on the road of aggression. The displeased Russian ambassador began to seek help from the French official level, hoping that they could curb the nonsense of some third-rate tabloids. However, the French Interior Minister Pessigny also prevaricates the Russian Empire for various reasons. Only then did the Russian ambassador realize that the Observer was likely to be the official instigation of the French Empire. Thinking of this, the ambassador of the Russian Empire can only give up his plan and wait for the next step from St. Petersburg with peace of mind. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a month has passed, and a piece of exciting news has reached Paris from the Near East. What? The Ottoman Grand Council has declared war on the Russian Empire? Jerome Bonaparte, who received the news, asked Delois, who arrived at the Tuileries Palace. That's right. According to the telegram sent by Ambassador Walewski, the Ottoman Empire's Grand Council just passed the proposal to declare war on the Russian Empire. Now the Ottoman Empire and the Russian Empire are already at war. De Louis Stoke nodded and repeated to Jerome Bonaparte, "So, we also have to act. Should we support the Ottoman Empire?" Jerome Bonaparte asked de Louis again. Although the declaration of war by the Ottoman Empire against the Russian Empire was within Jerome Bonaparte's expectations, he did not expect that the Ottoman Empire would declare war on the Russian Empire so quickly. According to the time when Rifat left, it was probably just a few days after Rifat returned to the Ottoman Empire. The Sultan of the Ottoman Empire began to impatiently declare war on the Russian Empire. Jerome Bonaparte really did not know whether the Ottoman Empire was overconfident in the support capabilities of the French Empire, or whether he thought he could withstand the three-pronged axe of the Russian Empire, waiting for the rescue of French Dad and British Dad. In short, under the operation of the Ottoman Empire, Jerome Bonaparte had to consider declaring war on the Russian Empire. "I'm afraid that's the only way," de Roos said to Jerome Bonaparte in a heavy tone. De Louis also did not expect the result in front of him. However, since the High Gate of the Ottoman Empire has no objection to the conditions put forward by the French Empire, the French Empire should also make every effort to ensure the security of the Ottoman Empire. Jerome Bonaparte got up and paced back and forth. After thinking for a long time, he raised his head again and responded to de Roos, "We can't wait any longer. We must act now. Go and call the ambassador of the Russian Empire in person. I'm going to tell him face to face." "I understand." De Louis nodded and left the study. Jerome Bonaparte, who watched de Roos leave the study, called Mocha to the office. "Call the Minister of War, the Chief of the General Staff, and the Minister of the Navy, and tell them that I have something important to look for." Jerome Bonaparte gave instructions to Mocha. Mocha nodded in understanding, then turned and left the study. Just as Mocha was about to leave the study, Jerome Bonaparte stopped Mocha again and told her that he would wait for the three ministers in the guest room of the Tuileries Palace. Shortly after Mocha left, Foreign Minister de Roos returned to his study at the Tuileries Palace again, and behind him was a Russian diplomatic ambassador who knew nothing about Ding's future. When the French Foreign Minister de Roos personally found him in the embassy and told him that the Emperor Jerome Bonaparte wanted to meet him, the Russian ambassador was surprised at first, then absurd. When did the Foreign Secretary become the man in charge of delivering the message? Since it was summoned by the Emperor of the French Empire, how could the Russian ambassador not go? Under the leadership of Foreign Minister de Roos, the ambassador of the Russian Empire appeared before Jerome Bonaparte. "Mr. Ambassador, please take a seat." Jerome Bonaparte stretched out his hand to invite the French ambassador to sit down. "Thank you for your love, Your Majesty," the Russian ambassador replied with a slight nod to Jerome Bonaparte. After Jerome Bonaparte, de Roos and the Russian ambassador were seated, Jerome Bonaparte first asked when the ambassador of the Russian Empire took over the position of the previous ambassador, Vladimirovich, and became the ambassador. "I took over the position of Ambassador Vladimirovich half a year ago." The Russian ambassador immediately responded to Jerome Bonaparte. "So what does Mr. Minister think about France?" Jerome Bonaparte asked the Russian ambassador about his attitude towards France. Reading www.urkanshu.com. Although the Russian ambassador did not have a good sense of France, there was no need for him to speak out in front of the emperor. The ambassador of the Russian Empire can only say against his will that the French Empire is as great a country as the Russian Empire, and the two countries should join hands to resist the persecution of Christians by pagans. As long as the Russian Empire and the French Empire join hands, no country in the world can resist. I myself am very willing to maintain the friendship between the Russian Empire and the French Empire. Jerome Bonaparte gradually led the topic towards declaring war, but your monarch is determined to destroy the two countries. Friendship, destroy the peace of Europe. Jerome Bonaparte's words made the Russian ambassador's face change greatly. From Jerome Bonaparte's remarks, he smelled the breath of war. Chapter 417. France-Russia conflict worsens. Dear Your Majesty, although there are certain differences between the French Empire and the Russian Empire on certain issues, I believe that, as long as both sides adhere to the concept of peace, the misunderstanding will be resolved. The Russian ambassador who smelled the war hurriedly persuaded Jerome Bonaparte to give up the unspoken idea Jerome Bonaparte just glanced at the Russian ambassador and responded calmly, "The actions of the Russian Empire in the Principality of the Danube have seriously threatened the peace and stability of the Near East, so the Russian Empire must withdraw from Moldova and the Principality of Wallachia, evacuate." The Russian ambassador raised his voice and responded to Jerome Bonaparte in a resentful tone, "Your Majesty, no one or any country has the right to order the Russian Imperial Army to evacuate from that land." 4. A pure Slavic nationalist, the liberation of the Slavic peoples under the constraints of the Ottoman Empire has become one of the established national policies of the Russian Empire. Even the Supreme Tsar of the Russian Empire could not openly deny this sacred and great cause. How could he, a small Russian ambassador, dare to deny it openly? "Mr. Ambassador, I did not call you here today to discuss with you. The Russian Empire must withdraw from the Danube Principality. If the Russian Empire has been relying on the Danube Principality and is unwilling to leave, then the French Empire will regard the Russian Empire as destroying the Near East, the culprit of peace. The French Empire will use all means at its disposal to maintain peace and stability in the Near East." Jerome Bonaparte sent an ultimatum to the Russian Empire with a tough attitude to the Russian ambassador. Since Jerome Bonaparte threatened a blatant war, it meant that there was basically no room for turning between the French Empire and the Russian Empire. Naturally, the Russian ambassador did not have to say something just to please the French Empire. Disobedient words, humph. The Russian ambassador snorted coldly and replied to Jerome Bonaparte in a sarcastic tone, "France seized Algiers from Turkey, and Britain the next one state after another in India almost every year. It will not affect the balance of power. Why did our Russian Empire interfere with the balance of power when we temporarily occupied the principalities of Moldova and Wallachia? The French Empire has been stationed in Rome for several years, but Europe has turned a blind eye to you. When the Russian Empire is only thinking about liberating Constantinople, you arrogantly say that we are destroying the peace of Europe. Britain declared war on the Kingo people just because the Kingo people offended them, but you didn't say anything. The Russian Empire, on the other hand, only had friction with its neighbors, but it was subject to the permission of the whole of Europe. In support of a sad lie, Britain threatens Greece to burn down their fleet, which you still turn a blind eye to, claiming that it was a legitimate move. But the Russian Empire's request to sign a treaty to protect the legitimate rights of Christians is seen by you as an expansion of Near Eastern powers, sacrificing the balance of power. I don't see any civilization and virtue in you. We get nothing but blind hatred and malice. Even so, you are still not satisfied, and you are still deliberately trying to limit us, as if we were born with sin." The Russian ambassador described the various double-standard cases between the British Kingdom and the French Empire in the past 2 decades. "Mr. Ambassador, which war of the Russian Empire is not a war for the purpose of expanding the land? In terms of the land that the Russian Empire has annexed in recent years in a single round, the amount of land you have annexed far exceeds that of France. You are still not satisfied, or want to continue to annex the land deliberately." Jerome Bonaparte also counterattacked the Russian ambassador with sharp words. "Yes, we did annex Algeria, but France also suffered the fate of the fall of the Bourbon dynasty and your oppression and blockade of France. We helped Pope Pius IX return to Rome, but we did not go to great lengths to create a unified Italian state point. And what about you? You asked the Ottoman Empire to sign an agreement to protect Christians, so as to completely control the Ottoman Empire under the applause. You occupied Constantinople to turn it into the territory of the Russian Empire. The French Empire had no intention of turning Rome into a city under its own control. Your expansion is limited, so I want to ask you, how did a Muscovite principality become the now huge Russian Empire? Where are the Poly-Federation, the Crimean Khanate, and the Caucasus Khanate now? They can't always give up their land voluntarily. When you use rough means to carry out unbridled expansion, you should think that one day you will become the culprit of destroying peace in Europe." Jerome Bonaparte ruthlessly pointed out the greedy nature of the Russian Empire. From the establishment of the Principality of Moscow to the present, successive Tsars have tried their best to squeeze their Slavic livestock to complete their desire for external expansion. The Russian Empire has also changed from a remote place to a lame giant that straddles the Eurasian continent. if the advanced productivity brought about by the Industrial Revolution did not temporarily offset the population advantage of the Russian Empire, with the Russian Empire's ability to give birth like an old sow, it won't be long before they can completely overwhelm Europe with its huge population advantage. The Napoleonic Wars can be said to be the last glory of Tsarist Russia. At that time, the muskets still achieved decisive factors in terms of range, accuracy and loading. The tactics of bayonet charge and soldiers' fanaticism were in a sense the same. The victory of the war, assuming that the Russian Imperial Army at that time is again equipped with a commander similar to Sislav, the entire army will be invincible. It is a pity that the time of the Napoleonic Wars has passed, and his powerful and convenient artillery and rifles with high range and accuracy have changed the original rules of war. The war has begun to move to another stage, the stage of total war. For a Tsarist Russia whose industrial base is basically zero, this is undoubtedly a dimensionality reduction blow. However, all but Jerome Bonaparte did not fully realize that the war pattern was moving in a bloodier direction, and the gap between the French Imperial Army and the Russian Imperial Army was far greater than they themselves thought. Therefore, Jerome Bonaparte was not afraid of war with the Russian Empire from the very beginning. What he was afraid of was that the French Empire would once again fall into diplomatic isolation. Now that the diplomatic isolation that plagued the French Empire is no more, it is time for the French Empire to take Cyprus and Syria from the Ottoman Empire in return for a showdown with the Russian Empire. Your Majesty, everything you said is nothing but sophistry based on French principles. After a long silence, the Russian ambassador once again responded to Jerome Bonaparte. The Russian Empire will never give up our presence on the Danube. Christian brothers of the Principality and the Balkans, they are still waiting for our liberation. If you are serious about dragging France into war with the Russian Empire, then we have to choose to fight. The Russian Empire has never been afraid of war. I just don't want to see two civilized countries, the French Empire and the Russian Empire, fighting each other for a barbaric country. It's not up to you and me to judge whether civilization and barbarism are not. I only see that the Russian Empire is invading a country under absurd excuses. Jerome Bonaparte righteously denounced the Russian Empire's aggression against the Ottoman Empire, while the clumsy and shameless performance that took place in the Châteauly area a month ago has long been forgotten. Your Majesty, since you insist on asking for war. Riyadh1.com, then I have nothing to say. The Russian ambassador bowed slightly to Jerome Bonaparte to express his respect for France. Then allow me to get out of here. Jerome Bonaparte smiled and stretched out his hand. The ambassador of the Russian Empire once again bowed to Jerome Bonaparte and left the Tuileries Palace. After the Russian ambassador left, Jerome Bonaparte spoke again to de Roos, who was beside him. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs immediately conveyed to St. Petersburg exactly the conditions proposed by France. After sending the message, "Get out of Russia as soon as possible. The war is about to start," de Roos took action immediately. After receiving Jerome Bonaparte's order, on the other hand, the Russian ambassador who left the Tuileries Palace returned to the Russian embassy like a walking corpse. After seeing the Russian ambassador's expression, the military attaché and secretary in charge of the embassy immediately felt that something major was about to happen. They hurriedly came to the Russian ambassador and asked him what happened. "Let's go." The Russian ambassador weakly said something that sounded inexplicable to the military attaché and secretary. "Your Excellency, what do you mean?" The secretary carefully asked the envoy in front of him. "I said go. Didn't you hear clearly?" The distraught Russian ambassador couldn't help raise his voice. "Your Excellency, where are we going? Are we going back to the Russian Empire or?" The secretary asked again. "The French Empire has warned the Russian Empire that the war is about to begin." Chapter 418, The War of Nations. That afternoon, the members of the French embassy in the Russian Empire began to evacuate in an orderly manner under the order of the Russian ambassador. The piles of documents were violently thrown into the burning fireplace for destruction, and the male and female servants who took care of the embassy's internal staff were fired. In full view, the national embassy of the Russian embassy in France was also taken off by the Russian ambassador himself. The removal of the national embassy of the embassy means that there will be no Russian embassy in Paris for a long time. There could be a serious diplomatic crisis, maybe even a war. some foreign envoys who maintained a good friendship with the Russian Empire, and even nearly allied foreign envoys couldn't sit still after hearing the news that the Russian Empire ambassador had left Paris. These foreign envoys, who had the right to meet the emperor directly, hurriedly ordered the servants in the embassy to prepare carriages for them. They were going to the Tuileries Palace to ask the Emperor Jerome Bonaparte in person. When these carriages arrived at the gate of the Tuileries Palace gardens, they were stopped by a group of soldiers outside the gate of the Tuileries Palace. Judging from the clothing styles of these imperial guards, they are the most elite troops of the French Empire. A member of the Guards Grenadier Regiment. The foreign envoy sitting in the carriage felt uneasy after seeing the soldiers of the Grenadier Regiment guarding the passage inside and outside the Tuileries Palace. Although they did not understand why the Grenadiers appeared here, the appearance of the Grenadiers was undoubtedly a cloud over Paris. Cold War. The foreign envoys came out of the carriage one after another, including the British ambassador, the Prussian diplomatic ambassador, and the Greek ambassador. They came to the Tuileries Palace with different purposes, wanting to communicate with the emperor in the Tuileries Palace. King meeting. I have something urgent and need to see your majesty the emperor. Please go and report. The British ambassador, Lord Cowley, gave an order to the soldiers of the Grenadier Regiment. No. The loyal Grenadier Regiment responded without hesitation to the British ambassador. We have been ordered to prohibit all unrelated personnel from entering the Tuileries Palace. The Grenadiers' answer made Lord Cowley more convinced that the French Empire was planning a war with the Russian Empire. Then, can you please tell me whether the Foreign Minister de Roos is in the Tuileries Palace? Lord Cowley asked the Grenadiers again. Since they can't get in touch with the Emperor, they can only look for the Foreign Minister to find out the results. After the Grenadiers looked at each other, one of the Grenadier members responded, "Your Excellency, the Minister is not there. It seems that we can only go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs." Lord Cowley turned to the Prussian and Greek ambassadors behind him. The Prussian ambassador and the Greek ambassador nodded to the British ambassador at the same time, and the three left the Tuileries Palace in a carriage together. The carriage appeared along the Champs-Élysées, where the Tuileries Palace was located, and passed through the streets of Rivaux and Saint-Michel, and soon arrived at a pair in the 7th arrondissement of Paris. It's right next to the pier. Lord Cowley and two other ambassadors stopped the carriage at the gate of the French Foreign Office. At this time, there are also two more soldiers guarding the gate of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and everyone who wants to enter the Ministry of Foreign Affairs building must enter their interrogation. Who are you? The soldier asked Lord Cowley and the others sternly. Lord Cowley and others stated their positions in turn. The soldiers looked up and down Lord Cowley and others, and let them enter the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Lord Cowley, who had just stepped into the door of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, met the Secretary of State serving de Roos at this time. He seemed to have expected Lord Cowley and others to appear, and said to Lord Cowley and others, "Your Excellency, the Minister has been waiting for you for a long time. Please come with me." There was a little surprise on Lord Cowley's face, and they followed the Secretary of State to the door of one of the rooms of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Secretary of State gently opened the door of the room, and the figure of de Roos appeared in front of Lord Cowley and others. Lord Cowley and the others hurried into the room, and they shook hands with de Roos in turn. De Roos invited them to sit down on the red long sofa near the fireplace. Lord Cowley, who had just been seated, hurriedly asked what happened to the Palace of Tuileries. De Roos just smiled and shook his head. Seeing that de Roos was unwilling to answer, Lord Cowley had to change the subject and ask de Roos if the French Empire was going to have a military conflict with the Russian Empire in the near future. Whether the Empire and Russia conflict does not depend on the Empire itself, but on the Russian Empire. De Roos immediately responded to Lord Cowley, "As long as the Russian Empire is willing to leave the Danube Principality and promises never to step on if you enter the Principality of the Danube, the French Empire will naturally not attack the Russian Empire." After hearing de Roos's speech, everyone present immediately understood that there was no possibility of any reconciliation between the Russian Empire and the French Empire. The Russian Empire will never allow its power in the Danube Principality to be weakened. Whether the French Empire and the Ottoman Empire will fight together. The person who asked this sentence was none other than the Greek minister. At this time, the Greek kingdom was planning to declare war with the Russian Empire against the Ottoman Empire, or he himself would fight against the Ottoman Empire first. The empire declares war and then forces the Russian Empire into the war according to the idea of the Greek kingdom, as long as the Russian Empire joins the war, the balance of upgrading will inevitably tilt in the direction of the Greek kingdom. The Greek kingdom can completely seize the army of the Ottoman Empire, including Macedonia, and even take Constantinople to complete the revival of Greece. And now the addition of the French Empire has made the Greek kingdom realize that the scale of victory is beginning to tilt in the direction of the Ottoman Empire. Whether it is France, Russia, or the declining Ottoman Empire, no country can compete with the current Greece. French Empire does not rule out cooperating with the Ottoman Empire. De Lewis glanced at the Greek ambassador and said with a small smile. The Greek ambassador's face immediately turned pale. He knew that the dream that the Greek kingdom had pursued since the founding of the country had become a distant dream after the French Empire joined. Your Excellency, can I understand that? If the Russian Empire is unwilling to leave the Danube Principality, the French Empire will fight against the Russian Empire. The Prussian ambassador asked the truth. That's right. De Roos nodded and responded to the Prussian ambassador. As far as I know, the Ottoman Empire has not yet declared war on the Russian Empire. The support of the French Empire for the Ottoman Empire will make the Ottoman Empire desperately declare war on the Russian Empire. The possibility, should the French Empire reconsider. The Prussian ambassador sincerely persuaded De Lewis. For the Prussian ambassador, the battle between the French Empire and the Russian Empire could very well bring the whole of Europe to war once the Russian Empire fell into a disadvantage, and asked the Kingdom of Prussia and the Empire of Austria to join the battlefield. Should the Kingdom of Prussia join the battlefield, if you don't join, you will be hostile to the Russian Empire and the Austrian Empire if it joins. Germany will face enormous war pressure. The Regent William, who used the **** massacre to dissolve the House of Commons, is already notorious in the Rhineland. Once the war begins, it is hard to guarantee that the Rhineland people will not welcome the Emperor Napoleon of the new era. After all, in addition to being a nation, Prussia and the Rhineland are very different in terms of religion and law. It can be said that they are an alternative in the territory under the jurisdiction of Prussia. Riyadh1.com. In case the Emperor Napoleon and his uncle, if the same is a military genius, then the Kingdom of Prussia may usher in another round of defeat. The trouble is to replicate the miracle that was defeated by the French Emperor with a partial division. The war that took place in 1849 has once again made the Kingdom of Prussia taste what it means to be a failure. The elite troops of the Austrian Empire led by Albrecht succeeded in defeating the spirit of the Kingdom of Prussia with a bold spread method. Ron, who was originally known as the Star of Tomorrow, has now become a disgrace to the Prussian army. Although Ron continued to rise step by step with the help of Prince Regent William, this humiliating failure was an indelible stain on his life. The entire army of the Kingdom of Prussia was filled with an air of unconfidence. How could an army like this win the war? Therefore, the best outcome is that the Russian Empire and the French Empire do not fight, and the Kingdom of Prussia does not need to make a choice. Mr. Ambassador, your news is outdated. Just this morning, the Ottoman Empire has declared war against the Russian Empire. De Lewis responded to the three ambassadors present. What? The faces of the three ambassadors showed varying degrees of astonishment. They had no idea about a series of events in the Near East because of the sluggish news. The purpose of the French Empire is only to ensure the peace and stability of the Near East. Anyone who intends to destroy the Near East will be severely punished. De Lewis expressed himself, and Jerome behind him in a strong tone. Part of Bonaparte's political views. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419, Tiger Tiger Tiger, Part 1. After the three foreign ambassadors learned from De Lewis that the French Empire and the Russian Empire were about to start a war, they knew that they were powerless to dissuade the French Empire from giving up their actions. The information they learned was passed back to the country one by one, expecting their country to make the right choice after the war began. Just as the foreign ambassadors of the three countries returned to their respective diplomatic embassies in a carriage from the pier in the 7th district, a secret military meeting was being held in the Tuileries Palace on the Champs-Élysées. In addition to the chief military officers such as Chief of the Army General Staff St. Arnault, Minister of War Cousin Montauban, and Minister of the Navy Decaux, Major Generals Leboeuf, Major General Neil, Major General Conrobel, Brigadier General Bazin, Brigadier General Troche, a series of members who have participated in and planned the war in the Near East, more or less the war, which had been secretly planned since 1849, finally officially began in 1853. The 4-year planning allowed the General Staff to anticipate all possible actions of the Russian Empire and prepared several sets of countermeasures. A detailed military map of the Near East has been placed on the walls of the Tuileries Conference Hall, in the border area between the Danube Principality and the Bulgarian region, and is marked with a dense number of wargame infantry emblems, which represent the present state of the Russian Empire. Orlam is present in the Danube border area, according to the information we have obtained from the Ottoman Empire. The Russian Empire has assembled about 150,000 troops in the Seen area of the Principality of Wallachia, some of which were troops stationed in Poland led by Paskevich. They used to be the main force in helping the Austrian Empire suppress Hungary, and the troops were armed with a large number of old muskets and a small number of rifles. Although the equipment level of this army is far from that of ours, their will to war is very tenacious. Brigadier General Leboeuf, who is in charge of military explanation and analysis in the Near East, pointed to the infantry logo with a small wooden stick, and then looked at Jerome Bonaparte in the first row of the audience seat in the conference hall uneasily. This military rehearsal, which was supposed to be explained and deployed by the Chief of the General Staff, St. Arnault, is a bit difficult for a strong man to be explained by a little Major General level staff Major General commander like Leboeuf. The strong man is difficult here does not mean that Major General Leboeuf's own commanding ability is defective, but that Major General Leboeuf's qualifications are too weak in the French army of the typesetting point. Although many of the students in the audience have the same title of Major General as him, the gold content between the two is very different. It is really hard to let a junior officer of him give lectures to a group of elderly people in the army hands and feet point, and the person who made the decision to let Leboeuf come to the stage to explain is none other than the Emperor Jerome Bonaparte. Point: the reason why Jerome Bonaparte is willing to let Leboeuf show himself in front of many old people is not only to pave the way for Leboeuf's later promotion, but also that Leboeuf has been involved from beginning to end. Near East Operational Plan. He knows the Near East Operational Plan better than anyone else. At this time, Jerome Bonaparte also saw the gaze that Leboeuf gave him, and he smiled and nodded to Leboeuf to show his encouragement. Leboeuf, who was hinted by Jerome Bonaparte's eyes, swept away his previous apprehension and continued to point the baton to another infantry symbol next to the symbol of Paskevich's infantry in a passionate tone. The only troops were the Bessarabian troops led by Mikhail Gorchakov. The vast majority of the Bessarabian troops he led were drawn and reconstituted troops from the Caucasus. Neither the quantity nor the quality of the army is as good as the army led by Paskevich. However, the army stationed in the province of Bessarabia was better at dealing with small-scale guerrilla forces than Paskevich's army. These are military tactics that have been groped from the Caucasus. In addition to these two troops, a small number of St. Petersburg Guard troops also joined them. They were the most elite troops in the hands of Nicholas I, and their quality was much higher than that of Paskevich and Gorchakov, but far inferior in number to these two armies, with only about 2 or 3 regiments of troops. Afterwards, Leboeuf complimented Jerome Bonaparte. However, all their armies are inferior to ours in terms of equipment quality and personnel. All of this is due to His Majesty's efforts. Stop flattering and keep talking. Leboeuf's naked flattery made Jerome Bonaparte smile, and he rebuked Leboeuf in a calm tone. Yes. Upon seeing this, Leboeuf immediately corrected his attitude and continued to explain. According to the recent intelligence obtained by the General Staff, once the war between the Russian Empire and the Ottoman Empire begins, the Russian Empire will definitely attack here frantically. Leboeuf put the baton in the place of Silistra. This is a military fortress built on the Danube, and it is also the biggest guarantee of the Ottoman Empire against the Russian Empire. once Silistra was defeated by the Russian Empire. If they break it, they will repeat the situation in 1828. In 1828, the Russian Empire, Nicholas I, led 65,000 Russian soldiers and Cossacks to attack Silistra. After occupying Silistra, Tsar Nicholas I went downstream and captured Varna, Edirne. That time was when Nicholas I was the closest to Constantinople. Unfortunately, under the intervention of Britain and European countries, the Russian Empire could only leave in vain, which also became the eternal pain of Nicholas I. Can Silistra's defense resist the attack of 130,000 Russian imperial soldiers? Jerome Bonaparte asked Leboeuf. Because of the location of Silistra, the Russian Empire cannot effectively deploy troops in Silistra, as long as Silistra itself is properly defended. The Russian Empire's army cannot break through Silistra at all. The terror fortresses, Leboeuf assured Jerome Bonaparte, and now the Russian Empire has lost this opportunity. Silistra has deployed an army of nearly 30,000 people. These troops it is completely able to withstand the attack of the Russian Empire, so the original plan of the Imperial Army, to be stationed in Varna, can still be carried out. Leboeuf's words were applauded by some of the generals in the audience. They didn't care about the life and death of the Ottoman Empire, but they must be behind Varna, behind Silistra. Once Silistra fell, Varna would face the onslaught of the Russian Imperial Army. According to the registration plan of the French Empire, all large materials such as locomotives, rails, and siege guns must be assembled at the port of Rhodes Island before being transported to Varna. This also means that the large equipment cannot be transported to where the first time, and the imperial generals present do not want to start a war with the Russian Empire before they have a foothold in Varna. Some generals believe that the Russian Empire is likely to head southwest from Bucharest to Rus. In this case, once Bulgaria and Serbia start an uprising, the Russian Empire can assist the insurgents nearby. If Nicholas I was commanded, he would probably choose this risky method, but Paskovich is a cautious guy, and he would not agree to this plan. Leboeuf immediately refuted these people's point of view, and explained, once the Russian Imperial Army enters support Serbia through Rus, it will inevitably lead to panic in the Austrian Empire. At that time, the Russian Empire will be in a dilemma. The Austrian Empire has agreed with the French Empire to issue a warning to the Russian Empire to retreat. Riyadh1.com. So the Austrian Empire's army will only become a threat to the Russian Empire's army, rather than a help. Jerome Bonaparte also said, since the joint operation between the French Empire and the Austrian Empire over the Russian Empire has always been in a private and secret stage, most of the generals present did not know that the Austrian Empire had betrayed the Russian Empire. Jerome Bonaparte's words made all the generals present agree with Leboeuf's opinion. Afterwards, Leboeuf put forward the log and battle plan formulated in advance by the general staff. The first batch of troops registered in the battle plan are the 6 battalions of the Algerian colony Zouave troops. They will be transported to Varna to consolidate their positions by transport ships recruited by the Navy. The 6 battalions of Zouave troops will be reorganized into 2. The regiment was headed by Brigadiers General Marc Mahon and Brigadier General Bazin. The generals present had no objection to the fact that Zouave was the vanguard, who made the Zouaves always the most elite army in France. However, all the generals present began to quarrel red-faced when the second batch of conscripted troops was transported. According to the plan of the general staff, the second batch of registered troops are the 1st and 3rd brigades of the 1st Paris Division, and the 3rd brigade of the 2nd Division. As for the plans of the general staff, the military commanders of the 1st and 2nd divisions were naturally meaningless, but the 3rd commander objected to the deployment of the 1st and 2nd divisions. The thirst for military exploits and glory made these generals start a torrid war. Chapter 420, Tiger Tiger Tiger, below. Seeing that many commanders in the capital circle were earning red faces for the order of troops going to the Near East, the Chief of General Staff, St. Arnault, who was sitting in the conference room, stood up to maintain the entire meeting under the hint of Jerome Bonaparte's eyes room order. Quiet. St. Arnault shouted sternly at everyone present. The clamor and quarrel were all stopped under the scolding of St. Arnault, and the many commanders who were arguing fiercely remembered that this was not their reckless military camp, and the Tuileries Palace. Look, what have you become now? Who do you think you are? Saint Arnault immediately reprimanded the commanders of the capital circle present point in the face of Marshal Saint Arnault, who had already established his authority by means of an iron fist. None of the capital circle commanders present dared to contradict Marshal Saint Arnault, for fear that Marshal Saint Arnault would let them take off if they disagreed. Military uniforms just get out. Saint Arnault looked around, and all the commanders he watched lowered their heads in a guilty conscience, looking at the commanders who were rebellious, but now they are like docile kittens who dare not say a word. An inexplicable feeling the satisfaction poured into Saint Arnault's heart. He cleared his throat and said again, "I know that some of you are very dissatisfied with the plan of the General Staff. Now, I don't care how dissatisfied you are. Now that the order of the General Staff has been issued, you only have the right to choose to execute it." Afterwards, Saint Arnault once again regained his iron fist when he was the chief of the General Staff, and he said coldly, "If anyone points fingers on this issue again, you will immediately take off this military uniform for me and go home. I don't want to let a group of outsiders watch our army's jokes." Speaking of this, Saint Arnault glanced at the Admiral Dick, who was sitting on the right side of Jerome Bonaparte, intentionally or unintentionally point all the War Department personnel except Deco, who is outsider, and who is not can be seen at a glance. Although Deco, who was the party, showed an embarrassed and polite smile on the corner of his mouth, he was not to mention how depressed he was. "I thought I was just here to attend a military meeting. Who would have thought that the Army Red Deer would make a joke of infighting?" Before Deco could laugh at the Army Red Deer, the boss of the Army Red Deer, in the blink of an eye, he threw the pot directly on his head. This wave of Deco has really turned into an external force that destroys the internal unity of the Army Red Deer. Okay, everyone is making trouble. Let's continue to sit quietly and listen to the battle plan of the General Staff. Jerome Bonaparte also spoke at this time, and then he said to Leboeuf, "Please continue." Leboeuf continued to explain to the generals in the audience the General Staff's arrangements for the war in the Near East. After a new round of military service reform, the French Empire has an army of about 550,000 troops, including 450,000 native troops, and 100,000 colonial troops, including Algeria, French Guiana, and Rome. This expedition, the planned force, is about 130,000, occupying a quarter of the national army of the French Empire. These included the 1st Division, the 2nd Division, the 3rd Division, Guardian Division, a division of the Italian Front, a division under Strasbourg, and the Zouave Brigade, 5 divisions and a brigade. The 1st, 2nd and 3rd divisions and the Zouave Brigade will be the main force of the war, and the Italian and Strasbourg divisions will serve as reserves to supplement the lost main force at any time. Each division will be equipped with 2 infantry batteries, and each infantry battery will be equipped with 6 small 6-pounder Napoleon guns, mainly loaded with solid shells, and 2 large 12-pounder Napoleon guns, mainly loaded with shrapnel main. It is equivalent to that each infantry division can have 12 small 6-pound Napoleon cannons and 4 large 12-pound Napoleon cannons. In terms of the firepower of single-wheel infantry, the British Empire of the same period did not have the luxury of Jerome Bonaparte. The commander in charge of the 1st Division was Commander Conrobel, with 3 brigades under his command. The commander in charge of the 2nd Division was Pierre Barliquet, a veteran of Algeria who had experienced many battles, and who was good at rushing operations. He was appointed by Jerome Bonaparte, and took the position of division commander. The commander of the Guards Division is also Pélissier, the sole general who dares to fight, and Rush has been asking for his troops to rush to the front to defend against the enemy, since he served as the commander of the Guards Division. The Zouave Brigade did not have a brigade commander, and its 2 regiments would support the troops at any time as the war required. The 3 main divisions and 2 reserve divisions that set out for the Crimea will be reorganized into an expeditionary army group with legions, armies, and the person commanding this new establishment is none other than the French Chief of Staff, Saint Errol. Marshal No. During the period when Marshal Saint Arnault immediately went to France to the Near East, the training of the local army was entrusted to Major General Neil. It can be said that Neil will become the de facto Home Chief of Staff after Saint Arnault leaves France. This is good news for Neil's ongoing troop recovery efforts, where an acting Chief of Staff has far more influence than a logistics director. After the staffing of the War Department was introduced, Leboeuf began to formulate a war plan against the Russian Empire. When the Imperial Navy sent everything to Varna, the Varna region had to set up a radio station in the shortest possible time in order to keep in touch with Paris at all times. Then, the French army can decide the case may be. If the Ottoman Empire can still see the defense of the Silistro-Rus line, then the French will take the naval warship to Sevastopol to attack the Sevastopol naval fortress and take down the stronghold of the Russian Empire in one fell swoop. The French Empire army occupying the Sevastopol fortress can join forces with the Ottoman Empire to attack the Caucasus to the east, and to the west can attack Edessa and destroy the living forces of the Russian Empire. On the other hand, if the Ottoman Empire faces defeat in the battle with the Russian Empire, the French Empire will immediately go to the Silistra fortress to help the Ottoman Empire drive the Russian Empire out of Moldova, the Principality of Wallachia, and then go north to occupy Odessa. I hope that group of fanatical religiosists can persevere. I don't want to fight those asterisk Slavic animals without any defense. Saint Ono said half jokingly and half seriously. The faces of everyone present showed cheerful smiles, and the detailed plans of the general staff made them full of confidence in the upcoming victory of the war. Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte once again asked the Admiralty, Dicko, if the Navy could safely deliver the French Empire troops to the Ottoman Empire. Dicko got up quickly and assured Jerome Bonaparte that the Imperial Navy would surely deliver the Imperial Army safely to the Ottoman Empire. At the same time, Dick also told Jerome Bonaparte, France's new wife, Arno, it is the new ship that is about to be launched, and this ship will become another monument in France. I am looking forward to the excellent results of the new warships. Jerome Bonaparte encouraged Dicko with a smile. The appearance of ironclads has indeed changed the pattern of naval warfare to a certain extent. It is a pity that France, as a first mover country, cannot devote all its energy to the navy like Britain. It is foreseeable that the slight advantage of the French Empire's navy will soon be surpassed by the neighboring kingdom of Britain. However, even so, France still has to build a new navy. The military competition was a marathon. Only by continuing to chase the back of Britain without stopping could France be able to suddenly overtake Britain in a corner at a certain moment. Let's take action, everyone. I will wait for the news of your triumph at the Tuileries Palace. At the end of the meeting, Jerome Bonaparte made his final concluding comments. Chief of the General Staff St. Arnauld hurriedly stood up and assured Jerome Bonaparte, please rest assured, we will never betray your trust in us. All the military commanders present saluted and shouted loyalty to Jerome Bonaparte at the same time. Jerome Bonaparte also returned the salute to the military commanders and then ended the pre-war mobilization meeting. The door of the Tuileries Palace slowly opened, and the carriages carrying the military commanders of the capital circle left the Tuileries Palace one after another. After Jerome Bonaparte said goodbye to the last military commander, Mockett came to Jerome Bonaparte to report to Jerome Bonaparte about Richard Metternich's audience. News. Riyadh1.com. Your Majesty, Secretary Richard Metternich is just outside the Tuileries Palace. Would you like to meet him? Mocker asked Jerome Bonaparte respectfully. Jerome Bonaparte pondered for a moment, then replied with a smile, it's okay to meet him. We have to let our quasi-ally know the current situation of the Austrian Empire. Mocker, you go and take Richard. Mr. Metternich, please come to my study. After receiving the order, Mockett left the conference hall, and Jerome Bonaparte also left the conference hall. He will wait in the study for Mockett to bring Richard Metternich over. Jerome Bonaparte had just returned to the study from the conference hall when Mocker led Richard Metternich into the study. Your Majesty. Richard Metternich hurriedly bowed to Jerome Bonaparte and called, Jerome Bonaparte, sitting on the golden-edged mahogany seat. The elegant one is the royal seat. Crossed his legs, put his hands on his chest, and put on a very relaxed attitude towards Richard Metternich. Said, Mr. Richard Metternich, please take a seat. Chapter 421, Tactical Fraud. Mr. Richard, please have a seat. Yes, Your Majesty. At the invitation of Jerome Bonaparte, Richard Metternich sat on the seat opposite Jerome Bonaparte, and between them was a desk made of mahogany. The desk is full of various documents. The two sitting in the chairs were silent for a while without saying a word, and just now Richard Metternich, who was a little dull in nature, began to ask Jerome Bonaparte tentatively, Your Majesty, I heard that your country will have a big operation in the near future. Jerome Bonaparte put his folded legs back into a posture of sitting upright, with a little surprise on his face. Who told you that? Your Majesty, no one told me. Everything is my own guess. Richard Metternich responded candidly to Jerome Bonaparte. You are right. The French Empire is indeed preparing for an operation. Jerome Bonaparte nodded and replied to Richard Metternich point afterwards. Richard Metternich asked Jerome Bonaparte for the inconvenience of revealing the content of the operation. Jerome Bonaparte told Richard Metternich that the French Empire has asked the Russian Empire to withdraw from the Danube Principality. If the Russian Empire is unwilling to agree, then the Russian Empire will be waiting for a war. Will the Kingdom of Britain join the Empire in this war? Richard Metternich once again asked Jerome Bonaparte about the Kingdom of Britain's attitude. Jerome Bonaparte shrugged and told Richard Metternich in a helpless tone that, although the Kingdom of Britain would join the war sooner or later, it was not now. Immediately, in front of Richard Metternich, Jerome Bonaparte complained about the inefficiency of the government organization in the Kingdom of Great Britain, calling them 3 months' time, and a discussion that would take 3 hours to complete. In each of these 3 months, the British government faced different resistances. The first month was a discussion in the cabinet, and the discussion would inevitably produce all kinds of opposition. The balance of the party, and at the same time, in order to win over some non-party ministers, some positions must be handed over to these people. After the cabinet is formed, these people will become the royal opposition. The second month after the cabinet meeting, when the cabinet reluctantly agreed to submit the proposal to the House of Lords, it also encountered opposition from some members of the House of Lords who were arrogant. These oppositions would once again slow down the progress. The third month was the final approval and implementation of the policy. On the one hand, at this stage, he had to obtain Queen Victoria's consent and learn the fledgling civil service system in family Britain. And these 3 hours are often just the Prime Minister's desire to add a cook to his Downing Street residence. Richard Metternich just smiled at Jerome Bonaparte's complaints. When he accompanied his father, Prince Metternich, to settle in Britain, he also felt the more flexibility of the British civil service system change feature. All in all, it's not as bad as Jerome Bonaparte says. Taking into account the centuries-old love-hate relationship between Britain and France, Metternich expressed understanding for Jerome Bonaparte's milk-eyeing behavior. The British system is different from our two countries, so we need to give them some time to react. As long as the political elites of the British Kingdom are not kissed hard by the gate, they will soon join us together against the Russian Empire atrocities in the Danube Principality. Although Jerome Bonaparte happily spoke in milk and English in front of Richard Metternich, in his heart he did not dare to underestimate the elite politicians in Britain. Far from the power center of the European continent, Britain could not pursue the hegemony of the European continent as happily as the French Empire, but it could devote all its energy to building a world navy. Because of the special geographical location of Britain, the fault tolerance rate of Britain is far greater than that of any country on the European continent. Before the Royal Navy was completely defeated, Britain had enough opportunities to try detours that the European continent dared not try. If the Royal Navy could not effectively suppress the rising countries in Europe on that day, then it was when Britain was in complete decline. This decline was not only the decline of national strength, but also the decline of talents and politicians. Jerome Bonaparte in his previous life had seen quite a few jokes made by the Kingdom of Great Britain. British politicians in the 21st centuries are far from their predecessors at present. Britain is still at its peak, and both talents and politicians are in the stage of positive feedback. Even if the efficiency of the British government is a bit worse than that of the autocratic government, it can still take action before the situation completely leads to disaster. Jerome Bonaparte believed that once Britain learned of the Ottoman Empire's declaration of war on the Russian Empire and France's entry into Varna, it would definitely abandon its hesitation and join the battle. Weakening the interest of the Russian Empire to go along with the vast majority of European powers. In the conversation with Richard Metternich, Jerome Bonaparte used the word "we" over and over again, also with the intention of pulling the Austrian Empire into the war. The secret of politics is to say that friends do a lot and opponents do a little to take advantage of the majority to isolate the minority. After hearing Jerome Bonaparte's language sickness, Richard Metternich hurriedly corrected Jerome Bonaparte. Your Majesty, the Austrian Empire is not yet ready for a war against the Russian Empire. Jerome Bonaparte's eyes showed a hint of hostility, and his tone became more and more impolite. Is it that the Austrian Empire has not given up on the Russian Empire? Or do you mean that the Austrian Empire is willing to be completely surrounded by Slavic peoples, in order to create a sense of urgency in the Austrian Empire, where Richard Metternich is located? Jerome Bonaparte also deliberately exaggerated the Slavic threat. According to the information I have received, the Russian Imperial Army is preparing for a large-scale Slavic uprising. The uprising has the potential to disrupt the fragile balance of the Near East, thereby completing a chain reaction point. If Russia has malicious intentions, will the Slavic peoples in the Austrian Empire also heed their call to act? At that time, even if the Austrian Empire wanted to oppose the Russian Empire, it would not be able to do so. I believe that Tsar Nicholas must consider carefully. Richard Metternich was a little less confident. He couldn't guarantee that the Russian Empire would not use the method that Jerome Bonaparte said. It is undoubtedly the most ridiculous thing to expect that arrogant Tsar to stay sane. Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help sneering. Furthermore, they can really control the Slavic nation that has fallen into a frenzy. Think about that disaster a few years ago. The disaster in Jerome Bonaparte's mouth refers to the European Revolution 5 years ago. The surging wave of nationalism almost overturned the tattered boat of the Habsburg, and displacement became the norm for the great aristocracy at that time. No one wants to go back to those crazy times. We are not like this, it's just. Richard Metternich's face turned slightly pale, and after a long time, he changed and replied, it's just that, Your Majesty, your speed is really out of the ordinary. We didn't expect it. Since the Russian Empire entered the Danube River basin, the Austrian Empire has always wanted to expel the Russian Empire. However, their lack of strength can only make them pin their hopes on France. They use the power of France to mediate with the Russian Empire, to force the Russian Empire to withdraw from the Danube without bloodshed. When Prince Metternich knew that Jerome Bonaparte was determined to overthrow the Russian Empire, he could only give up his mediation and temporarily favor France. However, what Richard Metternich knew, and Prince Metternich did not expect, was that the French Empire would declare a war against the Russian Empire when the Kingdom of Britain was not fully prepared. Prepare? What else do we need to prepare? While we are preparing, the Russian Empire is also preparing. Jerome Bonaparte said bluntly, do we have to wait until the soldiers of the Russian Empire cooperate with the Slavs when the Ottoman Empire's defense lines are broken down? Riyadh1.com. Do we have to take action until the Russian Empire soldiers march into Constantinople? I'm afraid that at that time, the Austrian Empire has already become the puppet of the Russian Empire already. Jerome Bonaparte paused, glanced at Richard Metternich, and then said, we cannot allow the Russian Empire to have any luck. If the Austrian Empire joins us in opposing the Russian Empire's occupation of the Danube, the Russian Empire will definitely retreat. However, in this case, the Austrian Empire will immediately face the attack of the Russian Empire. Richard Metternich said to Jerome Bonaparte in a slightly excited tone, if you pay, you will be rewarded. The Austrian Empire will receive as much return as it pays. You can continue to be neutral, but I can guarantee that after this war, you will not get the slightest benefit. Jerome Bonaparte has changed his previous words and started to directly threaten Richard Metternich. Richard Metternich was furious. If possible, he would like to kill Jerome Bonaparte now. Isn't France afraid of Austria joining the Russian Empire? Chapter 422, Public Opinion War in the Shadows. Isn't France afraid that the Austrian Empire will join the Russian Empire? The irritated Richard Metternich blurted out, and within a few seconds, Richard Metternich regretted what he had just done. Emotions are imposed on foreign policy. His father, Prince Metternich, once told him that a person who is emotionally swept up will never be a true diplomat, because one unintentional remark of his could very well make a country for his mistakes. And by point, excellent diplomats need to keep a cool head at all times. And now Richard Metternich obviously cannot have this ability. Your Majesty, Richard Metternich wanted to make up for the mistake he just made, and when his eyes turned to Jerome Bonaparte's pupils, he understood from the pair of pupils. Chad Metternich saw the indifference pierced into the bone marrow, as if looking at a sad ant. This feeling caused Richard Metternich to have an illusion that the Jerome Bonaparte he saw was no longer a person, but a god, one who determined him and the Austrian Empire behind him more than 3,000, the existence of thousands of lives. I'm so dizzy that I actually said that. Richard Metternich couldn't help but regret it in his heart. The saliva secreted from the tension filled his mouth, making him have to squirm down the back street to swallow the saliva. The white fingers and cheeks were also sweaty due to the excessive tension. Time began to slow down in Richard Metternich's sensory organ. Although Richard Metternich is sitting on a chair now, he feels that he is not sitting on a chair, but a volcano that is about to erupt. The hot feeling from the seat cushion made Richard Metternich suffer every minute and every second. As if centuries had passed, the monarch Jerome Bonaparte, who was sitting opposite Richard Metternich, said slowly, "Richard Metternich, Your Majesty." This time, Richard Metternich's tone contained a bit of pleading and humility. He was using this method to ask Jerome Bonaparte not to hold him accountable for his rude behavior. "I have every reason to use what you just said as the Austrian Empire's contempt for the French Empire, and thus declare war on you. Don't forget that there are still several feuds between the Napoleon family and the Habsburg family. Do you think your joining it can really make the Russian Empire defeat us, right?" Jerome Bonaparte said to Richard Metternich calmly, as if stating a given fact. What Jerome Bonaparte said of the feud refers to what the brothers Louis Napoleon did in Italy and the unexplained death of the Roman king in Vienna. Each paragraph can give him a reason to destroy the Habsburg kingdom. Not. The teeth in Richard Metternich's lips chattered slightly. As Jerome Bonaparte said, the Napoleon family had thousands of reasons to go to war with the Austrian Empire. The military strength of the Austrian Empire, which had experienced the Hungarian rebellion, was far inferior to that of France. The only thing Jerome Bonaparte feared was Radetzky, who lived in Italy. This 80-year-old old man who had served as the chief of staff of the coalition army, but he existed like the pinnacle of the Austrian Empire. Jerome Bonaparte also had no confidence in defeating the old man completely. Besides, the Austrian Empire itself was also an important he used to check and balance the rising kingdom of Prussia. Rule this chess piece. Just as Richard Metternich was anxiously awaiting the trial of Jerome Bonaparte, Jerome Bonaparte slightly softened his attitude and then said, "I understand you don't want to break with the Russian Empire. On this issue, I can give you some time. You have plenty of time to think before the French army arrives in the Ottoman Empire. Once the French army has taken root in the Ottoman Empire, I hope that the Austrian Empire will give me your thoughts. War or peace will be your responsibility. However, I can tell you in a responsible manner, if you choose to be the enemy of France, France will definitely crush you mercilessly. I will unite with all the rebel forces in your empire, with the Kingdom of Prussia, the Kingdom of Sardinia, and smash your land, wealth, and everything. By then, the Austrian Empire will no longer exist in Central Europe." Facing Jerome Bonaparte's naked threat of war, Richard Metternich's face turned even paler. From the solemn eyes of Jerome Bonaparte, Richard Metternich could be sure that what Jerome Bonaparte said was true, that the French Empire really had the ability to completely destroy the Austrian Empire. "I will definitely advise Our Majesty to be better with the French Empire. In my lifetime, I will definitely maintain the friendship between the French Empire and the Austrian Empire." At this moment, Richard Metternich became a fully pro-French member. He responded to Jerome Bonaparte with a solemn expression. "I hope the French Empire and the Austrian Empire can forge ahead in the years to come. Besides, I don't want to see a country like the Austrian Empire destroyed." Jerome Bonaparte showed a kind smile at the corner of his mouth. "To be more kind, I believe it too." Richard Metternich hurriedly responded to Jerome Bonaparte. Afterwards, Richard Metternich and Jerome Bonaparte had a brief chat. Escorted by Mocha, Richard Metternich left the Tuileries Palace like the rest of his life. That night, Richard Metternich, who returned to the embassy, told Ambassador Rothschild of the situation. Ordering Richard Metternich to go to the Tuileries Palace to inquire about the news. Ambassador Rothschild also showed a surprised expression. He gave Richard Metternich a thumbs up with a half smile, as if in praising Richard Metternich's courage. A bitter smile appeared on the corner of Richard Metternich's mouth, and he immediately asked the Rothschild ambassador if he should write to the Austrian Empire to tell them what happened now. After obtaining the consent of Ambassador Rothschild, Richard Metternich lit a kerosene lamp, sat at his desk, and wrote a letter to Vienna about what happened in France, and at the end of the letter blocked his views on diplomacy. When Richard Metternich handed the written letter to Ambassador Rothschild for review, Ambassador Rothschild, with a lazy expression, after reading Richard Metternich's report, once again praised him for his fatherly style. It's just that Ambassador Rothschild's praises, so harsh in the ears of the current Richard Metternich. Subsequently, Rothschild helped Richard Metternich send the letter back to Vienna by post. In this era, although the telegraph has already been invented, but at this stage the telegraph has all been in the hands of the government, Richard Metternich can't guarantee that he will not be intercepted. He could only send the letter to Vienna by the most primitive mail. There is a saying that the sky in August is like a child's face, and it changes as soon as it changes. Just in the middle of the night after Richard Metternich wrote the letter, a dark cloud shrouded the sky over Paris. After a while, the sound of lightning and thunder came from the clouds, as if there was a **** named Zeus in the clouds. He was throwing thunder at Paris with his own artifact, in order to use the thunder to smash the 7 sects of the city crime. After a while, the rain began to obey the influence of the gravitational force and the laws of physics, and tried its best to escape the clouds, and slammed into Paris below, as if to wash away the sins of this city with their bodies. With the passage of time, the rain became heavier and heavier. The pouring rain slapped on the glass windows and made a pop sound, and the icy raindrops fell on the colder fence, splashing one after another. After completing its mission, the water tower becomes one with the environment. About 2 hours later, the rain gradually decreased, and the hazy raindrops were as gentle as the spring breeze, and the window lattice also changed from the original rapid tune to a long stretch. 2 hours later, when it was just dawn, the dark clouds and rain disappeared, leaving only the low-lying depressions on the concrete street, and there was a damp smell in the air at 9 AM. The otherwise quiet street gradually became lively. Newsboys wearing tattered peaked caps were walking around the streets with all kinds of newspapers in hand, shouting diligently, "Sell the newspapers! Sell the newspapers! Who will sell the newspapers?" The new editions of Bonaparte and the Observer Diplomacy Daily, the gentleman who came and went on the road stopped amid the cries of newsboys. You reading www.urkanshu.com, do you want to buy one? The newsboy, who knew he was in business, hurriedly came to the gentleman, asked the gentleman, and handed the newspaper to the gentleman. "I have the Bonaparte, the Observer, and the Gazette here. Which one do you want?" "Then just get a newspaper." The gentleman looked at the disheveled newsboy in front of him, and felt compassion in his heart. He said casually, "Okay, sir." The newsboy hurriedly handed over a newspaper called Diplomacy Daily to the gentleman. "Huh, why haven't I seen this newspaper before? Is it the latest one?" the gentleman asked with a puzzled look. "That's right, sir." The newsboy nodded and responded to the gentleman, "It only takes about 3 centimes per serving." 3 centimes? It's cheap enough. The gentleman sighed, and then flipped through the newspaper to read. The newsboy stood silently beside him, waiting for the gentleman to check out. Chapter 423, The French Empire Declares War. When the gentleman opened the first page of the Diplomacy Daily, the first thing that caught his eye was the shocking title, which reads as follows: "Shock. The Near East would be at war because of this." This kind of terrifying title made the gentleman have a little interest in reading, and he began to read the content under the terrifying title line by line. The whole article begins with the Great Revolution of 1848 and analyzes in detail what the Russian Empire did in the Near East from 1848 to 1853, covering political, military, economic, and even cultural aspects. The analysis of the Russian Empire finally came to the conclusion that there must be a war between the Russian Empire and the French Empire. The French Empire helped the Ottoman Empire to fight the Russian Empire, and its naked anti-Russianism appeared in the newspapers. The gentleman who read the Foreign Affairs Daily put down the newspaper in his hand and took a long sigh. Although he himself is not an opponent of the Russian Empire, he even said that he has no feeling about politics itself. But the content of the newspaper really made him feel he felt a sense of urgency, and that visceral sense of French national supremacy drove his subconscious dislike of the Russian Empire. "Give me another." said the gentleman again, looking at the newsboy standing beside him. Sir, do you still want that type of newspaper? The newsboy asked, pointing to the diplomatic daily under the gentleman's arm. After thinking for a few seconds, the gentleman nodded slightly. The newsboy hurriedly took out another newspaper from the newspaper. The name of the newspaper was Fairness. The gentleman read the Fairness, and the first editorial was also a description of the Russian Empire. The editorial criticized the Russian Empire in a more poignant way. The editorial wrote about how the Russian Empire oppressed the Ottoman Empire in the Near East, and claimed that, if the French Empire turned a blind eye to what the Russian Empire did, it would be a subversion of all order and justice. Political and religious lies are exactly what Russia stands for. It is savage in itself, but its attempt to imitate our civilization makes us suspicious, and its tyranny terrifies us. Its violent rule may be applicable to a people born with savagery, not much different from wild beasts, but certainly not for civilized people. Nicolay's policy caused a wave of fury in all civilized countries in Europe, because his policy was to burn and loot. They are just a larger group of bandits. Such remarks made the gentleman even more disgusted with the Russian Empire in his heart. When he asked the newsboy again if he had other newspapers, the newsboy handed him a church newspaper. The church also criticized the Russian Empire in the name of God, claiming that once the Russian Empire occupied Constantinople, Marseilles and Rome would be its next targets. Then the gentleman took from the newsboy again several newspapers, mostly editorials denouncing the barbarism of the Russian Empire. After reading many critical articles in one breath, the gentleman was suddenly dominated by an inexplicable sense of mission, and under the herd mentality, he gradually recognized the anti-Russian content in the newspaper editorial. A storm of public opinion against the Russian Empire's invasion of the Danube Valley is growing, even stronger than the one a month ago. In the next few days, under the order of Jerome Bonaparte, the Paris newspaper began to change from Russian Empire's destruction of peace in the Near East to Russian Empire's invasion of the French Empire. For a time, the whole Paris changed from the festive and lively scene of the past, and began to panic. Before the people of Paris could digest the news that the Russian Empire may invade the French Empire, the people of Paris who woke up early the next morning and went out to the streets discovered that, I don't know when it started, that there appeared on the streets of Paris soldiers on patrol. People immediately think of the Russian Empire may invade France from the soldiers on patrol. The soldiers who had a negative image in the eyes of the people of Paris suddenly became taller and taller, and the air was also filled with a strong smell of gunpowder, and a war was brewing. Just when the people of Paris were wondering when the Russian Empire invaded the French Empire, the Emperor Jerome Bonaparte was putting on his special left dress and preparing to set off for the Bourbon Palace. There he will hold an important vote in the presence of all the legislators in the Palais Bourbon. He was to announce before the legislature of 35 million French people. Dang. Dang dang. The crisp and melodious knock on the door pulled Jerome Bonaparte back to reality from his wild thoughts. Jerome Bonaparte, who had reacted, hurriedly let Mocha at the door enter the room. Your Majesty. Mocha said nothing, after bowing slightly to Jerome Bonaparte. I see. After Jerome Bonaparte responded indifferently, he glanced at himself in the mirror and nodded with satisfaction, then turned around and walked slowly to Mocha. Let's go. It's time to set off. It's gone. Mocha and Jerome Bonaparte arrived at the gate of the Palais Bourbon in a carriage, escorted by Imperial dragoons. At this time, the Legislative Council members in the Bourbon Palace did not know the arrival of the Emperor of the Empire. If it was not for the purpose of regular clocking into work, most of the members present were unwilling to sit in the boring Bourbon Palace and listen to it over and over again. With a nutritious report point, since the coup d'etat on December 2nd, the former National Assembly has been dismembered, and its powers have been divided into three, divided by the Legislative Council, the Senate and the Senate. The Legislative Council is only responsible for agreeing or opposing an answer, and has no right to review and implement the content of the bill. The right to review is handed over to the Senate, and the right to implement is handed over to the Senate. It can be said that the entire Legislative Council has become a ruthless voting machine in the hands of Jerome Bonaparte, and all their actions need to be effective within the framework given by Jerome Bonaparte. The originally rebellious National Assembly has now become a rubber stamp in the hands of Jerome Bonaparte. Although the rubber stamp has no rights, Jerome Bonaparte has to use this rubber stamp to endorse his legitimacy point, especially in the matter of declaring war on the Russian Empire. The legitimacy of the emperor under the blessing of 35 million people is far greater than that of a one-man tyrant who fights alone. The carriage stopped at the gate of the Palace of Bourbon, and the dragoons who escorted Jerome Bonaparte also dismounted and lined up in 2 rows. Seeing this, they also gathered around the carriage, and Jerome Bonaparte pushed open the carriage door. When everyone thought that Jerome Bonaparte would immediately go to the Bourbon Palace, he uncharacteristically slowly came to the guards in front of the Grenadier Company. He kindly asked each of them about their basic needs: food, shelter, and transportation. Where are the grenadiers who are responsible for guarding the Bourbon Palace? The opponents of Jerome Bonaparte, a master of 21st century political showmanship. And Jerome Bonaparte will kill everyone in this Grenadier Company. The old man asked all the questions, and by the way, won the loyalty of the Grenadiers after the political show was over. Jerome Bonaparte reluctantly let go of the Grenadiers' hands and said goodbye to them. Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte and Mocker entered the inner door of the Bourbon Palace with strong steps and entered the conference hall of the Bourbon Palace from the corridor. On the right side of the Bourbon Palace, under the watchful eyes of all, Jerome Bonaparte slowly walked up to the imperial podium. Now Jerome Bonaparte on the podium looked at the puppet parliamentarians under the stage, and from their eyes, Jerome Bonaparte saw confusion and surprise. They were surprised why Jerome Bonaparte came. Members of the empire. Jerome Bonaparte took a deep breath and said to the parliamentarians in a strong and slightly magnetic tone, "Here today, in this solemn and sacred Bourbon in the palace, I ask you to pass a bill as soon as possible. This bill is a bill that concerns the lives of tens of millions of people in an empire, and that is an emergency appropriation for the Russian Empire war." As soon as this statement came out, Riyadh1.com, the entire French Imperial Parliament immediately caused a small-scale uproar, and many members had surprised expressions on their faces. Although it is said that the relationship between the Russian Empire and the French Empire has been very poor in recent months, and there have even been occasions when embassies have left Paris several times. Why did they not think that the war between the French Empire and the Russian Empire would actually be real? Soon came to their side. At this very moment, the Tsar of the Russian Empire is using his huge ambition to direct the ruthless Slavic army he led to launch an attack on the Near East. I believe that soon, the Tsar will use his palm to completely hold the Near East in his hands. At that time, the French Empire is likely to be attacked by the Russian Empire. For the future of the French Empire, for the sake of thousands of French children, we can't wait any longer. Blindly compromise will only make things worse. Jerome Bonaparte said word by word to all the members present. So, after careful consideration, I decided to show my sword to the Russian Empire. I firmly believe that our profound military background and brave and fearless army will definitely be able to defeat Russia. As long as if we can unite as one, we will definitely be able to defeat the enemy. Here, I hope members, it doesn't matter if you are Orthodox or Orleanist, you and I are French first and foremost. I sincerely hope that you can cast your precious vote for the future of France. Thanks. Chapter 424, The Chaotic Tsar. As soon as Jerome Bonaparte's voice fell, the congressman who had come to his senses immediately heard the unquestionable determination contained in Jerome Bonaparte's words. When a Caesar was determined to carry out a certain order, the seniors who were surrounded by Caesar agreed with all his decisions. The venue suddenly became jubilant, and many deputies immediately stood up and raised their hands to the heat. Rome. Bonaparte saluted a standard Roman rite. Long live the empire, long live the emperor, long live Bonaparte. Amidst cheers, the legislature unanimously approved Jerome Bonaparte's request for emergency funding for the Russian war. The proposal stipulates that France will issue short-term war bonds of 50 million francs and long-term bonds of 150 million francs as the war expenses of the French Empire against the Russian Empire. During the war, if the French army is faced with insufficient military expenditures, war bonds can also continue to be sold to meet the war needs of the French Empire. Theoretically, the upper limit of war bonds does not have any reality. However, considering the actual national strength of France, the finance department has come to the upper limit of the issuance of war bonds, preferably not more than 500 million francs. Otherwise, if there are too many war bonds, it will easily affect the price fluctuations of the war bonds themselves, thus making war credits a piece of waste paper. The most intuitive example is the Russian Empire. Now the purchasing power of the Russian Empire's war claims in the international market is like a piece of waste paper, so that all their military operations need to rely on the country's short-sleeved finances to maintain the huge spending problem of the army. Amid the cheers, Jerome Bonaparte came to the Senate with the past proposal point in the Senate. Jerome Bonaparte once again told the senators of the evil deeds of the Russian Empire. The elders of the Senate also cast their votes in favor of the proposal. An outrage. After the Legislative Council and the Senate have all succeeded, the next step is to carry out the specific implementation by the Senate. On the order of the Senate, the Ministry of Finance of the French Empire began to act on the issue of emergency appropriations. The short-term war bonds of 50 million francs were immediately put into the pockets of the bankers of the Ministry of Railways. The bankers of the Ministry of Railways who received compensation finally felt better, and they began to look forward to the next long-term bonds of 150 million francs. At the same time, the General Staff, which had already been prepared, began to act in accordance with the plan drawn up by the declaration of war. Under the order of the General Staff, the Division Reserve located in Strasbourg began to build under the mobilization of the division commander and the division staff. The elite battalions scattered all over Strasbourg began to gather into one regiment, and 3 regiments were formed. A brigade. Due to the early establishment of the two-level staff of the brigade and division, the troops that were not originally affiliated with the same regiment began to run in at an extremely fast speed. The soldiers of a division were assembled in less than 2 days. The Eastern Railway Bureau in Strasbourg also worked overtime. After receiving the assembly of the reserve division, unarmed soldiers lined up to arrive at the military train station. They will take the stuffy train to the Lyon area. After the round with the Alpine reserve force in the Lyon area, they will stay in Lyon and wait for the next order at any time. On the other hand, Commander Canrable, 1st Division, Bosquet Division, 2nd Division, and Guard Division, 3rd Division, nearly 90,000 people also gathered in Paris. The Central Railway Bureau began to transport more than 90,000 soldiers to Marseille, France in batches under the personal command and dispatch of the Minister of Railways Beroche. The soldiers, who are also barehanded, will receive their respective equipment in Marseille, and the 3 gun dogs will travel to the Varna region in the French naval fleet. The 6th Battalion stationed near the province of Constantinople in French Algeria also acted, and under the leadership of Marc Mahon and Bazin, they boarded the ships of the French Mediterranean fleet. After drifting at sea for about a week, I arrived at Rhodes Island. After unloading some unnecessary equipment in Rhodes Island, I went to Varna. According to the local conditions of the Ottoman Empire, it can be said that from the end of August to the middle of September, the French Empire entered into an efficient and intense mobilization. Just as Jerome Bonaparte was mobilizing nervously, Tsar Nicholas I of the Russian Empire in St. Petersburg also received a war letter from the French Empire in early September when the French ambassador to Russia asked Nicholas I to immediately stop the invasion of the Russian Empire in an orderly manner. Nicholas I's first reaction was whether France was crazy. As a victim, the Ottoman Empire itself has not complained to the Russian Empire, and the French Empire has to help the Ottoman Empire in advance. It's really surprising. Later, Nicholas I also said in front of the French ambassador exactly the same words that the Russian ambassador said in front of Jerome Bonaparte. I will never let go of the Christians in the Balkans. Nicholas I responded to Jerome Bonaparte with a strong and devout attitude, and then threatened the French ambassador. I hope that the French Empire will be restored. Look at what you are doing, and don't go astray. Napoleon lost his entire empire because of his misjudgment of the situation. Our army is fully prepared. The threat of Nicholas I is so ridiculous in the eyes of the French ambassador. The Russian Imperial Army is no longer the army of 1812, but their emperor is not aware of it, and is still dreaming of the dream of 1812. Your Majesty, if the Empire is unwilling to accept France's suggestion, then please forgive me for not staying too long in the Russian Empire, because my country is at war against you at any time. The French used the most humble attitude, and said the most arrogant words. If the French Empire thinks you can conquer the Russian Empire, then come. I will do what my brother Alexander did in 1812, as long as foreign troops remain on Russian soil. Even if the enemy pushes us into the Ural Mountains to east, we will never lay down our arms. Nicholas I shouted at the French ambassador, blushing with excessive anger. Now Nicholas I is like a severely wounded beast, grinning at all enemies who threatened him. The French ambassador still looked directly at Nicholas I with calm eyes, then bowed slightly to Nicholas I, and left. When the French ambassador left the royal village alone to return to the embassy in St. Petersburg, he just happened to meet the British ambassador, Lord Seymour. At the warm invitation of the French ambassador, Lord Seymour returned with him to the French embassy in Russia. The French ambassador, sitting on the red cushioned sofa of the embassy, first exchanged a few words with the British ambassador, Lord Seymour. When the chat was getting better, he pretended to unconsciously reveal to Lord Seymour what happened after he went to the royal village. After listening to what the French ambassador said, Lord Seymour immediately understood what the French Empire might do next. That's a pity. Lord Seymour shook his head and said to the French ambassador, yeah. However, I think your country will be like the French Empire soon. An extremely aggressive country will never be able to gain true friends. The French ambassador smiled slightly, and by the way, he connoted the Russian Empire. It depends on the meaning of the British cabinet. Lord Seymour responded to the French ambassador. After the two continued to have a back and forth conversation, Lord Seymour left the French embassy. The day after that, the French ambassador left St. Petersburg by speedboat. Lord Seymour was once again invited to the imperial village by Nicholas I in one of the guest rooms in the Catherine Palace. Lord Seymour saw Nicholas I at this time. Nicholas I looked a little restless, and he paced back and forth in the room for a long time, until Lord Seymour came to the room. You guys are supporting me, right? Nicholas I, who had just met, asked Ambassador Seymour with a sincere look in his eyes. Your Majesty, I don't understand what you're talking about. Although Lord Seymour had guessed the whole meaning of Nicholas I, he still responded with a straight face. I mean, yes. Nicholas I hesitated for a few seconds, then reorganized his language on the issue of the Near East. www.riyadh1.com. The Kingdom of Britain and the Russian Empire should work together. I believe your Prime Minister, Lord Aberdeen, is a true gentleman, as I think. Nicholas I played a unity card and then began to present facts and reason. We all know that the Ottoman Empire is terminally ill and cannot be rescued by any means. It's time to divide all the things he left behind. Britain gets Egypt, Cyprus, Austria gets, Russia gets, does the Austrian Empire think the same way? Lord Seymour asked again after Nicholas I finished speaking. Nicholas I's eyes were a little erratic, and then he responded with a confident tone. Although I did not have a specific conversation with my brother Franz Joseph on this issue, I believe that their views on the Ottoman Empire should be the same as me too. After Nicholas I said this, Lord Seymour could be sure that the Austrian Empire did not get on Nicholas I's pirate ship at all, and everything was just an excuse for Nicholas I. Whether the Ottoman Empire collapses should depend on the Ottoman Empire itself, and Britain is also reluctant to see a country at risk of collapse. Chapter 425, Unthankful Ottoman Empire. Lord Seymour's flat but firm speech made Nicholas I's face stiff, and then he smiled dryly. Really, Your Majesty, the peace and stability of the Near East depends on every responsible European country, so we must join hands to maintain peace and stability in the European region. Lord Seymour said to Nico with sincerity. I said. At this time he didn't seem to notice the slightly embarrassed face of Nicholas I. Although Lord Seymour's attitude was so sincere, Nicholas I's heart seemed to believe that Lord Seymour had stood with the French Empire. Okay, I know your attitude. If the Kingdom of Great Britain is unwilling to support me, then we will do it ourselves. Nicholas I said to Lord Seymour angrily, like a child who had not yet grown up. Your Majesty, we are not unwilling to support you. We just hope that the various forces in the Near East will maintain a balance and jointly maintain the peaceful and stable development of Europe. Lord Seymour responded cautiously, and then added, the Kingdom of Great Britain is not willing, nor does it want to target any country. If any country wants to disrupt the peace in the Near East, Britain will defend it at all costs. Under the tough attitude of Lord Seymour, Nicholas I completely dispelled the idea of winning over the British Kingdom to carve up the Ottoman Empire. It was only now that Nicholas I understood that the British Kingdom only wanted a high government under their control, not a fragmented Ottoman Empire. What if the Ottoman Empire itself destroyed the peace in the Near East? Nicholas I asked Lord Seymour coldly. I believe that the Ottoman Empire will not make such an unwise move. Lord Seymour directly responded with a double standard attitude. Okay, Lord Seymour, I am tired. I won't let you rest here. Nicholas I, who tested Lord Seymour's attitude, issued an expulsion order to Lord Seymour, and the court of the Russian Empire would never welcome him. A man with ill will towards the Russian Empire. Lord Seymour naturally also heard what Nicholas I meant. He hurriedly bowed his knees to the Tsar in front of him. Nicholas I waved his hand slightly, and a guard sent Lord Seymour away from the court of the Russian Empire. After Lord Seymour completely left the imperial village, Nicholas I slowly came to a portrait. The owner of the portrait was a middle-aged man in a Russian imperial uniform who paid for shoes and a sword. Judging from his appearance in the portrait, he has some similarities with Nicholas I standing under the portrait. Nicholas I looked at the middle-aged man in the portrait with blurred eyes, and muttered to himself, "Brother, what do you think I should do? Where should the Russian Empire go?" That's right. The person in the portrait is none other than the holy King Alexander I, who saved the whole of Europe. It was precisely because of his decision to be strong and clear that the French Empire was defeated by General Winter, because it could not find supplies after it invaded Moscow. The French coalition troops of more than 600,000 people left the Russian Empire with less than 300,000 people after this battle. In the following wars, the Russian Empire pursued its victories from Poland to the mainland of France. Prussia and Austria were liberated by the Russian Empire and joined the Russian Empire in the crusade against France. It has been 38 years since the war. The once handsome boy, Nicholas I, has now become a middle-aged and elderly handsome man. Under his leadership, the Russian Empire has gradually become stronger. Nicholas I thought that, in just one step, Nicholas I can lead his army to capture the fortress of Constantine, let the double-headed eagle flag of Constantinople flutter in the wind, and accomplish what the Tsars of all dynasties have not done for hundreds of years. However, on the way of Nicholas I to Constantinople stands a emaciated patient, and behind this patient is a ghostly opponent. Decades ago, the Russian Empire, led by the Holy King, defeated the Republican undead that destroyed the monarchy. Decades later, the nephew of the undead took his legacy and established an empire, which was renamed the Second French Empire. The former undead appeared in the land of France, as if returning a corpse from a soul. This undead should have been wiped out on this land again when he was born. However, after more than 30 years of development, the hatred of the undead has gradually faded in those countries that are full of calculations. Their growing fears. They succeeded. The undead agreed to their terms and made their own pledge to the whole of Europe, and they began to sit back and relax and began to fight each other. Only he, Nicholas I, knew that this haunted Second Empire would never stop their evil plans, and they would do everything possible to destroy the whole of Europe. The fact is exactly what Nicholas I expected. With the support of the undead, the Ottoman Empire rejected the proposal of the Russian Empire, and they began to rebel against the Russian Empire. Just when the Russian Empire needed helpers to fight together, the British Kingdom and the Austrian Empire also stood on their side, and they were bewitched by Jerome Bonaparte's rhetoric. Nicholas I always believed that the reason why the British Kingdom was the alliance of the French Empire is purely the credit of Jerome Bonaparte. Felix Schwarzenberg's friendliness to France also made Nicholas I feel very uncomfortable. Be their accomplice, and it is fortunate that Christ descends the penalty replaced Felix. Even so, the Kingdom of Britain still stands with the undead. Standing under the portrait, Nicholas I began to think wildly when he thought of how proud his brother Alexander I was when he faced the First Empire. Nicholas I believed that he must not fall into the majesty of Romanov. Even without the support of the Kingdom of Britain, the Russian Empire would be able to defeat the French Empire. Thinking of this, a spontaneous sense of mission poured into Nicholas I's heart, making him determined to defeat the French Empire like Alexander I. Just when Nicholas I was stunned, a servant suddenly broke into Nicholas I's room and informed Nicholas I of the fact that the Ottoman Grand Council had declared war on the Russian Empire. France warned the Russian Empire to withdraw from the Danube before Nicholas I received the Ottoman Grand Council's declaration of war. How dare they? Nicholas I grew angrily. He never thought that a poor and weak Ottoman Empire would take the initiative to declare war on the Russian Empire. He had given them enough time to think. Why did they refuse to submit? In the eyes of Nicholas I's hegemonic values, the Ottoman Empire's declaration of war on Nicholas I was a complete mistake. You say, why did they dare to declare war? You say. Nicholas I shouted to the squire. The attendant was too frightened to say a word due to Nicholas I's rage, and could only tremble to express to Nicholas I that the Ottoman Empire did not know how to be grateful to the Russian Empire. After a while, the angry Nicholas I regained some sanity, and he also remembered the warning given to him by the French ambassador yesterday. Nicholas I's face changed greatly, and he hurriedly asked the attendant attaché about the time it took to travel from the Ottoman Empire to St. Petersburg. The attendant attaché did not dare to be slighted, and immediately told Nicholas I after the Ottoman Grand Council issued a warning of war. It immediately sent the war book to Paskovich, who was stationed in the Danube region. After Paskovich received the letter, he immediately summoned Gorkakov and others to discuss it. Attack. This section of the attendant attaché is not aware of, and then immediately arrived at the side of Nicholas I. The whole journey took less than a week. 6 days. Why? Did France get the news faster than you? Nicholas I was keenly aware of the time problem on the way. First from the Ottoman Empire to Paris, and then from Paris to St. Petersburg. This distance is much longer than the distance from Constantinople to St. Petersburg. The middle does not include the time required for decision making. Riyadh 1. According to common sense, the French ambassador gave him the warning should be after he received the news of the Ottoman Empire's declaration of war. The attendant had nothing to do and didn't know. A telegram had been set up from Constantinople to Paris, and France already knew the news within a few hours after the decision was made by the Great Council of the Empire, and the subsequent decision and transmission of the news were faster, so much so that it outpaced the horse-drawn carriage to deliver the message. The large-scale application of the telegraph to the sentiments of France allowed France to be faster in every way and to get more information. These are the conditions that Nicholas I could not have. The poor and weak Russian Empire simply did not have the extra money to build a telegraph line from the Russian Near East. Furthermore, Nicholas I had no idea that the telegraph was used in military and diplomatic fields. Forget it. You go and call the Minister of War, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the third section. Seeing the attendant who asked 3 questions in front of him, Nicholas I was angry, and he suppressed his anger. The attendant attaché waved his hand and gave the order. Yes. The attendant attaché immediately responded to Nicholas I, and then immediately left the imperial village for St. Petersburg. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.